You rest for the night, and tomorrow I will take you back to the vast universe." Wu Tong, saying little, waved his hand and, with Yujing who seemed wanting yet hesitant to speak, turned and left. It was not until they had left that great hall that Yujing began to speak, his brow slightly furrowed and with some hesitation. Now that the memory restoration is less than half complete, it's hard to distinguish the truth of her words. "Elder, it's better not to take too many risks." The Netherworld Phoenix was ultimately a being from within the vast universe. Should she act up after entering the vast universe and send out messages, it could attract some unimaginable terrifying giants from within the vast universe, causing a lot of trouble. Especially considering the spatial channel that Wu Tong now suppressed, there was also a risk of exposure. In any case, bringing the Netherworld Phoenix back to the vast universe was a completely detrimental action. "There's no need for further discussion, I have considered it thoroughly." Wu Tong, unconcerned, raised his hand signaling Yujing to leave. His mood seemed to have dropped, as he stood there, head bowed, exuding loneliness. Seeing this, Yujing found it best not to say more. Carrying a few doubts, he left to wait for the departure the next day. He was reluctant to stay in the vast universe for a long time, primarily because of the rate of time flow. Due to the region's uniqueness, the rate of time flow in the Chaos Sea was different from the Great Universe, but such uniqueness did not exist within the vast universe. The time flow rate in the vast universe was the same as in the Great Universe, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of Yujing's time. With this progress, it was unknown how long it would take for the Netherworld Phoenix's memory to be completely restored, and he did not have the time or energy to continuously waste following Wu Tong. During the 600 years in the Tianwu realm, Yujing had once returned to the location of the Great Tomb, which had an entrance that was initially closed but later caused quite a stir. Many beings who had stepped into the Ninth Order personally came, trying to break through the spatial barriers and reopen the entrance to the Great Tomb. The result, naturally, was fruitless. In the end, no living creatures came out of the Great Tomb alive. Regarding this, all Yujing did was watch from the sidelines. In the past, he might have thought of some solutions, but now, as his horizons gradually broadened, many matters were not something he could participate in. Especially concerning powerhouses who had stepped into the space-time domain, they would bring him a lot of trouble. The existence of Wu Tong was the best proof that all secrets were almost transparent in his presence. Stepping into the space-time domain meant, on a macroscopic level, they were no longer in the same dimension as ordinary beings. Aside from the up, down, left, and right, they also saw the past and future in their eyes. With Yujing's current cultivation, forcibly getting involved would only be asking for trouble. Wu Tong, currently holding the authority of Heavenly Dao in the Tianwu realm, ensured nothing within the realm could be hidden from him. Yujing had indirectly inquired about the person buried within that particular great tomb. Regarding this, Wu Tong did not specify, only mentioning that the person was deeply connected to the vast universe, and he himself should not offend them, thus turning a blind eye. As Wu Tong refrained from saying more, Yujing also had his suspicions. All the beings within that tomb were led by Gongyi Ziyu. Gongyi Ziyu was a genuine being from the vast universe, originated from Lingtian Mansion, which was precisely the territory where Wu Tong established the 100 Phoenix Pavilion, and this undoubtedly still had unknown crucial relations. One day passed in the blink of an eye. This day, the Netherworld Phoenix seemed very calm. After coming out of the cage, it did not leave the wooden nest, merely wandering around aimlessly. As the morning light emerged, the brilliance of the sun was obscured by evil qi, casting only mottled spots of light, and the sky was a dim gray. Wu Tong, accompanied by Yujing and the Netherworld Phoenix, left the wooden nest. After obtaining permission from Wu Tong, the primordial spirit of the phoenix returned to its body. With a resonant cry filled with boundless joy, the pale purple Netherworld Phoenix soared into the sky, its bound heavenly locks completely snapping, bursting forth an immeasurable light of divinity. Wu Tong watched this scene quietly, his eyes shimmering like a lake brushed by a gentle breeze. He slowly raised his hand, making a hollow grasp. In an instant, the void around the Netherworld Phoenix melted into an invisible force, transforming into a cage that slowly contracted. Moments later, it turned into a fist-sized transparent crystal ball, resting in Wu Tong's palm. He did not utter a word as he led Yujing downward, heading directly towards the entrance of the space passage. Yujing felt a bit uneasy for a moment, sensing an eerie presence around him. By Wu Tong's side, a familiar fluctuation emerged, though he dared not confirm it immediately. It seemed to be Tribulation Qi. In just a moment, Yujing followed Wu Tong, passing through the space passage, the Lingtian Prefecture domain, crossing an unimaginably vast distance, and finally arrived at the edge of the Soul Origin pool. Wu Tong, without saying much, crushed the crystal ball in his palm, and directly released the Netherworld Phoenix. The Netherworld Phoenix spread its wings, obscuring the sky. As its wings flapped, fierce winds howled through the void, carrying a piercing shriek. Wu Tong, I told you before, if I ever got a chance to return to the vast universe, I would kill you. Today, you're seeking your own death. Continue reading at FreeWebNovel before the echoes faded. Countless feathers from its neck spread out, transforming into numerous pale purple streams of light that splashed across the wilderness and merged into the void, vanishing without a trace. Clearly, this was a method of sending a message. The Netherworld Phoenix had signaled an unknown entity for strong reinforcements to come and kill Wu Tong. She did not even hesitate for a moment, deciding resolutely and definitively. For a moment, Yujing's expression subtly changed as he turned to look at Wu Tong. Seeing Wu Tong's reaction, he was taken aback. Wu Tong's expression was complex, with a blend of reluctance and relief, and he did not even move an inch. Boom, the sky underwent a transformation, the vast expanse shattered, and several hundred figures crushed the space, arriving with strides. The Soul Origin pool is the foundation of half of the vast universe. This place is perennially manned by countless forces, and all major divine mansions have powerhouses stationed here to absorb suitable new blood. The moment the Netherworld Phoenix sent the message, numerous powerhouses set out, hurrying to this place, including notables who had stepped into the 10th Order domain. You killed my old friend first and imprisoned me for 1,000,000 years after. Today is the day you pay back the blood debt and cleanse my humiliation. Joy filled the Netherworld Phoenix's voice, and in the current situation, Wu Tong was trapped, unable to escape. Throughout the Netherworld Phoenix's sudden reversal, Wu Tong remained utterly calm, unflustered as if he had anticipated it all along. He looked around and then sighed lightly. I gave you numerous chances, yet you still deceived me for over 600 years. The realm creatures of the vast universe who had gathered around did not act rashly but quietly watched from the sidelines. Being eager to take action was not always good, they had ample patience. He holds a space passage that connects to the great universe Chaos Sea, capable of accommodating pavilion masters coming and going, and without any ancestral realm beings guarding the realm gate, breaking in is as easy as turning one's hand over. With a fierce shout from the Netherworld Phoenix, the many realm creatures present suddenly changed their expressions. The space passage leading to the great universe, that allowed powerhouses of the realm of ancient myths to traverse, was unguarded by ancestral realm beings. This news was shocking enough for the masters of divine mansions. Seeing the changes before him, Yujing's heart sank a bit. He realized that this was Wu Tong's intention. Elder, why would you do this? A broken mirror cannot be mended. Facing Yujing's query, Wu Tong slowly shook his head, his expression desolate. Without the spirit soul, even if forced, those memories regained are but flowers in a mirror, the moon's reflection on water, easy to shatter. My Cloud Pill had already died 37 million years ago. Cloud Pill was the Immortal Phoenix's original name. It was only at this moment that Yujing came to understand. After the first memory repair, Wu Tong had never called this name again. Cloud Pill always loathed being confined, unable to soar under the starry skies, but she also once said that she was willing to make me her cage, to never forsake. Wu Tong looked up at the Netherworld Phoenix in midair, his eyes gradually turning cold. Today, you and I will end this. Some gaps become more apparent as memory is gradually restored. Discover stories at FreeWebNovel. In these past 600 years, Wu Tong had deeply realized a fact. Even if his memories were completely mended, the Netherworld Phoenix before him was no longer the dear friend of his memories. To ordinary people, the most difficult things in the world are spilled water that cannot be retrieved and broken mirrors that cannot be made whole again. For those advanced in cultivation, spilled water can be retrieved and broken mirrors can be mended, but some events, even if time and space are distorted and yin and yang are inverted, cannot be changed. Reviving the dead and bringing them back to life is a conundrum that still confounds all the supreme beings of both realms. It seems to bring the dead back to life, but hidden behind this question are the words eternal life. If one truly mastered the method of returning to life from the vast universe, it would mean that all living creatures possess the capacity for immortality. After all, even if one were to die again after being resurrected, one would simply return to the vast universe. Above the soul origin pool, due to the arrival of many powerful beings, the winds and clouds surged ominously, and layers of laws fluctuated intertwinedly. The concentration of evil energy between heaven and earth began to rise at an astonishing rate. Yujing silently glanced at the repair panel, and sure enough, the number of repairs was skyrocketing, having soared to over 200. The thick evil energy condensed into a mist, almost liquefying. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wutong's expression remained calm, his gaze on the netherworld phoenix, gentle like a breeze. But at that moment, the netherworld phoenix felt an unprecedented terror of murderous intent. The feathers on its body subconsciously rose in defiance, and a panic involuntarily surged in its heart. Imprisoned for so many years, she had defied the vast disparity in cultivation realms and repeatedly provoked him, relying on the belief that, no matter what, Wutong would never lay a hand on her to kill her. But now, the invisible shackles on Wutong had been shed. The netherworld phoenix looked around for a lifesaver, then suddenly realized something was amiss. The many figures around her were standing quietly, without any fluctuation. "Why haven't any of you taken action yet?" The netherworld phoenix couldn't help but speak up, her expression slightly panicked. "That space passage leading to the Chaos Sea is incredibly stable, capable of accommodating the travel of ancient myths, right there in the Lingtian Prefecture domain." Before she could finish speaking, Wutong suddenly outstretched his hand. The netherworld phoenix felt as if her throat were being squeezed. The latter half of her speech halted abruptly, her body stiffened, and then she slumped down, the spiritual light in her pupils extinguished. Yujing opened his spiritual eye and swept a glance, a chill running down his spine, not even given the chance to repair. The massive body of the netherworld phoenix plunged into the soul origin pool, causing a tumultuous uproar and raising countless still ignorant evil spirits. Without a grand and mighty skirmish, in just an instant, a fierce beast capable of contending with top-tier immortal kings was obliterated, with all spiritual sense erased, soul scattered to the winds. This was Yujing's first encounter with the somewhat elusive power of the ancient myths. And this was merely a body separation, a mere speck in the vast sea compared to the power of Wutong's true self. What really shocked him was Wutong's decisiveness and ruthlessness, without even a trace of hesitation. Wutong retracted his hand, looked around, and then turned his head to glance to one side. A figure emerged from the void, nearly 10 feet tall, close to 40 years of age, with a pair of dark gray facial armor, demonic and fierce, clad in a pitch-black long coat, his full head of silver hair bound by a golden crown. It seemed as if the Milky Way surrounded him, radiating an iridescent light. "As for today's events, I ask all of you to speak cautiously after you return. There indeed exists a spatial passage, but the destination it leads to is ultimately the Chaos Sea. Should any mansion master be interested, you may come to the domain of Lingtian Prefecture and discuss it with me in person. I can grant passage." The low divine voice arose, smoothing the waves stirred in the soul sea. Yujing opened his spiritual eye and was startled by the general information about the person before him. Li Yunzhao, 10th order born from the soul origin pool, naturally gifted with early spiritual awakening and wisdom, happened upon a fragment of the space-time law in his youth, completely assimilated it, entered the mythical realm, founded the Lingtian mansion, has perfected the space-time law, and is on the verge of stepping into the ancestral realm. The Lingtian Prefecture Master. The Lingtian Prefecture Master, a towering figure who has stepped into the realm of ancient myths and is only a step away from the ancestral realm. Indeed, his previous speculation wasn't wrong. Wu Tong had controlled that spatial passage for many years, and with the presence of Gongyi Ziyu, there must be a connection between Wu Tong and Lingtian Mansion. That spatial passage, in the eyes of the supreme beings of the vast universe, should also not be considered a secret. The moment Li Yunzhao appeared, a deathly silence enveloped the area, stirring waves of divine sense. After a short while, the figures that rushed over began to leave one after another. Chu Zheng's gaze wandered around, and streams of information flowed through his mind, most of them being heavyweight figures from various great domains. Several breaths later, his gaze suddenly paused, a hint of shock flashing through his eyes. Shang Tsongyun, 10th Order former Heavenly Judge of the Immortal Alliance, now the Vice Mansion Master of Purple Dragon Prefecture in the vast universe, mixed blood divine descendant, in the early stage Immortal Monarch Cultivation Realm, creator of the Heavenly Azure Spirit Mysterious Scripture, has merged the essence blood of 100 races on the 10,000 race battlefield, forging a demigod. Body, his divine soul has undergone baptism in the soul origin pool, surrounded by evil aura yet untainted. Yujing had never imagined he would encounter Shang Tsongyun here. At this moment, Shang Tsongyun was shrouded in an evil mist. At first glance, there was no difference between him and a common evil spirit. His lingering gaze caught the attention of Shang Tsongyun, who did not speak to greet him but simply nodded slightly before turning to leave. Yujing pushed down his surging thoughts and stayed silent. He wasn't foolish enough to trouble Shang Tsongyun, naturally pretending to know nothing. Shang Tsongyun had entered the vast universe and even became the vice manor master of a domain. There must be many twists and turns to this story. However, based on his reaction just now, it was clear that there were many reasons that could not be explained. Steadying his mind, Yujing looked towards Wu Tong beside him and sighed. Did you foresee that today would come like this, senior? Then hasn't all the effort expended over these years gone down the drain? Some things are ultimately meant to be let go. In the mythical realm, one can look back to the past and also deduce parts of the future. I already knew roughly what would happen today before entering the vast universe. Wu Tong did not deny it, his eyes calm as he looked down at the soul origin pool below. In the dark soul sea, not a trace of the netherworld phoenix could be seen. The Chaos Sea is but a corner of the great universe. Even if one enters it, existences above the 10th order cannot use it to enter the great universe, and if there's a problem with the spatial passage, one could be completely trapped in the Chaos Sea. In truth, it's nothing more than a prison. With that, he turned his head to look at Li Yunzhao, who had yet to leave, and bowed in thanks. Thank you for your assistance today, Lingtian Prefecture Master. You are also one of us from Lingtian Mansion, there's no need for such formality between family. Li Yunzhao shook his head indifferently and turned to look at Yujing, the eyes behind the face armor narrowing slightly as he spoke in a calm voice. What is your relationship with Purple Dragon Prefecture? The sudden inquiry startled Yujing, but before he could contemplate it, Li Yunzhao spoke again. In recent years, the Purple Dragon Prefecture has taken in a new Vice Mansion Master whose origins are unclear, but whose cultivation skills are quite remarkable. From his reaction just now, he should be an acquaintance of yours. You have not been in the vast universe for long, coming and going in haste. How did you come to know him? This statement completely blocked Yujing's path of making excuses and revealed much information. Over the years, Yujing's every move in the vast universe had been under Li Yunzhao's watchful eye. For a moment, Yujing felt a tightness in his heart. Such sharp insight was almost terrifyingly excessive. Just now, Shang Tsongyun had merely had a brief interaction with him, yet Li Yunzhao still managed to discern some clues. Yujing had no intention of speaking. In any case, he would not divulge the true identity of Shang Tsongyun, he would rather abandon this incarnation. However, with such a level of cultivation, calculating the lines of causality was too straightforward, leading to a certain probability that it might reveal Shang Tsongyun's true identity. Yin Corp's cultivating the chi refining technique, from extreme yin to extreme yang, should this path truly lead somewhere, it might also present a way out. After observing Yujing closely, Li Yunzhao's gaze suddenly condensed, and he looked toward Wu Tong, speaking indifferently. Read the latest on Freeweb novel. He is a living creature from the great universe. As his causality does not lie within the universe realm, I cannot divine it. Do you know the reason? I don't know. Even if I did, I couldn't tell you. I still owe him a favor. Wu Tong shook his head without elaborating further. He had already scanned most of the causal lines surrounding Yujing, and the beings Yujing had previously been able to contact who could touch the edge of the spacetime domain numbered only a few. Additionally, given that Yujing's dealings in the vast universe were all beside him, there was no excess time to get to know this vice mansion master of the Purple Dragon Prefecture. The conclusion was self-evident. He had more or less guessed the identity of that vice mansion master of Purple Dragon Prefecture but preferred not to meddle as it had nothing to do with him. Li Yunjiao, his face masked and thus his expressions unclear, displayed a slight change in his eyes. He looked at Yujing with a hint of curiosity. Since you have means to mend memories of the past, could you perhaps assist me in this matter? Memories of past lives held extraordinary significance for all beings of the vast universe. They represented their previous lives. I am not unwilling, but my cultivation is still weak, and my methods unlikely to be effective on you. Upon hearing this, Yujing did not hesitate and shook his head immediately. A 10th order being was far too advanced compared to him. Even the repair panel showed no response, providing no starting point. Perhaps when he stepped into the realm of a 9th order repairer, there might be a sliver of possibility, but that was merely a possibility. As his cultivation level increased, the disparity between levels became ever greater. Surmounting these barriers was not as easy as before. Originally, when he was a 1st order repairer, he could mend 6th order cultivation techniques and divine weapons. However, upon reaching 6th order repairer and dealing with a 7th order semi-immortal treasure, he found it somewhat strenuous. Even this was under the condition of an ever-strengthening repair panel. The energy consumed in one repair as an 8th order repairer compared to when he was a 1st order repairer was fundamentally incomparable, possibly also related to his own cultivation. He had yet to encounter a 9th order exotic treasure fragment and did not know how much time and effort currently required to repair a 9th order exotic treasure, possibly similar to how mending memories required something like the dead soul spirit jade as a supplement. Seeing Yujing shake his head, Li Yunjiao did not dwell on this point but swiftly extended an olive branch. This matter is not urgent. Would you be willing to join my Lingtian mansion? After returning to Tianwu realm, I can also arrange for someone to take care of you, and your journey ahead could be smoother. These words instantly reminded Yujing of that great tomb, and that great commander from Lingtian mansion, Gongyi Ziyu. Before Yujing could reply, Wu Tong suddenly stepped forward, placing a hand on his forehead and speaking gravely, I can no longer help you on your future path. I have already helped you avoid several calamities, and after leaving Tianwu realm, I can't conceal it from the great universe anymore. This ordeal of entering the Holy Spirit, if you cannot overcome it, you should leave sooner, saving some time. Wu Tong's somewhat urgent demeanor left Yujing somewhat confused. Before he could react, Wu Tong's voice transmission rang in his mind again, I still uphold the promise I made to you earlier. No matter the matter or the opponent, I can lend you a hand once in the future. Additionally, let me advise you to avoid contact with the vast universe until your cultivation is sufficient. This will be entirely beneficial to you without any harm. He spoke very solemnly, his fingertips emitting a burst of brilliant emerald radiance that completely enveloped Yujing. In the next instant, the nearly indestructible body of the undecayed bone turned to ashes in the blink of an eye, merging into the mighty Eon wind that swept above the soul origin pool, leaving no trace behind. Wu Tong, you seem too anxious. I still had questions unasked. Are you worried that I would trace back to his true body? Watching Yujing turn to dust and completely vanish into the air, Li Yunjiao lowered the hand he was about to raise, his tone now carrying a hint of detachment. It was merely a coincidence that I helped you once, and yet you show such partiality and protection? I have never been ungrateful or treacherous in this lifetime, and besides, he has been by my side for over 600 years, never straying. Where is the coincidence in that? Wu Tong remained unmoved, his words growing colder, I know what you're thinking, but don't blame me for warning you. Some of the karma on this man is so intricate that even I cannot fully discern it. If nothing unexpected happens, it is very likely related to a being from the ancestral realm. As he is a chief cultivator, I need not remind you which ancestral being he might be associated with. As for this, Wu Tong naturally had no certainty or evidence. It was merely speculation he threw out to drape Yujing with a mantle that no living creature would dare lightly offend. A sharp light suddenly flashed in Li Yunjiao's eyes as he murmured thoughtfully, "Ancestral Dao. The battlefield of all heavens." Obscured by an array, a corner of the starry sky where a massive star hung at the center was permeated with the stench of blood. The surface of the star was pitted and scarred, a stark contrast to its appearance more than a decade ago, now covered with corpses everywhere. On the vast plain, cracks crisscrossed, and magma and fierce fires spread widely, continuously rising and igniting a formidable firestorm that transformed the grassland into a domain of fire. At the center of the fire domain, a massive creature that spanned 100 li lay on the scorched earth, its dark armored scales shattered and peeling away, its beast blood nearly dried out. PFF, after a moment, a figure sprang out from the huge eye socket, splashing a wave of blood, and bits of reddish-white brain mingled with flesh and blood splattered. Song Lingxue casually wiped the red and white brains off her face and collapsed atop the beast's head, her eyes startlingly bright, her expression filled with excitement. After battling for more than half a year, she had finally slain this rhino cloaked in dark. Profound armor, the last and fiercest of the other kind on this star. Even now, with nearly 70% of the bones and organs in her body shattered and severely damaged, almost completely ruptured, her eyes still brimmed with joy. This year marked her 14th year participating in the blood trial, 3 years ahead of the 17 years she initially agreed upon with Xie Xingzhong. She had truly accomplished something nearly impossible, surviving to this day and completing the blood trial. Before she could fully recover from the aftermath of her fierce battle, a spatial passage slowly emerged, and a blurred figure stepped out. The person bowed their head to glance at Song Lingxue, then slightly bent forward, his tone respectful as he verified her identity. "Are you the true inheritor from the immortal domain, Song Lingxue?" "Songyun realm, Song Lingxue." Song Ling raised her head, spoke softly to declare her identity, and quietly sized up the person before her. The figure was indistinct, surrounded by a mist of blood, clearly just a projection, close to 40 years old, 8 feet tall, clad in a gray martial robe, the edges and sleeves embroidered with golden threads depicting various patterns of other kind. The patterns seemed to bleed, and faintly, the roars of other kind could be heard. Martial Hall Guide Envoy, Zheng, has seen Song Zhenchuan. The middle-aged man clasped his fists in salute and flipped his hand to produce a blood-colored spirit pill, presenting it before Song Lingxue. "The hall master has been informed that you passed the blood trial. Please, after Song Zhenchuan rests, follow me back to the martial hall." Song Lingxue took the spirit pill but did not consume it, manipulating the blood fiend beside her to support her body. Without the protective blood fiend that she had condensed, her veins would have already ceased, and her blood drained, leading to her death. She glanced at Zheng before her, speaking in a deep tone, "I want to see Xie Xingzhong, Yuning." These two were the only people she knew within the martial hall. Apart from them, she had to be wary of anyone else. Moreover, her father, Song Tonghai, and other martial cultivators who had come with them, including Li Mingzhou, were still with Xie Xingzhong. Currently, these two should be at the battlefield of all heavens. Rest assured, Song Zhenchuan, the martial hall had already issued orders before I came here. Xie Xingzhong is already on his way back. After arriving at the martial hall, all arrangements concerning you will be handled by Xie Xingzhong. I am merely here to escort you back to the martial hall. Zheng was not surprised by Song Lingxue's reaction. Leaving one's homeland and being alone in foreign lands, some wariness was only natural. "Thank you, Guide Envoy, for leading the way." Hearing this, Song Lingxue no longer insisted and nodded in agreement. "Please follow me." Zheng spoke softly in a gentle tone, then turned and stepped into the spatial passage. Find your next read on Freeweb novel throughout. His attitude was very friendly, even going so far as to offer a spirit pill from his own pocket, all to leave a good impression. From the immortal realm world, those who broke free from the shackles of heavenly fate and stood out as martial arts geniuses, none were simple characters. In the future, they could at least become great saints of the martial path, or even possibly step into the space-time domain and become Daoist masters. Moreover, Song Lingxue was one of the rare geniuses who chose to enter the martial hall by successfully passing the blood trial, a rarity even among the true inheritors. Therefore, the hall master was closely monitoring her condition. In the years to come, Song Lingxue would surely have her place in the martial hall. Establishing good relations in advance could do no harm. Song Lingxue glanced at the rhino beneath her feet, activated the slaughter blood descending dragon technique, and extracted most of its blood energy. During the past half-year of relentless battles, the rhino's blood energy had nearly depleted, leaving only a small portion. The blood energy transformed into a warm flow, coursing through her limbs and body, eventually accumulating in the divine orifice within her. Her cultivation had just entered the 5th realm not long ago. Only 12 divine orifices in her body were activated, but with the divine orifices for support, her physique had greatly improved. Nourished by the blood energy, her rapid breathing soon smoothed. Taking a breath, Song Lingxue quickly followed behind Zheng and stepped into the spatial passage. The spatial passage was extremely short. In just a moment, Song Lingxue was already standing on solid ground. Before her lay the vast expanse of the universe's starry sky. Behind her stood a colossal light gate nearly 10,000 li high, its inner space brimming with starlight and reflecting the Luotian starry sky. Beneath her feet lay a vast continent that spanned hundreds of thousands of li, which compared to the boundless starry sky, seemed like a solitary island. Such islands, countless in number under the dome of this starry sky, stretched as far as the eye could see. Before Song Lingxue could gather her wits, a group of people approached slowly, 14 in total, all women dressed identically in outfits adorned with bright silver armor plates, the leader nearly 30 years old with exceptionally strong blood qi, having entered the 6th realm of martial arts, divine communication. These are martial servants, servants of the true inheritor of the martial hall. Starting today, they will take care of your daily needs. Anything you require for your cultivation, you can simply ask them to fetch, Zheng explained, then continued, Song Zhenchuan just passed the blood trial, exhausted, and will first recover. In a month, the hall master will personally meet with you. Thank you. Song Lingxue came to her senses and nodded in thanks. It's no trouble. As fellow members of the martial hall, it is only right. Zheng waved her hand and did not linger longer. Her projection slowly dissipated. To forge closer ties, there was no need to rush. Showing too much eagerness at this moment could backfire. The balance in this interaction needed to be delicately handled. Song Lingxue turned to the woman leading the group and asked softly, "What is your name?" The woman bowed deeply, her expression respectful, and said, "Song Yi." Hearing this, Song Lingxue furrowed her brow slightly and scrutinized the martial servants in front of her. After a moment, she noticed something unusual. The skin of these women subtly exhibited a metallic sheen, unlike the flesh of normal living creatures, more akin to weapons. Song Lingxue looked at the other martial servants and asked a few more questions. Indeed, the remaining 13 individuals were named Song Heir to Song Shirsi, all bearing her surname without their own given names. Martial servants, as it turned out, were not normal living creatures, but rather a type of unique puppet crafted by the martial hall, inspired by other Daoist orthodoxies. These puppets were convenient to use, as one did not need to consider their loyalty. The only drawback was that the crafting process was complicated, required significant resources, and needed time for meticulous training and the implantation of extensive information about the martial hall. The resources spent on crafting Song Yi alone could have created more than 10, possibly many more, martial artists in the divine communication realm. Mass production was not economical for the martial hall. These 14 individuals named Song Yi, newly created specifically for Song Lingxue, were a privilege reserved for the true inheritors of the martial hall. Song Yi opened a space portal with a gesture and bowed, "I will take you to the Lingxue realm for recovery. Please follow me." Lingxue realm? Song Lingxue paused for a moment, asked briefly, and then was struck with indescribable amazement. Each true inheritor of the martial hall had their own great realm, with all resources within that realm belonging to the inheritor. The great realm that now belonged to Song Lingxue had just been renamed Lingxue today. Through Song Yi, Song Lingxue learned about the specifics of her great realm. This great realm was governed by an 8th order otherkind in charge of the heavenly Tao, with over 100 7th order living creatures and more than 100 billion 6th order and below, overflowing with cultivation resources. From today on, all these had become the private property of Song Lingxue. Having just joined the martial hall, Song Lingxue had already realized what it meant to be immensely wealthy. The welcome gift from the martial hall was even more formidable than the Cangyun realm she remembered. Martial hall, holding a formidable Taoist orthodoxy that accounted for 2/10 of the heavenly fate within the great universe, possessed resources that were immeasurable. A single great realm was but a speck of dust to the martial hall. Song Yi summoned a chariot from the void with a wave of his hand, and as Song Lingxue got on, he spurred the chariot and plunged into the spatial passageway. Moments later, the chariot crossed the spatial passageway, traversing the void, and halted above a palace ornamented with gold and jade. The palace bore no signs of weathering, clearly newly constructed. Inside, there was a martial training ground, a spiritual spring, a weapon-forging pavilion, quiet rooms for secluded meditation, and a scripture collection tower filled with various scrolls of martial arts, fully equipped. The martial arts scrolls in the scripture collection tower were of considerable quality. Song Lingxue glanced briefly and even spotted martial arts techniques and slaughter battle skills that led to the highest dominions. These scrolls were even unguarded by any protective prohibitions and could be passed on freely. After browsing for a short while, Song Lingxue felt unable to suppress the fatigue in her body and turned towards the spiritual spring. She bathed in the nourishing waters of the spring to wash away her exhaustive weariness. After bathing and changing clothes, Song Yi had already prepared a table of medicinal delicacies. The ingredients consisted of high-grade otherkind flesh and high-quality spiritual medicines, all rare and potent supplements. Among the many Taoist orthodoxies, the martial path undoubtedly required nutritional sustenance the most, and naturally focused significantly on culinary research. As a martial servant, Song Yi had received relatively thorough indoctrination. The medicinal cuisine he prepared achieved perfection in both taste and effect. Having filled her stomach, an irresistible drowsiness surged, and Song Lingxue fell into a deep sleep. The fatigue derived from over a decade of life and death battle, hanging by a thread, was not something that could be offset in a short time. This sleep lasted for quite a while, and when she awoke again, it was already a half-month later. Some figures had appeared outside the palace. According to Song Yi, during the days she was asleep, Xie Xingzhong had brought Song Tonghai and Li Mingzhou and others to the Lingxue realm. Upon learning that Song Lingxue was resting, Xie Xingzhong and Song Tonghai decided against disturbing her through the martial servant and quietly waited outside the palace for her to wake. Upon receiving the news, Song Lingxue immediately started to get ready, knowing her injuries had not yet healed and that her father would undoubtedly worry if he noticed. Shortly after, Song Lingxue stood before the crystal mirror in the palace, carefully examining her complexion. Her eyes were bright, and her color was still good, showing no sign of her severe injuries. After confirming nothing was amiss, Song Lingxue hurried outside, a touch of excitement stirring within her. She had never expected Xie Xingzhong to act so swiftly. She thought it would be at least after meeting the hall master of Martial Hall that she would have the opportunity to reunite with her father. Just as she stepped outside, Song Lingxue saw a group of people not far away, some sitting, some standing. Song Tonghai was unmistakably among them. "Father," Song Lingxue called out involuntarily, her expression complex. Continue your journey on Freeweb novel. Even when originally taken back to Taixin, Song Tonghai had always been with her. From her childhood to now, this was the first time she had been separated from her kin for so long. The reunion brought a mix of emotions, a slight sourness at the tip of her nose, a warmth filled her eyes but was quickly suppressed. "Lingxue." Song Tonghai's eyes instantly widened. He moved forward 2 steps, looking Song Lingxue over carefully, not noticing anything amiss. Then he heaved a long sigh of relief. His large frame trembled faintly, barely perceptible, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, repeatedly nodding, "All is well, all is well." Hearing from Xie Xingzhong about the dangers of the blood trial, he had been restless. Now, seeing Song Lingshui unharmed, the anxiety that had hung over him was slightly alleviated. Joy mixed with relief upon reunion, yet Song Tonghai's expression involuntarily turned a bit more melancholic. With his eldest daughter before him, he couldn't help but remember his other daughter, Song Lingqing. This young child who had left home for the Immortal sect had, over the years, been more away than home, causing him to feel a surge of guilt and affection. The martial hall was so far from the Immortal domain across the starry skies, and the family was scattered across the heavens. In this life, he didn't know if they would ever have the chance to meet again. Thinking this, Song Tonghai, cautious, asked in a low voice, "Do you have any news of Yujing?" He knew that Song Lingshui had a way to contact Yujing. With the changes in status and cultivation, even towards his own daughter, he unconsciously held some apprehension, not daring to ask directly. Song Lingshui immediately caught on, hearing the underlying concern in his question, which was really about Song Lingqing's situation. She knew that with Yujing in the myriad realms, he couldn't possibly look after Song Lingqing, but saying so would only add to her father's worries. After a slight hesitation, Song Lingshui nodded and replied, "Don't worry, father, all is well." Hearing this, Song Tonghai also temporarily set his mind at ease. Song Lingqing had Yujing looking after her, it was unlikely there would be any big issues. Since everyone was still alive, there might still be a chance for reunion in the future. Song Lingshui calmed her tumultuous emotions and turned to Xie Xingzhong, bowing deeply and formally said, "Thank you, senior, for your care over these years." The chances of passing the blood trial were not high, and Xie Xingzhong had still looked after Song Tonghai and the others for so long not knowing the outcome. This was an act of kindness. True Inheritor Song need not be so formal. I did this also to repay a favor, and furthermore, it was but a small effort. Xie Xingzhong waved his hand, his voice pausing slightly. "From now on, they are in your care." These people were Song Lingshui's family members or dependents, and the resources needed for cultivation could be applied for from the martial hall, but the martial hall would not interfere too much. Henceforth, she would have to take care of them herself. The martial hall would not take the initiative to care for ordinary disciples or the relatives of the true inheritors because if there were any negligence, it could lead to unnecessary disputes and troubles. Providing some cultivation resources without further involvement was actually a better choice. "Junior understands," Song Lingshui nodded in agreement, a hint of hesitation flickering in her eyes. She had wanted to inquire about the news of the myriad realms through Xie Xingzhong, wanting to understand more about Yujing's current real situation. But after careful consideration, Song Lingshui still gave up on this idea. The more she said, the more mistakes she might make. It would be better to wait until her own cultivation improved before finding an opportunity to investigate. Xie Xingzhong glanced at Song Tonghai and others, then his gaze shifted to Song Lingshui. Understanding his intent, Song Lingshui raised her hand and summoned Song Yi to take Song Tonghai and the others away to settle them. Only after Song Tonghai and the others entered the palace did Song Lingshui turn back with slight confusion. "Senior, do you have any guidance? I heard some rumors in the battlefield of all heavens, news brought by reinforcements from the Immortal Alliance. A huge change has occurred in your homeland, the Cangyun realm." Xie Xingzhong's face was stern. "The Cangyun Immortal King from the Cangyun realm, no, he should now be called the Cangyun Immortal Monarch. He slew an Immortal Monarch and several Immortal Kings and Venerables, rebelled against the Immortal Alliance, and fled into the vast universe. The higher-ups of the Immortal Alliance are enraged. His bloodline has been implicated, the primordial spirit Holy Land has been uprooted." Song Lingshui's breath suddenly halted. Over the years, she had corresponded quite a bit with Yujing, and occasionally he mentioned Shang Cangyun, saying that the Cangyun Immortal King was greatly indebted to him, but Yujing did not inform her that Shang Cangyun had committed such a heinous crime. Xie Xingzhong was indifferent to Song Lingshui's reaction and continued, "However, the bloodline of the Cangyun Immortal Monarch has not been entirely annihilated. Some remnants, in desperation, used a world-shaking immortal treasure to forcibly break through the passage from the Cangyun realm to the vast universe and fled into it. Several true immortals pursued them into the vast universe but did not return. Song Lingshua's heart pounded with alarm as she listened intently, fearing she would hear Chu Zheng's name from Xia Xingzhong's lips. What I want to say concerns Chu Zheng. As soon as Xia Xingzhong said this, Song Lingshua's expression changed dramatically. What does this have to do with my husband? According to leaked information from the Immortal Alliance, before the Cangyun Immortal Monarch rebelled against the Immortal Alliance, a demon immortal noticed something unusual about Chu Zheng and wanted to capture him for interrogation by the Immortal Alliance, but was unexpectedly thwarted by the projection of the Cangyun Immortal Monarch. Their relationship was close. Taishan Holy Land was also implicated because of this. The Immortal Alliance sent true immortals to thoroughly investigate Taishan with no result, but considering that there were still people from Taishan Holy Land fighting in the 10,000 Realms battlefield with military achievements, and no bloodshed occurred, they inflicted a lighter punishment, only taking away most of Taishan Holy Land's cultivation resources, immortal treasures, and heirloom fire seeds, thus demoting it from the ranks of Holy Lands. Shang Tsongyun's identity was too special. Even the slightest association with him could bring unbearable weight to Taishan Holy Land. As if its foundation of tens of thousands of years was lost in a single day. There is also some news about Chu Zheng. Rumor has it that Shang Tsongyun forcefully made a move at the starry sky barrier and battled with an immortal monarch to send someone into the myriad realms. According to the Immortal Alliance's deductions, there is an 80 to 90% chance that this person is Chu Zheng. Xia Xingzhong's expression turned even more solemn, and his tone grew heavier. The Immortal Alliance has already issued a strict order and even dispatched Immortal Path cultivators secretly to the myriad realms, all to capture Chu Zheng with all their might. Even bringing back his residual soul will suffice. Martial Hall and Immortal Alliance are, after all, cooperating. Your relationship with Chu Zheng must not be revealed to others, and the fact that you can communicate with him must not be disclosed to anyone, not even a single word. Do you understand the stakes at hand? Only he and Yujing within the martial hall knew that Chu Zheng and Song Lingshua were husband and wife. Keeping this news under wraps was not challenging. Junior understands. Regaining her composure, Song Lingshua's gaze deepened, and she gave a respectful bow, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for informing me. I shall repay this kindness in the future. Xia Xingzhong's words represented his stance, and to her, it was an immense favor. As long as you are aware, try to contact Chu Zheng as little as possible. Any method may leave traces and risk detection. Also, warn your father and others. I have said all there is to say. Having finished a series of remarks, Xia Xingzhong unwittingly wiped his sweaty palms. He had never imagined that Chu Zheng would stir up such trouble. At such a young age, he had gotten involved with an immortal monarch and even alarmed the entire Immortal Alliance into pursuing him. His minuscule cultivation base was so exaggerated it bordered on the preposterous. Song Lingshua did not say more and, after another bow, turned and stepped into the palace. She found a quiet room to meditate in, locked down the formation to isolate all disturbances, and then, only then, did she take out the spirit communication jade scroll. After thinking for a long time, she finally wrote down a message. May you be safe, my lord. The Immortal Alliance has learned of your husband's connection with the Cangyun Immortal Monarch, implicating both greatly, with primordial spirits entirely wiped out. The bloodline of the Shang family has been scattered into the vast universe, and Taishan has thus been burdened, all year gathering a foundation that has now completely eroded, though fortunately without shedding a drop of blood. Furthermore, the Immortal Alliance has secretly dispatched cultivators into the 10,000 realms to hunt for your husband, with unspecified cultivation levels. Please proceed with caution. As for the messages, leave no trace unless necessary, cut all communication otherwise, all is well, do not fret. After concisely revealing some information, Song Lingshua put away the spirit communication jade scroll, and exhaled deeply with turbid qi, her organs aching due to the tension in her heartstrings. At this moment, there was little she could do except try her best not to cause trouble for Chu Zheng. She would have to wait to see the hall master of the martial hall before making any further plans. Thinking of this, a subtle worry emerged within Song Lingshua. The Hall Master of the Martial Hall, Yujing, was a supreme being who had stepped into the Ancestral realm. The Ancestral realm was the absolute pinnacle, the end of the Tao, rumored to be able to see the past and future lives of all living creatures, omniscient. Facing such a realm, she truly felt unsure, but now she could only take one step at a time. Read new chapters at Novel. Time flew swiftly, and at the end of the month, Song Lingxue received a message from the Martial Hall on time. The Hall Master of the Martial Hall had finally found the time to summon her. After calming her emotions, Song Lingxue walked out of the quiet room where she had been in seclusion, her expression serene. Her wounds, nourished by medicinal cuisine and the Blood Fiend's essence, had almost fully healed. After meeting Yujing today, she would know which path lay ahead. Life or death, all hinged on this meeting. Xie had been waiting outside early. Not far away, a light portal to an unknown place was already activated. Upon seeing Song Lingxue emerge, he did not say much, simply gesturing with his hand. Xie eyebrows were laden with gravity, as he had not been informed of the Hall Master's intention to see Song Lingxue himself, and this had slightly thrown him off balance. This was the Hall Master of the Martial Hall, a supreme being of the Ancestral realm. In the great universe, what could possibly be kept from him? Be very careful. Xie still reminded her, then stepped aside to let Song Lingxue pass into the light portal, without following. As Song Lingxue stepped through the light portal, she did not notice any spatial fluctuations or feelings of discomfort, as if she had merely passed through an ordinary door. Beyond the light portal was a simple stone hall, its stones a shade of purple-black, engraved with indecipherable patterns, and the sound of souls wailing and roaring seemed to echo in her ears. A figure was seated not far away, wearing a gray robe, close to 40 years of age, with an ordinary appearance and no distinguishing features, and of medium height. Under these circumstances, the identity of this person before her was not difficult to guess. Song Lingxue bowed respectfully, her demeanor reverent. Greetings to the Hall Master. Your luck is good. Today, you have the chance to be observing the Eons. Yujing examined Song Lingxue with a slight movement in his eyes, his tone indifferent. Not every true inheritor has this privilege, it is a special permission from the martial ancestor. In the short time before, Song Lingxue had read many scrolls and gained deeper understanding of the Martial Hall. Only one in the martial path could be ancestor named Martial. That was the martial ancestor, the one who enjoyed all the heavenly fate of the martial path, a legendary figure on par with the immortal ancestor, second only to the ancestral Tao in the great universe, a terrifying giant. Ancestor of martial arts. He was the most formidable martial cultivator of this era. Now, the martial path occupied 20% of heavenly fate, and the blessings that the martial ancestor could receive were exceedingly terrifying. His combat prowess may not match the legendary ancestral Tao, but the difference between them was considerably narrow. Yujing personally received her, which was an exceptional rarity, and Song Lingxue had never expected that she would alarm an existence of the martial ancestor's caliber. This was indeed the pinnacle of the entire great universe's pyramid. Recalling Yujing's words, Song Lingxue reined in her thoughts and bowed her head to inquire, Hall Master, what is observing the Eons? No matter the past or the future, the Tao originates from the same source. All cultivators who practice the martial path are walking along the same road. This road may branch out in many directions, but ultimately, they all lead to one end. Explore more stories at Novel. Yujing extended a hand, and from his palm emerged a hazy path that shone with a silvery light. Its origin and end were not visible, stretching into the unknown corners of the void. Observing the Eons allows you to see the paths that others have taken. Naturally, those who can manifest on this path are the leaders of the martial path from all eras, past and future. Among them, the supreme beings treat the ancestor-killing realm as if picking things out of a bag. What you can gain from them depends entirely on yourself. Hearing this, Song Lingxue's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but ask, is it even possible to know the future? In her understanding, no matter the Taoist orthodoxy, those who came after would surely become stronger by drawing on the experience of their predecessors, and the future martial arts practitioners would undoubtedly be more powerful than the present. I know what you are thinking, but I am sorry to say that your idea is incorrect. Yujing shook his head slightly, dismissing Song Lingshua's notion. Compared to the future, I would suggest that you learn from those who have come before. May the Hall Master please enlighten me, Song Lingshua said, somewhat taken aback. Your cultivation is still shallow, and the world you can see is very limited. Between each era, there are boundaries. The times we now live in are barricaded before and after. Once there were living creatures that monopolized 100% of heavenly fate, sealing the entire temporal river at the end of the past, and for the times even further back, not even the martial ancestor can send you there. Ji Zhouyin did not hide anything, and explained slowly, from that era till today, the strongest martial arts practitioner is the ancient martial ancestor. Back then, the martial path occupied 30% of heavenly fate, which was more formidable than the current martial ancestor. If you could gain his favor, it would result in significant gains. Song Lingshua suddenly understood and hesitated for a moment before asking decisively, does the Hall Master mean that from now on, it will no longer be possible for the martial path to occupy 30% of heavenly fate? Her question was undoubtedly a bit impertinent, but Ji Zhouyin did not get angry. Instead, he sighed lightly, although I would like to deny it, the truth is exactly as you said. In the not-so-distant future, heavenly fate will still all fall to one person, but that person will not be a martial arts practitioner. By the ancestral realm, many things about the past and future are already clear, and the current struggle for heavenly fate is merely driven by unwillingness, all for the sake of rewriting the future. Hearing this, Song Ling carried a trace of probing as she asked, is that person an immortal path cultivator? Ji Zhouyin shook his head again, I do not know. 100% of heavenly fate is enough to completely rewrite the heaven and earth laws of the great universe, no longer operating on the same plane as ordinary living creatures, even supreme beings of the ancestral realm cannot see an existence of that level. The one most likely to achieve this in the great universe was the ancestral Tao, who was currently nowhere to be found. During the ancient era, this ancestral Tao once connected to the future and summoned unknown help from somewhere, a fact well known by all ancestral realm powerhouses. It was also because of the emergence of this ancestral Tao that the long undisturbed heavenly fate began to tip. An ancestor of a path certainly enjoys the amplification of heavenly fate owned by the Taoist orthodoxy, but there is a certain limit. After all, other cultivators still need to practice their cultivation, and should not be entirely obstructed. But it is different with the ancestral Tao. The heavenly fate he occupies is solely concentrated on himself, and this has a tremendous impact on the great universe. In other words, if the ancestral Tao were to die, the collective strength of the many Taoist orthodoxies in the entire great universe would surge by at least 1/3. On the other hand, the existence of the ancestral Tao means there are many fewer strong beings born now compared to the ancient era. Many cultivators who stepped into the realm of ancient myths struggle to cross over to the ancestral realm precisely because their respective Taoist orthodoxies lack sufficient heavenly fate. Without the support of heavenly fate, even if one has talents that stun the ages, it is difficult to cross that barrier. Ji Zhouyin did not speak further on this matter, but with a gesture in the void, traces were left in an instant and then gestured to Song Lingshua, go. Seeing this, Song Lingshua did not ask further. After bowing respectfully, she stepped into the array formed from the condensation of those traces. In an instant, her divine soul trembled, as if completely stripped away from her physical body, rising upwards. She didn't know how long had passed when a misty path appeared before her, winding down from amidst a kaleidoscope of starlight. Upon the light path, at regular intervals, stood blood-red pillars radiating a terribly fierce aura. The light pillars you see are the martial arts practitioners willing to accept you, all of whom have at least stepped into the realm of ancient myths. Entering inside a pillar allows you to acquire their martial arts' true intent and everything they have comprehended in their lifetime. This path connects the past and the future, with upstream being the past and downstream being the future. Ji Zhouyin's voice resonated beside Song Lingshua's ear. She looked up at the many blood-red pillars standing ahead and, following Ji Zhouyin's earlier suggestion, began to probe upstream. As she approached these pillars of light, myriad fragments of spiritual energy emerged, containing general information about the paths they represented. Their journeys, though under the same banner of the martial path, differed slightly, some focused on physical strength, others on slaughter battle skills, placing their efforts on numerous laws to reverse their root bone through the power of these laws. It could be said that, on this road, many predecessors of the martial path fully displayed their entire Taoist collection, transforming it into treasures left for posterity. This was the most precious gift for fellow cultivators. Among them, perhaps many had trespassed the wrong paths. These failures, gathered at one place, forged the brilliance of the Taoist orthodoxy. Of course, very few had the opportunity to come here in person. Song Lingxue ascended the path, observing in silence, supported by the power of the martial ancestor. Every step she took crossed millennia of ancient history. She quickly crossed the age-old path and arrived before one particularly striking pillar of light. Along the way, she had seen paths of many powerful figures, some of which were fitting for her, yet something always seemed amiss. No matter the method, it required considerable time to ponder and practice. She needed a faster way to strengthen her combat abilities significantly, even if it meant following what's called the side door left road. This blood-red pillar of light, much larger than those of other ancestral realm strong practitioners, was presumably the ancient martial ancestor referenced by Ji Zhouyin. Song Lingxue slowly approached and tried to touch the pillar. However, just before making contact, a torrent of memory fragments suddenly surged into her mind. The information was chaotic, with fragmented images nearly tearing her consciousness apart. For a moment, she nearly fainted, tumbling down along the river-like path. It was not known how much time had passed before she gradually regained her senses. Looking around, she unexpectedly found herself at the very end of the future, blocked by a blurry shadow, obstructing her path and enveloped in divine light, unidentifiable. This was not a martial arts practitioner. Feeling the aura emanating from the figure, Song Lingxue's expression shifted. She struggled to her feet, her heart pounding. If nothing went wrong, this would be the person Ji Zhouyin spoke of, who had once again gathered the full power of heavenly fate. The figure's facial features were indiscernible, but Song Lingxue vividly felt a gaze upon her. After a while, before Song Lingxue could react, the figure subtly stepped aside. The ancient path, which had seemed to end, now reappeared, stretching into the unknown. Seeing this, Song Lingxue froze in place. Just then, a burst of pain shot through her mind, and suddenly, some memory fragments emerged. The scene before her felt eerily familiar. Hesitating briefly, she unconsciously took a step forward. Passing by the figure, Song Lingxue suddenly felt unwell as the laws of heaven and earth underwent some alteration, and the power of the martial ancestor protecting her gradually faded. At this rate, she would inevitably be forced out of this ancient path, leaving empty-handed. For a moment, Song Lingxue stopped in her tracks. The next instant, a gentle aura enveloped her, shielding her from the assault of heaven and earth laws, pushing her towards the unknown. This breath felt like the most essential force between heaven and earth, warm and strangely familiar. Uncontrollably propelled forward, the surroundings shifted rapidly. When she came to, there stood a towering jade pillar before her, far exceeding the volume of the blood-red pillar she had previously encountered. The jade pillar was covered with various Taoist marks, some carrying an indescribable terrifying aura that instinctively made one shudder. Who knows what level of beings could possess such formidable Taoist essence to leave such ferocious marks? Song Lingxue felt her throat dry, momentarily at a loss for words. Based on the distance, this was undoubtedly the far future, and the jade pillar before her belonged to an entity beyond her comprehension. What do you want? Caught in a dilemma, a soft heavenly voice rang by her ear, smooth as jade. Song Lingxue's mind raced. Without hesitation, she bowed and spoke, Martial Hall's Song Lingxue, seeking the elder's gracious teachings. Though, chronologically speaking, the person before her was likely her descendant, yet in terms of cultivation, they dwelled in a heavenly domain beyond her reach. To appear on this path was enough to prove that the person before him was also a martial arts practitioner, perhaps even stronger than that ancient martial ancestor. Given this, Song Lingxue naturally wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity. Martial Hall. Heavenly sound rose again, still gentle. As for the martial path, I have not climbed to the ultimate peak. The path I follow might not really suit you, and it greatly depletes lifespan. Consider it carefully. Song Lingxue did not hesitate much, looking up directly at the jade pillar. May I ask about the combat power of the path that the predecessor cultivated? Within this epoch, throughout ancient and modern times, there has been no enemy in the same realm. The heavenly sound was flat, but the words spoken carried astonishing confidence. May I ask, how long does it take to cultivate the path of the predecessor? Song Lingxue asked the question that concerned her the most, for if the cultivation took too long, she couldn't wait that long. Among those faster than me in cultivation, none are heard of, but limited by personal talent. Cultivating my path might not enable one to ascend to heaven in a single step, the heavenly voice replied succinctly. Song Lingxue spoke no further, kneeling and bowing her head. Please bestow the method, predecessor. Her vision was still unable to discern the merits and flaws of the cultivation methods, so she chose the strongest and fastest. The heavenly sound did not rise again. Instead, a gentle immortal light flowed from the towering jade pillar, enveloping Song Lingxue. Realizing the immortal light by her side, Song Lingxue looked up in surprise, wondering if this enigmatic giant also cultivated the immortal martial arts. Before she could ponder further, a vast amount of information poured into her mind, and the surroundings turned into fleeting lights and shadows, changing rapidly. By the time Song Lingxue regained her senses, she was back in the original temple hall. Ji Zhouyin was sitting not far away, looking at her with a gaze that held barely suppressed curiosity. Martial Ancestor said you went to an unforeseeable future. Indeed. Song Lingxue rubbed her temples, her eyes slightly vacant. It seems I obtained some memories in the past, but now I have suddenly forgotten them. Those memory fragments, familiar yet strange, seemed to have shown her Zheng's face. This is the power of the spacetime law. Ji Zhouyin wasn't surprised. Your cultivation is insufficient, unable to defy the power of space and time, so some key memories have been erased by time. At this point, Ji Zhouyin's eyebrows slightly raised, his expression changing slightly. One thing he didn't tell Song Lingxue was that the memories affected by the space-time law were extremely important, meaning if they weren't forgotten, they could change the course of ancient history. Song Lingxue had encountered some profound secrets, so the space-time law erased these memories to avoid accidents. This portion of the memories, once Song Lingxue encountered the space-time domain, might be able to recall some of them. Ji Zhouyin didn't elaborate further on this matter but changed the topic. Did you gain anything in the future? Of course. Song Lingxue nodded slightly, her consciousness sinking into the sea of consciousness. Above the sea of consciousness, hung a crystal jade book, its cover bearing merely two big characters. Martial arts scripture. This was a collection of the essence of ancient and modern martial arts, but it also had its flaws, with too severe a depletion of lifespan. In the great universe, followers of many Daoist orthodoxy who were highly cultivated, pure-minded, and forsaking many temptations, exchanged many years of hard practice for eternal existence. Discover hidden stories at Freeweb Novel. This path ran counter to that, exchanging a long lifespan for a moment of brilliance. Squeezing one's vitality to pursue extreme progression speed and formidable combat power is indeed the true path of lifespan burning. However, for Song Lingxue, she did not mind the so-called depletion. Fast enough, strong enough, was sufficient for her to try. What did you see in the future? At this moment, Ji Zhouyin could not contain his curiosity about the scene Song Lingxue had witnessed. The unpredictable future was a realm untouched by even the mightiest of the time, even a martial ancestor could not reach it. I didn't see the whole picture, I just encountered a senior. Song Lingxue paused for a moment before continuing. That senior seemed to practice both immortal and martial arts. Immortal and martial arts practiced together? Ji Zhouyin's eyes blazed with excitement. May I have a look at the technique you have obtained? The alliance between the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall was based on the feasibility of combining immortal and martial arts. Currently, the Immortal Ancestors and Martial Ancestors were diligently researching this path. If such a powerful being existed in the future, it would undoubtedly prove that this way was viable. By joining forces with the immortal path, as long as they could snatch another 10% of heavenly fate, their share would exceed 50%. They could directly initiate a Dao war and force the ancestral Dao to show themselves. If the technique that Song Lingxue brought back could facilitate the fusion of the two paths, it would lead to significant changes. Ji Zhouin's courteous demeanor surprised Song Lingxue, but naturally, she wouldn't refuse. She stirred her sea of consciousness slightly, manifested the martial arts scripture in the palm of her hand, and handed it to Ji Zhouin. After leafing through it, Ji Zhouin remained silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke, his tone somewhat heavy. Although this technique originates from the future, it follows the same fundamental principles. It incorporates the strengths of various schools and is indeed worthy of the name martial arts scripture. At this point, Ji Zhouin shifted his tone. However, this technique is too extreme. It consumes too much of one's lifespan, and lacks a path to the ancestral realm. It is uncertain whether those who practice it will live to see that stage. Disappointment flickered in his eyes. While the scripture had many merits, it was after all still centered around the martial path and didn't mention any aspect of the immortal path. What puzzled him more was that the scripture did not mention anything about heavenly fate. The practice of martial arts in the future seemed to have no relationship with heavenly fate. The junior is aware of the advantages and disadvantages. Song Lingxue was only too aware of the drawbacks of the martial arts scripture. The unnamed senior had already warned her before imparting the technique. But now, without taking shortcuts, she did not know how long it would take before she could protect herself. The path is under your own feet, how to tread it is not for others to interfere with, you must take care of yourself. Ji Zhouin raised his hand to open a portal, said nothing more, slowly closed his eyes, and his presence gradually became still. In an instant, he turned into a blood-colored jade statue. Now that there were battles across all heavens and realms, what he left in the martial hall was merely an incarnation. Seeing this, Song Lingxue took a deep breath, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave. Cultivating the martial arts scripture required not only a vast amount of resources but also finding opportunities for breakthroughs in the most extreme battles. Read new adventures at Freeweb Novel. She would not stay in the martial hall for long. As soon as her injuries were fully healed and her cultivation stabilized, she would head to the battlefield of all heavens to seek her breakthrough realm. Myriad realms. In the Cangyun realm, within the Dali dynasty, at the Yujing divine palace. This place was where the dragon veins of the Dali dynasty lay hidden. Just the inner city spanned hundreds of miles, while the outer city stretched for thousands of miles, with a population exceeding 100 million. On the long street, a middle-aged man in a green shirt sat in a bustling marketplace, leisurely sipping a bowl of wonton soup, his gaze fixated on a floating, ethereal panel above him. Name, Yujing, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Mid-Stage Returning to Void, Immortal Path, Perfection of Immortal Tribulation Realm, Root Bone, Yin-Yang Immortal Bone, Superior Quality, 5 Elements Spiritual Body, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, 10th Order, Divine Skills, Return to the Origin, 10th Order, Luck Stealing Skill, 10th Order, Qi Gathering and Heaven Repairing, 9th Order, Law of Heaven and Earth, 9th Order, Shrinking Earth into Inches. 9th Order, Heaven Returning Technique, 9th Order, Samadhi True Fire, 9th Order, Swallowing Stars, 9th Order, Move Stars Change Constellations, 9th Order, Talent, Spiritual Eye, 8th Order, Soul Capturing, 7th Order, Sky Roaming, 7th Order, Soul Snatching, 7th Order, Repair Master, 8th Order, 598/30,000, remaining repair attempts for the day, 1, the Spiritual Eye, with the level of the Repair Master raised to the 8th Order, provided even more detailed information. The rest of the innate divine abilities were still at the 7th Order due to the limitations of his cultivation. Not long after Yujing had refined the entire small world, he received a message from Song Lingxue. Without wasting any time and without even stabilizing his cultivation, he changed his appearance and hurried to the great Dali Yujing. His main purpose here was to inquire about Bainyun's plans. He had already felt the existence of the true immortal barrier and was preparing to leave the Cangyun realm to undergo tribulations outside the realm. Undergoing tribulation was no trivial matter, and the disturbance it would cause could not be small. Yujing could not attempt this in the territory of the myriad realms. The 10,000 realms battlefield was the only choice. Originally, Yujing had planned to relay the information he knew to Gung Yang, but now it seemed best not to contact Gung Yang for the time being. Gung Yang, being in the Immortal Alliance, would likely receive news faster than Yujing and should have already received word of the incident in Taishan. Taishan Holy Land had now lost all its depth, leaving only the last batch of disciples alive. Although it hadn't reached the point of complete Foundation eradication, it wasn't far off. Without the protection of the immortal treasure, their days would not be easy. Yujing dismissed the panel and furrowed his brows. The Immortal Alliance had issued a direct capture order against him, meaning endless troubles were ahead. On the other hand, due to his identity as an Immortal Path cultivator, it was also difficult for him to linger in the myriad realms. For a moment, he found himself in a difficult situation not far from that of Shang Tsongyun's previous predicament, caught in a dilemma of progress and retreat. Now, with the merging of the Immortal Path and Qi refining, he found it utterly impossible to sever the foundation of the Immortal Path. He could only take it one step at a time. To enter the true immortal state, he must first pass the 5 elements' Great Tribulation. Following the generating sequence of wood, fire, earth, metal, water according to the 5 elements, the first he should face would be the wood tribulation. Essentially, these types of tribulations are a gift from heaven and earth rather than a calamity, inevitable and not to be avoided. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water correspond to the human body's liver, heart, spleen, lungs, kidneys. The liver, the storage site for blood, after passing through the wood tribulation, will first receive immortal blood. The liver governs the eyes, and at that time they will undergo a transformation, enabling the clear vision of the tracks of laws in the universe, leading to an explosive increase in combat power. By then, when Yujing displayed the technique of transforming to undergo tribulation again, its efficiency would be much higher. Putting down the bowl in his hand, Yujing stood up and walked towards the inner city. In the time it took to finish a bowl of wontons, his divine sense had gathered enough information to locate Bai Nian's current whereabouts. Bai Nian was currently in Yujing, very famous, and thus easy to find. While listening to the holy teachings and gaining enlightenment, his vast righteous Qi soared, shocking the manifestation of the ancient sages. The Emperor of Delhi personally issued a decree to bring him into the imperial palace. Afterwards, he was directly appointed a 5th-rank official and entered the Tongjing Institute to partake in the study and repair of the sages' scriptures, evoking the envy of countless scholars. Regarding Bai Nian's choice, Yujing did not intend to interfere too much, he was here merely to ask a question. Looking at the current situation, staying in the Cangyun realm might be better for Bai Nian. Although the Delhi dynasty solely revered the Confucian path, some branches of other Taoist orthodoxies still persisted. Yujing found the historians among them particularly intriguing. These individuals, within the entire 10,000 realms coalition, were few, and even fewer had stepped into the 9 realms. As recorders of ancient history, although the historians had ordinary cultivation and combat capabilities, they possessed a unique secret technique named Time Mirror. Those who practiced cultivation had lived through such long years that ancient history would inevitably change. Many histories, passed down by word of mouth, held conflicting views, naturally causing many distortions to the truth. The historians would, by special means, depict what they had seen and heard into albums, and the trained cultivators of the Time Mirror among the historians could immerse themselves in these albums and see the scenes once witnessed by their predecessors. Only the facts acknowledged by the historians were considered genuine ancient history. This was recognized by all living creatures in the great universe, and even the Immortal Alliance and Marshall Hall would not question it. The primary duty of the Tongjing Institute, where Bai Nian was located, was to restore fragments from ancient texts, naturally including many historians. Yujing had always wanted to learn more about the historians. The ancient history of the past great universe had too many secrets, and perhaps within the historians lay hidden albums left behind. Even if not in the Cangyun realm, in some corner of the 10,000 realms, there should be some hidden legacies from predecessors. Sometimes, the information he found on his own was not necessarily accurate, but the artifacts left by the historians would at least contain no discrepancies in authenticity. Yujing, now at perfect immortal tribulation with profound cultivation, once again demonstrated his shape-shifting divine power, achieving flawless concealment. Even true immortals couldn't detect anything amiss, and even an immortal Venerable, if not scrutinizing closely, would be deceived. As far as Yujing knew, within the Cangyun realm, there was no existence comparable to an immortal Venerable, so he could move unimpeded. Moments later, Yujing passed through the inner city and arrived in front of Tongjing Institute. The Tongjing Institute did not occupy a vast area, extending merely over 1,000 yards, shimmering with a layer of lustrous microlight. At the gate hung a plaque with dark purple gold edges and embossed with silver letters, Tongjing Institute. The font used was unfamiliar to Yujing, but similar to his earlier times at Huanhua Academy, this plaque was imbued with vast righteous qi, allowing cultivators of other Taoist orthodoxies to understand its meaning even without recognizing the script. At Huanhua Academy, the plaque inscribed by a Confucian Daoist monk whose cultivation was lesser than Yujing had changed according to Yujing's own comprehension. Nowadays, the Tongjing Institute inscribed by a Confucian sage far surpassed Yujing by an indeterminate degree. With Yujing's current cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to influence this plaque in any way. Vaguely, Yujing's mind even conjured an illusion, a figure in a Confucian robe, brush in hand drawing dragons and snakes, as he inscribed the plaque. Regaining his composure, Yujing was slightly startled and retracted the spiritual light in his eyes. Continue reading stories on Freeweb novel. According to information from the spiritual eye, this plaque had existed for nearly 1,000,000 years, its vast righteous qi still solid and its charm divinely natural. The Confucian sage who wrote it was at least a sub-saint, comparable to an immortal Venerable and immortal king. Such a high-level being was rare even across the great universe. A group of armored attendants stood at the gate, led by a man who, upon first sight, appeared nearly 50, with a cultivation that had reached fourth order and not a Confucian Daoist monk but one on the path of body refinement, faintly exuding an aura of military array and combat, evidently a fierce warrior from the army. Their armor, all engraved with dragon motifs, clearly belonged to the elite of the Dali dynasty. However, aside from the leader, the auras of the others were much more scattered, and their cultivation significantly weaker. Yujing already knew the reason for this. Previously, when the 10,000 realms conscripted combat forces, nearly 6 million elites from the Dali military department had been drawn from various places and led by the contemporary god of war along with many military cultivators, all having gone to the 10,000 realms battlefield. Most of those skilled in combat from the Dali army had likely been already deployed, drawing in many fresh recruits. Soon, the group spotted Yujing at the gate, and the leading middle-aged man stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Who goes there?" Yujing gathered his thoughts, clasped his hands in a salute, and said directly, "Illusory Spirit City old friend, here to visit Bai Nian, Mr. Bai, please trouble your honor to announce my arrival." After closely examining Yujing for a moment, the middle-aged man's expression softened significantly and he waved a hand, signaling a soldier beside them to enter and inform others. He said in a deep voice, "Please wait a moment." Bai Nian currently held an extraordinary position, valued by the Holy Emperor, and still young in age. In the future within the Dali dynasty, he was bound to be a person of significant importance. As an old acquaintance of Bai Nian, he was certainly not someone to offend either. A few moments later, a figure hurried across the threshold and came out to greet him. It had been nearly 10 years since they last met, and Bai Nian had undergone substantial changes. His eyes were aglow with divine light, dressed in a light blue official robe, standing tall and straight like bamboo or a pine, his aura even more stable. Seeing Yujing in his current state, Bai Nian's eyes flickered slightly. Without saying much, he suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart and smoothly welcomed Yujing inside. Just the words "Illusory Spirit City" were enough to confirm his identity without needing to say anything further. Bai Nian led Yujing through halls and courtyards, quickly arriving at a secluded side yard. After activating an array to seal off the courtyard, Bai Nian could not hold back his emotions and bowed deeply, Bai Yan pays respects to the Holy Master. No need for such formalities. Yujing did not reveal his true form and nodded, asking, "How have you been recently?" "Compiling teachings and listening to the teachings of sages." "It's been quite fulfilling." Bai Yan's face was full of smiles, nodding uncontrollably. "The 10-year period is almost due. I was actually preparing to go to Huanhua Academy to find you, but I didn't expect the Holy Master to arrive in Yujing first." Zheng's eyes held a trace of complexity. For Bai Yan, it had been just under 10 years, but for him, it had already been nearly 1,000 years. Meeting again now inevitably felt like a lifetime ago. Had Bai Yan not mentioned it, he might have almost forgotten the casually made 10-year appointment. Remembering what Bai Yan had once said, Yujing gathered his thoughts, his voice slow. "I will leave this realm soon, heading to the 10,000 Realms battlefield." "What are your plans? Have you thought about which path you want to take in the future?" As he saw it, staying in the Cangyun realm, staying within the 10,000 realms, might not be a bad choice for Bai Yan. Upon hearing this, Bai Yan's gaze was resolute. "Without any hesitation, I wish to continue following by the Holy Master's side. Think it through. To tell you the truth, the Immortal Alliance is currently capturing me. Within the 10,000 realms, it is also difficult for me to find a foothold. Going to the 10,000 realms battlefield. One small mistake, and you will be surrounded by enemies on all sides." Yujing's gaze was as sharp as a knife, clearly stating his current predicament and giving a direct warning. "Staying by my side, you could risk your life at any moment. Once he goes to the 10,000 realms battlefield, and crosses the threshold to become a true immortal, who knows what upheaval might occur. The trouble then would not be as manageable as it is now." It was a completely free battlefield where figures greater than an immortal king operated, and even presences equaling the immortal emperor from the realm of ancient myths existed. Yujing could not even guarantee his own life, let alone Bai Yan's. "Holy Master, I want to follow by your side and personally verify a piece of ancient history, no matter the outcome." Bai Yan's eyes sparkled with a fiery intensity, his words punctuated firmly. "I want to enter the historian lineage and personally record a piece of ancient history, to spread the stories I witnessed to future generations. Recording ancient history can be done anywhere, you don't have to stay by my side." Yujing became momentarily dazed as he looked at Bai Yan's eyes, blazing like fierce fire. Unknowingly, the once somewhat reserved and restrained young boy had grown to this extent. Leaving his name to posterity had once been his aspiration. But as his horizons broadened, he had realized that it was almost an impossible feat standing upon the vastness of the great universe, how difficult it was to leave a mark for future generations. The ancient sages, all buried by time, those who have passed on that are still renowned within the great universe might number barely 2 or 3, even the ancestral Dao who stepped into the realm of Daoist Golden Immortal was hardly known by name anymore. If I do not follow by the Holy Master's side, what I record can no longer be called ancient history, but merely legends, possibly unable to be preserved for posterity. Bai Yan shook his head slightly, his gaze firm, unwavering. "In the current great universe, the situation is ambiguous and unclear. If the Dao War is lost, all of the myriad realms will be affected, let alone the Cangyun realm. The future circumstances remain unknown. Staying here is no different from waiting for death, so given the likelihood of death, I'd rather choose my own method." Bai Yan had always had a clear understanding of his own abilities, although his vast righteous chi had soared to the heavens and startled the ancient sages to manifest when he reached enlightenment. It didn't mean that his future would definitely achieve great accomplishments, on par with the ancient sages. Even if he ultimately reached such high levels of cultivation, comparable to the ancient sages, the heavens and earth he could see might not constitute 1 or 2/10 of the great universe. But Yujing was different. The more he knew, the clearer Bai Yan saw the terrifying aspects of Yujing. When they first met, Yujing was still a mortal peddling goods in illusory spirit city, his cultivation not yet reaching the spiritual spring, merely equivalent to a small cultivator in the nourishing power realm, even bargaining over 1 or 2 spirit stones. Now, Yujing was a powerful figure of the immortal Tribulation realm, just one step away from becoming a true immortal, even attracting the attention of top-tier powers like the Immortal Alliance that made all myriad realms retreat. This gap is one that the so-called geniuses of the day, even spending thousands or tens of thousands of years, would find difficult to cross. Yet Yujing had done it in just 24 years. Yujing's speed of progression was witnessed by Banyan, who, through years at the Tongjing Institute, had read extensively across both Cangyun realm and ancient books from the myriad realms, yet found no other who could match Yujing in terms of speed of cultivation. Even the ethereal legends didn't dare to pen such tales, but Yujing indeed achieved it. Banyan didn't care much about the dangers Yujing talked about. He was alone, unattached, with every place under heaven his home. Wherever he went, wherever he may die, made no difference. The future landscapes Yujing would see were bound to be far broader than any he could see himself, and that alone was enough. The path is yours to choose. I won't persuade you further, only remind you once you join me on this journey, there's no turning back. I am aware. Regarding Yujing's warning, Banyan nodded nonchalantly. What life is there in reverse? Since birth, there has been no path backward. Then, do you still have unfinished business in Delhi? If not, we leave now. Seeing Banyan's resolve, Yujing said no more. The road ahead was uncertain. Having an acquaintance by his side was better than traveling alone. He could not stay long, as the Immortal Alliance had secretly dispatched cultivators across the myriad realms searching for his trace, whose power was unknown, thus it was better to depart sooner rather than later. The 10,000 Realms battlefield, crowded and chaotic, although strong players soared in the sky, there were far more cultivators of varied strengths. Stirring up the muddy waters would be more conducive. Banyan hesitated for a moment, slightly hesitant. I don't know many people in Delhi, just 2 or 3, and it will take half a day to say goodbye. Half a day is nothing to worry about, I'll wait for you here. Having said that, Yujing sat down on a stone stool in the courtyard, closed his eyes to refresh his spirit, and began to organize his thoughts. There were many things he needed to do now. Aside from the true immortal barrier that was imminent, what was more important was to stabilize his own foundation. The boost from the incense fire willpower was indeed immediate, but the too rapid increase in cultivation could inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. It was imperative to stop absorbing the incense fire willpower as soon as possible. Fortunately, having undergone several lifetimes of tribulations and thousands of years of purification, coupled with the impact of numerous believers' willpower, his mental state had undergone drastic changes. His mental cultivation was substantial enough that, for now, he had not encountered a situation where his cultivation was difficult to control. Next was to replenish the foundation of his small world. Although he had refined a small world as his foundation, it was still somewhat weak compared to his current cultivation level, lacking complete heaven and earth laws. This could be supplemented by primordial qi. If the small world were strong enough, the drawbacks of an unstable foundation would also be resolved easily. In the 10,000 Realms battlefield, countless living creatures had perished, and there would not be a lack of supreme treasure fragments and remnants of corpses, making it easy to collect primordial qi when the time came. Banyan considered for a few moments, then took out paper and ink, his brush moving fluidly, and wrote 3 letters to inform a few old friends. Then he picked up his pen again and wrote a letter of resignation. He did not plan to say farewell to the Delhi Saint Emperor in person. He knew his own significance, young and without any achievements, yet he had been appointed a 5th-rank official, which clearly showed the Emperor's grace. If he were to say goodbye in person, the Saint Emperor and some of the great scholars in the court would not let him go easily, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. It was better to leave quietly. Moments later, 2 of the letters were replied to, and upon scanning them, Banyan's expression warmed slightly. Sometimes saying goodbye did not necessarily require a face-to-face meeting, a letter was enough. In an instant, another hour passed, and the last letter had not received any response. While Banyan hesitated, not planning to wait any longer, a low voice came from outside the courtyard. "Mr. Bai, Master Fatin has come to visit." Hearing this, Banyan's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately activated the array and quickly went out to greet him. Soon after, Banyan returned, followed by a tall figure with a broad kaya draped over his shoulders, 9 feet tall, with robust muscles and bones. One could tell at a glance that he was a Buddhist practitioner. Experience more on Freeweb novel, This Benefactor. Master Fatin's eyes fell on Yujing, and suddenly a trace of astonishment appeared, pausing briefly with a bit of probing. Benefactor, there is a golden light hidden on your body. You must have come into contact with numerous Buddhist articles before, and it seems you have a connection with Buddhism. Upon hearing this, Yujing was slightly amazed. Indeed, during his travels, he had collected some Buddhist cultivation skills from within the Northern Domain Buddha country for verification. Besides the cultivation skills, he had also incidentally collected some incomplete Buddhist ancient treasures. Unexpectedly, these items had left traces on him, and even his shape-shifting divine power had not managed to conceal them. I previously traveled in the Northern Domain Buddha country for some time. It must have been then that I contracted this aura. As for having a connection with the Buddhist school, you flatter me too much, said Yujing. He shook his head slightly, showing no intention of further engagement with Fa Tan, and turned his gaze to Banyan. How goes it? Is everything taken care of? Banyan nodded immediately, looked toward Fa Tan, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master, for coming here specifically to see me off. If fate allows, I will invite you for tea another day to renew our acquaintance. Fa Tan perceived Yujing's reluctance to engage in lengthy discussions and did not persist. He chanted a Buddhist mantra, took out a spirit talisman from his sleeve, and handed it to Bai Nian with a solemn expression. Mr. Bai, we have known each other for nearly a decade. As a humble monk, I have nothing valuable to give. Please accept this protective amulet and may it help you avert disasters and ensure your safety throughout your journey. Bai Nian received the amulet emanating Buddha's light with both hands and nodded in acceptance. Thank you, Master. May we meet again in this lifetime. Without another word, Fa Tan clasped his hands together at Yujing, bowed, and then turned and strode away. Watching the monk's departing figure, Yujing pondered deeply. Fa Tan's cultivation was not considered strong, just entering the 6th order, equivalent to Immortal Path Tongxian, vastly inferior to Yujing's current level. Yet, he could sense Yujing's past encounters with various Buddhist wondrous treasures despite the concealment of shape-shifting divine power. Even this, alone, was proof of the prowess of Buddhist practitioners. The profound background subtly demonstrated was precisely the capital that allowed the Buddhist school to stand on equal footing with the Taoist school. The existence of the ancestral Tao was sufficient to show the potential limit of the Taoist school, and as for the ancestral ground of the Buddhist school, the Pure Land, the legendary Buddha was said to possess unparalleled mighty power, which sparked some curiosity in Yujing. In the myriad realms, it was rumored that the Buddha possessed a 3 lifetimes body, spanning the past, present, and future, eternal and unending, a state beyond ordinary beings of the ancestral realm. Even if not comparable to the ancestral Tao, it surely wasn't far behind. The starry sky was vast and boundless, with various starlights mixing with distinctly different laws, weaving terrifying miasmas of destructive energy. Some of these energies, varying in strength, were even capable of slaying true immortals. A streak of light flashed across the star field, entering a region enveloped by an array. This place was at the frontier of the myriad realms, just a step away from the 10,000 Realms battlefield. 10,000 Realms battlefield was an exceedingly unique place, not a star domain, but rather formed of numerous remnants of great realms from the ancient era, compressed and pieced together, isolated by arrays set by ancestral powers from both myriad realms and immortal domain. This method of isolation was somewhat akin to suppressing the entrance to the vast universe, remarkably stable. Within, the laws of heaven and earth were incredibly mixed, with heavenly fate and chaos, devoid of any semblance of order or regulation. In such a unique environment, every being was a stranger to the heavens and earth, facing certain suppression. Yet, in a way, this also made it a land of absolute fairness. The Cangyun realm was relatively remote, and considering Yujing's limited experience traveling the cosmos, it took nearly a year, passing through various teleportation arrays before he finally reached the frontier of the myriad realms. During this journey, because Bai Nian's cultivation was still frail, Yujing had kept him within the small world. In the myriad realms, the distribution locations of the many great realms were uneven. 2. Facilitate the deployment of cultivators from different realms and to gather combat forces more quickly. Many star domains had set up one-way teleportation arrays for easy access to the 10,000 Realms battlefield. However, entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield was not too tightly restricted. There were many small paths that could be taken. Now, with his immortal path cultivation too high, even with shapeshifting divine power, it was difficult to fool living creatures of the 9th or even 10th order. If he entered the battlefield through the normal routes, it would be easy for the powerhouses of the myriad realms to spot anomalies. In the myriad realms, although there were some immortal path cultivators, Yujing was worried that it might lead to inquiries, so he chose to take a detour to avoid trouble. After spending several months, Yujing finally found the entrance to a space passage. There was already a crowd gathering from different great realms. Yujing observed for a few days and, posing as a returning to Void Stage Chi cultivator, blended in. Chi cultivators usually kept to themselves. Yujing's presence did not attract much attention, and many cultivators even intentionally avoided contact with him, maintaining a distance. Yujing was not surprised by this, as Chi cultivators surrounded by Tribulation Chi were always beset by trouble. Getting too close could easily bring unwanted disasters, and in the myriad realms, few were willing to interact with Chi cultivators. From the day he became aware of the Tribulation Chi, Yujing understood that the path he was destined to walk in this life was one of solitude. He did not deliberately make friends, partly for this reason. Eventually, Yujing blended into a group of about 10,000 people and, together with this army of cultivators, stepped into the space passage. After traveling through the space passage for about 2 hours, Yujing set foot on solid ground again, where the laws of heaven and earth began to change. The originally orderly chi began to become chaotic, and a sweet fragrance drifted in the air. The yuan chi between heaven and earth was incredibly dense. The invisible spatial barriers were far sturdier than any Yujing had seen in any other great realm, including the vast universe. Under such conditions, living creatures would undoubtedly be greatly suppressed. Both their combat power and speed of escape were greatly affected. Yujing pulled out a panel and glanced at it. The panel's repair count had risen to 15. After entering the 10,000 Realms battlefield, no one came forward to direct or arrange them. It was up to these cultivators from various realms to fight their own battles. This was a one-way transmission array, incapable of retreat. Their current mission was to move toward the main camp of the myriad realms and kill all the immortal path cultivators they encountered along the way. Once they survived and reached the main camp, there would naturally be someone to make further arrangements. Many cultivators silently began to scatter. Too many moving together would attract too much attention and likely draw the Immortal Alliance's notice, sending strong fighters to strike directly. Although among them were individuals who had reached the 8th order, there were no strong beings who had stepped into the 9 realms. If the Immortal Alliance sent a single immortal Venerable here, they could easily capture them all. Soon, many cultivators vanished into the void and disappeared without a trace, leaving only Yujing alone at the original spot. Yujing took a deep breath, attempting to run the Heavenly Fate technique to sense Gungyang's whereabouts. Now that he was on the 10,000 Realms battlefield, under the same patch of sky, he expected some results. However, after trying for a long time, he still achieved nothing. The Heavenly Fate here was too chaotic to deduce or track anything, a protective measure for cultivators with weaker cultivation. Yujing thought for a moment and randomly chose a direction, dashing across the landscape for several days before entering a rarely tread wilderness. After regulating his breath for a short while, Yujing did not hesitate. He activated the grand circulation, transforming the surrounding immortal power into a mouthful of immortal liquid. After 9 cycles of the grand circulation, he swallowed it down to his viscera, directly targeting his liver. Experience more content on Freeweb novel. The wood element immortal root within his dantian trembled slightly, beginning to grow wildly and directly triggering the 5 elements Great Tribulation, trying to touch the true immortal barrier. At the same instant, Yujing's small world underwent numerous changes. Would attribute Yuan Qi surged dramatically, with verdant trees and immortal flowers and strange grasses shooting up from the ground. The originally lifeless small world, in an instant, became an ancient forest, nurturing an extremely vigorous vitality. The manifestation of the five elements' great tribulation differed from the heavenly tribulation that ordinary cultivators in the immortal tribulation realm faced. Top-grade immortal bones cultivators didn't even qualify to endure the five elements' great tribulation, only those above superior immortal bones, the prodigies, had a certain chance to trigger it. Ordinary cultivators, after reaching perfection in their immortal tribulation, could consume immortal elixirs, replenish their wood element essence chi, and attempt to touch the true immortal barrier, expending vast amounts of time and energy before they could refine their bodies and fulfill their transformation into true immortals. However, those prodigies above the superior immortal bones could directly trigger the five elements' great tribulation to hasten this process. It was more accurate to perceive the five elements' great tribulation not as a calamity but as a reward from the heavenly Tao to cultivators who surpassed the 9 layers of immortal tribulation. The more outstanding the talent, the more lavish the reward. Yujing's talent in the immortal path was already terrifyingly advanced. The moment he triggered the Great Tribulation, the heaven and earth primordial chi around Yujing instantly transformed, as an enormous amount of wood element primordial chi began to accumulate, crazily surging from the immortal bones at the back of his head straight to his liver. Moments later, a faint warm green light appeared on the surface of Yujing's liver, with vast amounts of essence blood flowing into it and then out again, transformed into immortal blood. Within this immortal blood, embedded with laws, lay the medium through which true immortals could comprehend and harness the universal laws for their own use. The true immortal realm was an extremely prolonged stage, necessitating continuous self-refinement until reaching a flawless state. This was an ultimate transformation that every living creature stepping into the Eighth Order would undergo. Not every cultivator could withstand the gifts from heaven and earth. An explosive increase in wood element primordial chi indicated an imbalance of the five elements within the body, and if one's foundation was insufficient or unstable, it was easy to sustain injuries. This, too, was why the five elements' great tribulation was referred to as a tribulation. Indeed, there were cultivators who died under these heavenly gifts. Ordinary cultivators, without an immortal root formed inside them, found it difficult to withstand such immense wood element primordial chi and could not bear too much at once. They needed to employ numerous methods to maintain the balance of the five elements inside their bodies. Even usual cultivators with superior immortal bones must be exceedingly cautious at this step, but Yujing did not need to, as his yin-yang immortal bone had evolved from the five elements immortal bones, and his Tao foundation had already transformed into an immortal root. This foundation laid in his earlier years now granted him unthinkably rich rewards. In less than half a day, Yujing's immortal blood had completed its transformation, and his cultivation had subsequently ascended into the true immortal realm, becoming a first tribulation true immortal. Nourished by the immortal blood, the immortal power he could command within his body soared by more than tens of times, experiencing a revolutionary qualitative change in combat power. The instant he crossed the true immortal barrier, Yujing distinctly felt an abnormality. His chi refinement's cultivation suddenly surged, propelled by the heavenly gifts, and began a tremendously rapid increase. Seizing heavenly life for oneself is the essence of chi refining. In just a short moment, he had stepped into the late stage of returning to void and continued unabated, pushing towards the Unity Realm stage. The Unity Realm stage, being the final hurdle before the heavenly immortal realm, was equivalent to the immortal tribulation realm cultivators among the chi cultivators, already a rare powerhouse. Without the method of transforming and enduring tribulations, chi cultivators who cultivated to this extent were 1 in 10,000. The heavenly gifts were far from over. Yujing's wood element immortal root continued to grow and strengthen, brimming with green radiance, vaguely beginning to take shape into a lush green jade tree. As vast amounts of heaven and earth primordial chi poured in, his chi refining's cultivation began a rapid and unceasing climb, and in less than an hour, Yujing had surpassed the late stage of returning to void and stepped into the Unity Realm. His primordial spirit, divided into yin and yang aspects, with one half bursting forth with pure yang light, transformed towards the pure yang primordial spirit, significantly enhancing his divine capabilities. Stepping into the Unity Realm, enduring 100 tribulations, he could then be called a heavenly immortal, this realm was filled with peril and unforeseeable changes, both natural and man-made. However, Yujing had already mitigated many tribulation energies before, and with sufficiently high immortal path cultivation, there wouldn't be major issues for a short period. This 5 elements would tribulation lasted for a full 3 days, and Yujing fully absorbed all the incoming primordial chi without any wastage, breaking through 2 minor boundaries in his immortal path cultivation and stepping into the late stage of first tribulation true immortal. If it were not for chi refining that had drawn off much of the primordial chi, he would have even directly reached 1 tribulation perfection and started preparing for the 2nd tribulation. The growth in the cultivation of chi refining was similarly significant, stepping into the middle stage of Dao integration realm and surging up an entire great realm. This rate of growth exceeded Yujing's expectations, and he also sensed for the first time in a long while the manifestation of tribulation chi at his side, leaving traces. Ordinary chi cultivators, advancing from the early to the middle stage of Dao integration, must endure 33 minor tribulations. Yujing, leveraging the foundation laid during his time in the immortal tribulation realm, bypassed these 33 tribulations in one go. The mental effort saved and the dangers avoided were beyond imagination. As the primordial chi of heaven and earth around him calmed, Yujing suddenly felt an invisible flow of heavenly fate, seemingly undergoing some subtle changes. Explore more at Freeweb Novel. Immortal Domain. Great Immortal Realm. This realm, a legacy of the ancestor of ancient immortals to the immortal path, gathered the essences of many great thousand worlds and condensed into a continent that spanned the starry seas, with countless grotto heaven and blessed lands and producing prodigies in abundance. Above the heavens, the immortal flames formed chains, linking 99 great suns, with millions of stars arranged around, weaving a giant net that enveloped the universe, swallowing and exhaling massive amounts of immortal chi every moment. Mortals could hardly survive here, even cultivators from ordinary great realms who came here, if slightly careless, could not withstand the immersion of immortal chi and would explode on the spot. In such an environment, once a cultivator conceived, the spirit embryo would be nurtured with secret techniques, usually born with the spiritual spring already open, and even those who had condensed their Dao foundation were not rare. At birth, they already entered the 3 realms of immortal Dao, and one could imagine the talents of the prodigies among them. At the center of the great immortal realm stood a large white monument connected to the heavenly fate of the immortal path, known as the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet. The tablet bore the general information of all true immortals. 8th Order was a watershed, already able to influence a small part of the flow of heavenly fate. When a cultivator stepped into the realm of true immortals, the immortal path chi fortune would sense it, and their names would naturally manifest on the immortal list. Should a true immortal die, regardless of the reason, their information would disappear with them, completely erased by the heavenly fate. At that moment, the immortal tablet faintly lit up, quietly adding a new piece of information. Seeing this, several true immortals stationed near the tablet paid little attention. The territory of the Immortal Alliance, spanning billions of star domains and currently at war with the myriad realms, changes occurred almost daily on the immortal tablet, with names of true immortals appearing and disappearing. The true immortals glanced over casually, but when they clearly saw the information that emerged on the tablet, their expressions changed to one of shock. Cangyun Realm, Yujing, First Tribulation True Immortal, Bone Age 42. A 42-year-old true immortal? Even the ancestor of ancient immortals was 136 years old when he stepped into the realm of true immortals. Could there be a mistake with the immortal list? Cangyun? A mere burial realm, and yet it produced such a monstrous prodigy? Isn't this Yujing the same person who was ordered by the Alliance to be captured some days ago? Wasn't he said to be a Tongxian cultivator? Just a Tongxian more than 10 years ago, how could he have become an immortal so quickly? Quickly report to the punishment authority. Please request the heavenly judge, no, request the inspector to decide. One order after another flew across the void. Within moments, news about Yujing spread like a wildfire, sweeping through the upper echelons of the Immortal Alliance. Within the great immortal realm, there were countless individuals with broad and vast divine abilities, and the speed at which messages spread was astonishingly fast. At the age of 42, he achieved the status of true immortal. This message nearly instantaneously caused the entire great immortal realm to shake, and rumors began to spread far and wide. It didn't take long for people to connect Chu Zheng's unique circumstances with Shang Tsongyun and Zhao Tingxian. Another monstrous talent emerged from the Tsongyun realm, and judging from previous cases, it was clear Chu Zheng was not aligned with the Immortal Alliance. Some immortal descendant families secretly dispatched cultivators to Tsongyun to investigate whether there had been changes in the Tsongyun realm and to try to pick up on some trails and clues. At the very least, about Chu Zheng, they wanted to dig up more leads. Once the message reached the Immortal Alliance Punishment Department, in less than half an incense stick's time, an immortal monarch took the lead to call together some of the available immortal venerables and immortal kings for a council meeting. Experience new tales on Freeweb novel. Within the vast open-air temple that spanned 1,000,000 miles, countless jade columns stood tall, densely inscribed with immortal patterns and enshrouded in a distinctive aura. The jade columns varied in height and size, divided into 6 concentric circles, nested within each other, with only one column in the very center possessing a diameter of nearly 10,000 miles. The farther from the center, the greater the number of pillars and the denser their distribution, and relatively, the smaller their size. Within just a few breaths, hundreds of pillars in the 3 outer circles lit up as projections crossed the boundaries from starry space and materialized inside the hall. A true immortal quickly stepped into the temple, standing in a corner with eyes flashing like lightning, sweeping over each illuminated column. He took out a jade book and began to write. Immortal Alliance New Calendar, 4th Universe Era, Year 785,249. Reason for convening, Tsongyun Realm, Chu Zheng. Initiator, Immortal Lord Panshur. Attendees, Minglin Immortal King, Fanlong Immortal King, Cold Spring Immortal King. Immortal Yunli, Heavenly Bear Immortal Venerable, totaling 372 attendees. Every gathering here was significant, and the attendees, as well as all content of the meetings, were recorded and archived for future reference. The relations between the many immortal venerables and immortal kings were generally just as fellow practitioners. They typically had ordinary relations with each other. Coupled with the frequent wars at the time and the presence of scribes, the assembly had many attendees, but no one exchanged pleasantries, and the hall was deathly silent. A moment later, at the outermost part of the inner 3 circles, a jade column suddenly lit up, revealing a figure shrouded in dark cyan battle armor, tall and burly with a skin tone that was yellow tinged with green, resembling antique jade. The battle armor was filled with mottled cracks, and you could barely see the scarred flesh underneath, with most of the wounds not yet healed, and immortal blood was dripping down. Greetings, Immortal Lord Panshur. The numerous immortal kings and immortal venerables greeted him together. The war is pressing, and I will not delay the precious time of my fellow practitioners. I will be brief today. Immortal Lord Panshur wasted no time and went straight to the point. Chu Zheng's life has been personally divined by the immortal ancestors, and most of it has been clarified. He entered the immortal path at the age of 17 and has been cultivating for 26 years. He developed his following by practicing the Incense Fire Divine Path in the Chaos Sea, thus dramatically increasing the power of spirit and soul, with his cultivation progressing at divine speed. Besides, he also cultivates chi refining techniques. Upon hearing these words, the assembly of immortal kings and immortal venerables were all startled. The 3 words chi refining technique almost instantly made them think of the ancestral Tao. Immortal Lord Panshur paused briefly before correcting himself, or rather, this person's primary practice is the chi refining technique, while also cultivating the immortal path. In recent decades, the Tsongyun immortal fate has shown anomalies twice. Because of Chu Zheng, the immortal ancestor reversed time and space to examine these subtle changes in the Tsongyun realm over the years, only to unexpectedly discover a trace of the ancestral Tao. Chu Zheng's flesh, bones, and physical body are mundane with no immortal bone. He first forced his way through the gate of transcendence using the chi refining technique, then cultivated the immortal law, reversing the innate order and cultivating an immortal bone at the back of his head. With the 5 elements harmonizing yin-yang, he thereafter created the 5 elements immortal root. From this, it can be seen that this child's comprehension is alarmingly strong. The Cangyun immortal fate was personally severed by the ancestor of ancient immortals. As a result, the Song, Zhao, and Yuan families were stripped of their ancestral blood and removed from the immortal descendant families. We still have not fully understood the reasons behind this to this day, only knowing that it was somehow connected to the ancestral Dao. Therefore, the immortal ancestor deduced that there is a connection between Yujing and the ancestral Dao. At this critical juncture, when the war is in a stalemate, the appearance of the ancestral Dao could potentially affect the entire battle situation. I am saying this in hopes that you will take it seriously. Do not take the search for Yujing lightly or deal with it perfunctorily. Immortal Lord Panshur's expression was solemn, his eyes reflecting the lustrous immortal light as he spoke with focused attention. Now, please receive the decree from the immortal ancestor. At these words, the immortal kings and venerables immediately showed somber expressions and bowed to receive their orders. Proclaiming by the verbal decree of the immortal ancestor, all true immortals under the mandate of the punishment authority are to search for Yujing with all their strength. Now that he is in the 10,000 realms battlefield, the heavenly fate is in chaos, and it's difficult to calculate his exact location. Upon finding any clues, report immediately to the corresponding immortal venerables and immortal kings you answer to. Any report regarding him must be personally investigated without disregard, whether by an immortal venerable or immortal king. Regarding Yujing, there are also 3 forbidden commands to keep in mind. First, do not harm his life. Second, do not let him fall into the grasp of the 10,000 realms. Third, whatever discussed today is of absolute secrecy, even towards the martial hall. Bear this in mind. Upon the mention of the martial hall, the immortal kings and venerables' expressions subtly shifted, but no more words were spoken, they simply bowed and accepted the command. At their level of cultivation, each of them was a revered figure in the universe, naturally understanding the implications of these 3 commands. The immortal ancestor wants Yujing alive and not to fall into the hands of the 10,000 realms or the martial hall. The meaning behind this was already sufficiently clear. The current situation was like a delicate balance, where pulling a single hair could move the entire body. Adding fuel to the fire, the entire great universe could become a jumbled mess, with even the mighty Immortal Alliance needing to seek assistance. The collaboration between the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall is merely due to the threat of the myriad heavens and realms. Should they win this war, they would still have to share power with the Martial Hall, and the disputes over the Dao will inevitably arise again. Since Zheng could cultivate both the Qi refining technique and the Immortal Law, it proved that the Immortal Path and the Qi refining lineage could coexist to some extent. The ancestral Dao alone monopolizes more than 2/5 of the heavenly fate, which is more than the entire martial hall combined. Rather than exhausting efforts to research the simultaneous cultivation of immortal martial arts, it would be wiser to find a way to establish a connection with the ancestral Dao. Although the ancestor of the ancient immortals perished at the hands of the ancestral Dao, the current immortal descendant families all have ancestors who perished during those disputes to some extent. In terms of these ancient enmities, the Immortal Alliance and the Ancestral Dao are nearly inseparable. But, times have changed. Those who survived the ancient battle have long since perished, with the exception of a few sleeping ancients. Even the truth has been buried by time, impossible to uncover. If they could truly establish a connection with the Ancestral Dao through Yujing, then the Immortal Alliance would no doubt gain a terrifyingly powerful ally. Of course, all these were just their conjectures. The true intentions and objectives of the immortal ancestor were unknown to anyone. Regardless, searching for Yujing now and bringing him back to the Immortal Alliance is the primary mission of the Punishment Authority. Cangyun Realm. Southern Region. In recent years, the changes in the southern region could be described as earth-shattering. The original 5 great holy lands, with their primordial spirits wiped out, Taishan excluded, and Taisu sealed off to avoid the world, the glory of the great tournament of 10,000 sects still fresh in memory, and yet in just over a decade, 3 of the 5 great holy lands had already vanished. Now, only Heavenly Throne and Golden Glass still stand in the Holy Lands. However, these 2 holy lands have not reaped many benefits in recent years either. Since Shang Tsongyun defected from the Immortal Alliance, the Immortal Alliance dispatched a 7 Tribulations true Immortal to reside permanently in Tsongyun, take charge of the heavenly Tao of the Tsongyun realm, and begin to sort out the chaos in the heavenly fate caused by the unsealing of the Tsongyun secret realm. With such a being present in the current age, even the Holy Lands could not too eagerly annex the remaining resources and influence of other Holy Lands. As a result, the days for some of the smaller sects have been considerably better in these years. Due to the changes in the environment between heaven and earth, the frequency of top-grade immortal bones appearing in the Tsongyun 4 regions has notably increased, and even superior immortal bones have emerged recently. Without the Holy Land's intervention, these exceptionally talented immortal seedlings have all joined the immortal sects, preparing for the next great tournament of 10,000 sects. With the fall of the Holy Lands and the renewed appearance of living creatures due to the unsealed Tsongyun secret realm, the freed-up resources are enough to sustain thousands of small sects. The power structure of the Tsongyun realm is about to undergo its largest reshuffling, a process that will continue for 1,000 years. It is foreseeable that, without the suppression of the Holy Lands, the killing wars between sects will not cease for 1,000 years. In a corner on the southeastern edge of the southern region, a small sect named Taishan sect quietly emerged. The sect occupied an area of just over 10 miles, with no more than 200 disciples, among whom only 2 were elders at the Divine Transformation realm, the rest being a bunch of young disciples under 30, newly adult. These were all that remained of the Taishan Holy Lands forces. A few simple bamboo buildings, along with a not-so-complete array, made up this small sect. The Taishan Holy Land still had a true immortal in existence, only that he had always been at the border of the cosmos, guarding the perimeter, and preventing invasions from the vast universe. As for these disciples of Taishan, the Immortal Alliance had not been too coercive either. After confiscating the Taishan Immortal Treasure and the Holy Land's treasure vault, they simply let things take their own course. Many Taishan disciples were mostly taken back by their families, with only a small part still following Fu Quanliang. This group of disciples, mostly from ordinary circumstances without clan forces to support them, would not have seen much change in their situation even if they had left. During this time, naturally, there were many who coveted the Taishan Divine Fire scripture, and either overtly or covertly attempted to target this group of the weak. The complete Taishan Divine Fire scripture was now only in the hands of Fu Quanliang. Enjoy more content from FreeWeb Novel. However, before these people could act, the Song clan came forward to protect the remaining disciples. Song Lingqing surrendered the family heritage blood jade as collateral for practical control over the Song family secret realm, securing temporary protection for the disciples and ensuring their safety for the time being. Previously, the Song clan might have to look up to the Taishan Holy Land. But now, these disciples could remain under the shelter of the Song clan's tree only through the relationship with Song Lingqing. The reversal in status between the 2 parties could be described as the cycle of fate. At the very least, the Song clan was once a true immortal noble family, with some heritage in the family, and many true immortals from their ancestors once joined the Immortal Alliance, fighting for it and burning all their immortal blood. The 7 Tribulations true immortal who now commanded the heavenly Tao had personally visited the Song clan, causing all members to feel unexpectedly honored. Apart from the Song clan, the 2 other true immortal noble families in the eastern region also received the same treatment. Just this one action was enough to make many living creatures in the Tsongyun realm look on in awe, not daring to overstep bounds. Inside the bamboo building, Fu Quanliang paced back and forth, his brows tightly knitted, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Every step he took, the bamboo house creaked as if, like the present state of Taishan, it couldn't bear the weight any longer. Since the day Taishan had undergone changes, he had never really rested, with barely any time to close his eyes and circulate the circuit of qi. The pressure on his shoulders was as heavy as a mountain. The vast foundation of Taishan Holy Land was now reduced to nothing more than earthen steps and thatched cottages, hardly shielding against the wind and rain. Nowadays, storms raged from all directions, and even with the protection of the Song clan, it was uncertain how long they could hold out. The disciples remaining within the sect were mostly those with mid-grade immortal bones, and the longest among them had cultivated for only a little over 20 years, with few stepping into the entry Dao realm. Fortunately, Yujing had left him with enough hidden resources. The two with superior immortal bones who came from beyond the domain, under his arrangement, had been escorted by an elder of the divine transformation realm and had already left the southern region to cultivate in a secret location in the northern region. Besides, the batch of resources Yujing had left was safely preserved by him, unknown to anyone else. These were not recorded in the accounts of Taishan Holy Land, so the Immortal Alliance hadn't confiscated them. This was 1/3 of Taisu Holy Land's foundation. The cultivation resources within were immeasurable, entirely sufficient to restore Taishuan's vitality. But Fu Quanliang couldn't expose these too soon. There were numerous eyes secretly watching Taishan, and he must remain careful and prudent in his words and actions. At this moment, what worried him even more was Yujing's safety. The current situation of Taishan was closely related to Yujing, which was enough to suggest that Yujing had encountered great trouble outside, and might even have drawn the attention of the Immortal Alliance. Communications with the outside world were scarce in the Cangyun realm, with channels of information blocked. To find out about Yujing's situation now was as hopeless as seeking a path to heaven. Daoist Fu. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Song Lingqing stepped into the bamboo house. Daoist Song? What instructions do you have? Fu Quanliang didn't dare to show the slightest neglect. Currently, Taishan sect was counting on the Song clan to survive, and Song Lingqing had shown great favor to Taishan. A true immortal from the Immortal Alliance has come and summoned me. Song Lingqing's expression was slightly somber, her tone slightly heavy. It seems, it's because of Yujing. Fu Quanliang's face changed instantly, and he became utterly distraught. What should we do? Could there have been some new development? Taishuan's destruction was already an event of more than a decade ago, and this sudden summoning by the Immortal Alliance was likely ill-intentioned, possibly indicating new trouble on Yujing's side. I have come here to address a few matters. Song Lingqing, on the other hand, seemed much calmer, with no trace of fear between her brows. She said firmly, if my connection to Yujing is exposed, and my elder sister's situation is unclear, she might also run into trouble, though the Song clan should not be implicated. Taishan should be safe, at least for the short term, but if I cannot return, you should make preparations earlier. Song Lingqing's meaning was crystal clear. If she couldn't return, the fragile link between Taishan and the Song clan would snap instantly, and Fu Quanliang and the others would face incredibly difficult circumstances. Do not worry, Daoist Song, I will make arrangements. Take care of yourself. With these words, Fu Quanliang slowly sat down on the ground, his eyes dimming, feeling somewhat drained for a moment. Faced with the existence of the Immortal Alliance, all his thoughts and plans were as fragile as thin paper. Continuing to strive for survival in the gaps was exceedingly difficult. Song Lingqing remained silent for a moment, then without saying more, she turned and left. The fact that the true immortal didn't come for her directly meant the situation wasn't too disastrous. She had an inkling. Things concerning Yujing couldn't be judged by common sense. Perhaps the summoning by the true immortal wasn't necessarily bad news. The true immortal who summoned Song Lingqing was not the one who currently presides over the Cangyun Heavenly Way. Instead, he came from an immortal descendant family, named Gongyi Zizi, with a cultivation base that had reached 8 tribulations perfection, just one step away from becoming a 9 tribulations true immortal. The meeting process was far calmer than Song Lingqing had imagined. At first glance, Gongyi Zizi saw nothing more than a young woman in her early 20s, her appearance cold and detached, dressed in wide-sleeved purple celestial robes, her hair fastened with a jade hairpin, no sense of oppression emanating from her. Gongyi Zizi's attitude towards Song Lingqing was very gentle, and he did not trouble her too much, only asking a few questions about Yujing. Song Lingqing knew very little about Yujing's current situation and naturally couldn't provide much of an answer. Upon learning that Yujing had become a true immortal, she was stunned for a long time before coming back to her senses, feeling a surge of surreal absurdity. Although Yujing's cultivation was already at Tongxian when he left Cangyun, crossing 2 major realms in just over a decade to enter the threshold of true immortals still subverted her cognition. A true immortal was already the pinnacle that most immortal path cultivators aspired to, with realms above it unheard of by the ordinary living creatures of the great realms. Her current cultivation was merely in the late stages of the soul-condensing realm, still some distance from reaching the divine infant realm, yet she had started on the immortal path much earlier than Yujing. Continue reading stories on freeweb novel by her age. Among ordinary cultivators, her speed of cultivation was considered fast, even for someone with a superior immortal bone. However, she still had no comparison to the monstrous Yujing. After regaining her composure, Song Lingqing's thoughts did not dwell on Yujing for long. His previously demonstrated defiance of the heavens was more than enough, having gone from a household servant to the master of a holy land in just a few years. Opportunities to have close communication with a true immortal of the Immortal Alliance were rare. She could not miss this chance. Gongyi Zizi was frank about Song Lingqing's many questions, answering them all truthfully. From Gongyi Zizi's words, Song Lingqing learned for the first time of the term immortal descendant. The true immortal noble family Song clan had an astonishing origin. They had once been an immortal descendant family, residing within Cangyun. However, due to some reason, the ancestral blood of the Song clan's immortal descendants had dried up. Now, the Song clan was no different from the many living creatures of the Cangyun realm, all trapped by bloodline constraints, with no hope of ever reaching the realm of Immortal Venerable in their lifetimes. Hence, Cangyun had come to be known as the burial realm. A great realm that had long been buried held no future and would one day vanish completely. For a superior immortal bone to be born in such a realm was actually a misfortune. Although being at true immortal perfection was already a remarkable feat in the universe, without entering the realm of Immortal Venerable, one could never reach the upper echelons of the Immortal Alliance, ultimately struggling to make a name for themselves. After her immortal bone was shattered, Song Lingqing had tasted the warmth and coldness of the world. Her intuition had become increasingly sharp. When the topic of immortal descendants was brought up, she could sense the faint pity in Gongyi Zizi's eyes. It was like looking at a stray dog, struggling with all its might through thorny mud. No matter how strong its physique or how dry its fur once it reaches shore, it was still just a stray dog. Song Lingqing's breathing gradually deepened, her palms unconsciously tightening. First, it was a mortal bone, and now the so-called immortal descendant bloodline, it had become another mountain, obstructing the path of her future cultivation. Although the Cangyun bloodline has constraints, it's not without precedent to break free, Gongyi Zizi said, his eyes flickering slightly with implied meaning. Shang Cangyun and Zhao Tingxian both emerged from the Cangyun realm. Zhao Tingxian entered the realm of Immortal Venerable long ago, and Shang Cangyun even touched the forbidden domain, becoming an immortal monarch. Perhaps Yujing is the third person from the Cangyun realm to break free from these shackles. You should be able to find some enlightenment from him. Clearly, the wine was just a pretext for the underlying message. Upon hearing this, Song Lingqing quickly calmed down, suppressing the swirling thoughts behind her eyes, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. She did not continue to chat with Gongyi Zizi and soon departed. On her way back, she had already sorted out her thoughts. Analyzing Gongyi Zizi's words, the Immortal Alliance was still uncertain about whether Yujing could break free from the shackles of his bloodline and become a true immortal. The Immortal Alliance's interest in Yujing was evidently intense. Therefore, the key point must be more than just Yujing's cultivation talent. Perhaps there were many hidden secrets that she was not aware of. These issues were probably only clear to Yujing himself now. At least one thing Gongyi Zizi said was not wrong. With examples like Zhao Tingxian and even Shang Cangyun before her, her path may not have come to an end. The great immortal realm was the core of the immortal domain, and the news of Yujing becoming an immortal spread through the sea of stars, both openly and covertly, at an astonishing speed. After not too long, the Marshal Hall received the relevant information. My husband has become an immortal? Hearing from Xia Xingzhong that Yujing had ascended to the immortal list, Song Lingshua's expression was somewhat dazed. She had been cultivating with all her might, originally thinking that the gap between her and Yujing would gradually narrow, but now, the gap seemed to have increased invisibly and even more significantly. how did you come to know this news? Regaining her composure, Song Lingshua's expression changed abruptly. The fact that even the Martial Hall had learned of this astonishing news meant that, even if it was not common knowledge, it was probably not far off. For Yujing, this might not be good news. The next move of the Immortal Alliance was completely unpredictable. Moreover, it was likely that Yujing was not yet aware of this situation. Now that you are a true inheritor of the Martial Hall and have even been summoned by the Hall Master, you should not encounter any major trouble. However, the Immortal Alliance is already in turmoil, with many forces having sent people to Cangyun to trace Yujing's whereabouts. Xie Xingzhong paced back and forth, feeling the situation was tricky. Yujing's talent is so conspicuous, and your relationship with Yujing may also hardly be concealed from those who are determined to investigate. The Immortal Alliance may send someone to inquire soon. I am well aware, thank you for delivering this message, Senior. Song Lingshua's expression was composed. She quickly saw Xie Xingzhong off and then took out the spirit communication jade scroll with a flick of her wrist, recorded the Immortal list and the Immortal Alliance's various reactions, and transmitted it all to Yujing. After sending the message, she looked at the jade scroll in her hand, a sharp glint in her eyes. Power surged through her palm, and she shattered it into powder in an instant. This item was a potential risk if kept on her person. If it were carelessly exposed, the Immortal Alliance could use it to pinpoint Yujing's location directly. Even if destroying the jade scroll meant that her only connection to Yujing was completely severed, and they were disconnected in the vast sea of stars, she absolutely could not take this risk. Calming her slightly disordered emotions, Song Lingshua took a deep breath, already formulating a plan in her mind. Originally she was pondering her next move, but now there was no need to consider it. To the 10,000 Realms battlefield. There, she would be closest to Yujing and closest to the Immortal Alliance. 10,000 Realms battlefield. Between the desolate mountain ranges, Yujing, clad in gray, sat on the ground, gazing at the spirit communication jade scroll in his hand which was gradually dimming, his brows slowly furrowing. The spirit communication jade scroll was crafted from his golden body. Once it was damaged, he would instantly be aware. After Song Lingshua had sent a message and then destroyed it, he understood without much thought that she had not wanted to involve him. Stepping into the realm of a true immortal and managing to alarm the Immortal Alliance was indeed beyond his expectations. It was understandable, within the Immortal Alliance there existed methods to observe the heavenly fate, but he never imagined they could be so precise. After pondering for a long while, Yujing put away the jade scroll and stood up to walk out of the mountain range. The world was filled with a faint sweet fragrance, originating from the war blood of various powerful beings. Countless suns hung in the sky, both near and far, illuminating the vast heavens. Not all of these suns were stars burning in the universe, a significant number of them were slowly moving about, manifestations of the powerful being's own vital energy. Within the 10,000 Realms battlefield, a self-contained realm and temporal space were divided into 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower heavenly domains. This was to differentiate the battlefields and avoid unnecessary injuries. Even true immortals could not withstand the residual effects of fights between supreme beings, let alone cultivators below the rank of true immortal. On the battlefield, although life was wagered in combat, mostly cultivators of similar power clashed. It permitted the strong to overpower the weak, but not excessively. This was a rule tacitly accepted by all Daoist orthodoxies. Once a creature set a precedent by crossing the line, it would only bring endless retaliation and ruthless bloody vengeance, resulting in mutual destruction. Crucially, the death of a large number of low-grade cultivators might severely shift the heavenly fate of their respective Daoist orthodoxy, leading to unforeseeable events, such as the arrival of a son of destiny. Heavenly fate, being sentient, in order to protect itself, would concentrate the heavenly fate reclaimed from a mass of deceased cultivators into a single creature, likely giving rise to an uncontrollable monster. Therefore, the core of a Dao war was always to strike from the top down, first severing their ancestral Dao, then using the force of thunder to slay most of their top-tier combatants before the next ancestral Dao could rise, thoroughly devouring their heavenly fate. With the dispersion of heavenly fate and no access to the 8th level, even if some escaped, they could not cause any significant impact. After thousands of years, the Taoist orthodoxy would naturally perish without a trace. The location Yujing was currently in was the lower heavenly domain, where, typically, only beings around the level of 8th order 3rd layer lingered. Immortal venerables and even immortal kings rarely set foot here, as most of the creatures active here were of cultivations below the 8th level. The middle layer heavenly domain was the main battlefield for 8th level beings. As for the upper heavenly domain, it was the active arena for 9th order beings. The 10,000 realms battlefield did not host beings who had stepped into the highest domains. Their battlegrounds were mostly in another layer of spacetime, even on the river of time, in the gap between the past and the future. Gazing upon the heaven and earth before him, spiritual light surged in the depths of Yujing's eyes as he watched the continuous messages from the spiritual eye and fell silent. As a battlefield over many years, this place was riddled with countless fragments of magic treasures and innumerable corpses, making it an undoubtedly fitting place for his cultivation. However, the problem was that this place was a battlefield, and although he had the shape-shifting divine power for protection, whether he revealed himself as an immortal path cultivator or a chi cultivator, trouble would inevitably find him. It was unavoidable. While Yujing was observing his surroundings, a great sun quietly approached and stopped above his head, forming a figure. A man in his 30s stood in the air, his long hair draped over his shoulders, his whole body bathed in blazing divine radiance, holding an ancient war halberd, clad in battle armor, his expression indifferent. Between his brows was a heavenly eye flashing with brilliant golden light, seemingly capable of penetrating everything. Cangyun, 8th order age 7849, cultivates the 8 gates heavenly locking Tao, naturally born with 9 apertures all open, 8 gates unlocked, has stepped into the 8th order 2nd layer, possessing unpredictable strength like gods and spirits. He hailed from the realms of Tao, not yet 10,000 years old, relatively young. Watching the messages received from the spiritual eye, Yujing took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled, utilizing the great divine power of shrinking earth into inches, frantically escaping. With just one exchange of glances, he had sensed the terrifying aspect of the person before him. The energy fluctuations within his body were dozens or even hundreds of times greater than his, comparable to a second tribulation perfection true immortal. Yujing had only passed the wood tribulation, and although he had benefited immensely from the tribulation, advancing his cultivation through 2 minor realms and stepping into the late stage of first tribulation true immortal, he was still far behind compared to the second tribulation. Crossing into the threshold of true immortal, the gap between each realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. The current Cangyun had already attained the true ability to swallow stars and devour suns. Until he crossed the fire tribulation, even with a repair panel on him, he could not possibly be his opponent. Upon learning that Yujing had become a true immortal a few days ago, Song Lingxiwe once again received news about the Immortal Alliance. As Xie Xingzhong had predicted, the Immortal Alliance dispatched an envoy, seeking some clues about Yujing from Song Lingxiwe. The attitude expressed by the Immortal Alliance was of no malice toward Yujing. They simply wanted to recruit him into the Immortal Alliance and hoped that Song Lingxiwe could facilitate this. Naturally, Song Lingxiwe was not naive enough to believe this. However, before she could figure out how to handle these envoys from the Immortal Alliance, the Martial Hall had already made a move. One of the Vice Hall Masters of the Martial Hall, Fu Pinglan, a supreme being who had entered the Ancestral realm many years ago, personally intervened, using the excuse that Song Lingxiwe was in closed cultivation and sent the Immortal Alliance envoy back. Song Lingxiwe had thought she would be summoned again and waited for a long time, but there was no movement at all. This action, instead, made Song Lingxiwe somewhat uneasy. She did not believe her influence was sufficient to cause a conflict between the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall. By preventing the Immortal Alliance from meeting her, it seemed that the Martial Hall did not want the Immortal Alliance to obtain any clues about Yujing from her. Then what was the purpose of this action? Feeling restless, Song Lingxiwe accelerated her previous plan and submitted an application to the Martial Hall to go to the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Soon after she submitted her application, the Martial Hall quickly responded and deployed several strong cultivators to travel with her. When Song Lingxue saw the individuals who were accompanying her, a chill ran down her spine. The Martial Hall had dispatched 7 people, led by a great saint, and accompanied by 6 saints. Such a powerful lineup was more than sufficient to kill an immortal Venerable, sending her to the 10,000 realms. Battlefield did not require such an assembly of forces. Clearly, there was another motive. But at this moment, Song Lingxue had no room to refuse and could only set out. Not long after the group departed, a streak of flowing light came from the sky, moving unimpeded and entering a floating island deep within the Martial Hall. The island was desolate, with only one great hall, and every brick and stone that built the hall sparkled with starlight and was filled with auspicious colors. The flowing light dispersed, revealing a tall and burly figure who strode into the hall. The hall was empty except for a figure seated cross-legged, wearing a green martial robe, looking like a child barely over 10 years old. Stay updated with Freeweb novel. The burly man knelt on one knee, unable to hide his unease in his brows. Hall Master, Baiyu has set off and should enter the 10,000 realms battlefield by tomorrow. Fu Pinglan slowly opened his eyes, his eye sockets empty, without eyeballs. I know. A slightly hoarse voice echoed in the great hall, tinged with some fatigue. The burly man responded with a voice, hesitating slightly. Fu Pinglan's nostrils flared, and he frowned slightly, showing some impatience. Speak if you have something to say. Forgive my presumption, the burly man sighed with relief and repeatedly said, this Yujing, what is his origin? Why did you send back the Immortal Alliance envoy and even personally arrange for someone to kill him? The martial ancestor sensed the moves of the immortal ancestor, who, because of Yujing, reversed time by himself. Yujing's importance to the Immortal Alliance is far beyond your imagination. Whatever the Immortal Alliance intends, kill Yujing first. What about Song Lingxue then? Seeing Fu Pinglan's frown deepen, the burly man's heart skipped a beat, and he knelt down and said, I heard she was summoned by the Hall Master and even received the martial ancestor's permission to enter the ancient Dao path, and the martial ancestor has predicted her future, stopping at the mythical realm, never even touching the threshold of the ancestral realm. Do not worry too much about her. Fu Pinglan's frowning brow slowly relaxed, his expression indifferent. Send a message to Yu Baiyu, to make haste. Before the Dao War begins officially, I want to hear that Yujing has been removed from the immortal list. Understood. The burly man nodded repeatedly, got up, and left. As he was about to leave the great hall, Fu Pinglan's chilling whisper suddenly rang in his ear, only this once. In an instant, the burly man broke out in a sweat, didn't dare to look back, and in a blink, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing amid the layers of the starry sea. The great saint of Martial Path was already in the 9th realm of Martial Path, traveling through the universe at such a harrowingly high speed. With each step Baiyu great saint took, the surrounding starry skies rippled like ocean waves, his mighty blood chi forcefully tearing through the spatial barriers and extensively shifting the cosmos. Song Lingxue had not yet thought of how to respond when the 10,000 realms battlefield was already in sight. Contrary to her expectations, Baiyu Great Saint did not ask her about any clues regarding Yujing. Instead, he set her down on a plane and departed directly with 6 martial saints. This reaction plunged her into extreme unease as she sensed the subtle flow of blood chi from Baiyu Great Saint. For a martial cultivator, divine sense and physique are unified, the spirit influences the blood chi, and any slight disturbance causes an unconscious flow of blood chi, and emotional feedback from the body. At the same time, this was the state most ready for immediate response amidst a suddenly approaching crisis, indicative of readiness to engage at any moment. The blood chi of a great saint could stain the Milky Way, even its minor stirrings could appear like tempestuous waves to weaker cultivators. Although Baiyu Great Saint had only recently ascended to the Great Saint realm, his formidable combat prowess as a martial cultivator made it no difficult task for him to eliminate a common immortal Venerable. At this moment, he harbored a killing intent. Just arriving at the 10,000 realms battlefield, whom did he intend to kill? As Song Lingxue felt increasingly panicky, Baiyu Great Saint suddenly returned, his face bearing traces of years but now with a hint of a smile. Song Zhenchuan, having hurried here to train, do you possess any suitable weapons? As his words fell, he reached into the void on his own accord, pulling out hundreds of weapons. Each weapon shimmered with dazzling light, branded with complex seal patterns. Some weapons were still stained with war blood, steaming with blood mist after who knows how many years, proving the immense strength of the creatures that had fallen under these weapons. Watching these weapons, the light in Bayou Great Saint's eyes dimmed slightly, as if he had fallen into some memories. After a while, he spoke faintly. Some of these were used by me in my early years, the remaining ones come from adversaries whose names I still remember. Songjianchuan, you may choose any one of these as a suitable gift, a meeting present for our first acquaintance. This gift is too precious, Saint, I cannot accept such a reward unworthily, I'm afraid. Song Lingxue repeatedly waved her hands. Each of these weapons was no ordinary object, they were at least half-saint weapons. Moreover, this sudden return to offer weapons left her feeling somewhat uneasy. These weapons are of no significant use to me now, they are not precious items. Could it be that they do not catch the eye of Song Jianchuan? This? Thank you, Saint. I am unworthy, but I accept. With that, Song Lingxue glanced over the weapons and ultimately pointed to a silver-white battle halberd, its blade like ice sculpture, crystalline and translucent, emitting a bone-chilling cold. Among these 100 weapons, this battle halberd was of above-average quality, almost reaching the edge of true saint weapons. She had never used such weapons. Previously in Great Zhou, she mainly practiced swordsmanship, but as her martial cultivation deepened, the superficial sword techniques she had practiced hardly counted as foundational. Inside the martial arts scripture, there were many traces of halberd techniques, and such weapons, with their bold and powerful strokes overpowering through sheer force, relatively offered the most substantial increase to combat strength in a short time. The 10,000 Realms battlefield was unlike any other place. In her hurried departure, she indeed needed a weapon for protection. The 10,000 Realms battlefield is the main battleground of the Immortal Alliance. Apart from some forces called in for support, there aren't many people stationed here in the Martial Hall. This area is part of the lower heavenly domain, so you won't encounter overly powerful living creatures. However, Song Jianchuan, you must be cautious on your own. If you meet someone from the Immortal Alliance, you should reveal your identity as soon as possible, or there will be trouble. Seeing that Song Lingxue had accepted the battle halberd, Bayou Great Saint's eyes flickered slightly as he offered a few words of caution before turning away to leave. Most of the Martial Hall's forces were now fighting on the battlefield of all heavens, clashing with various other kind races. In the 10,000 Realms battlefield, there wasn't even a base for the Martial Hall. In the 10,000 Realms, there were also numerous body refinement sects, which had slight differences from the martial path and could easily be mistaken for one another. Watching Bayou Great Saint leave, Song Lingxue looked at the battle halberd in her hand as her chaotic thoughts gradually organized. Suddenly, her expression changed. Continue reading at Freeweb novel. She had been too hasty. Coming to the 10,000 Realms battlefield was too impulsive. Perhaps the Martial Hall didn't originally know Yujing's exact location, but from her reaction, it could be inferred that Yujing was indeed on the 10,000 Realms battlefield, which would undoubtedly narrow the search considerably. There might also be traces intentionally left by Bayou Great Saint on this battle halberd, at least enough to confirm the specific location of this weapon. After a moment, Song Lingxue sighed softly, stashed away the battle halberd, knowing that discarding this weapon now would only make her look more suspicious. For now, she could only take things one step at a time. She still didn't know Yujing's exact whereabouts, and her visit here was also to gather information. The attitude of the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall toward Yujing was still unclear, and her next move had to be taken with extreme caution. Bayou Great Saint, accompanied by 6 martial saints, traversed the void, quickly arriving at the border area of the lower heavenly domain to search methodically for clues. Great Saint, the relationship between Song Lingxue and Yujing is extraordinarily close. She might have a way to contact Yujing. Why not ask her directly? The Martial Hall sent us to find Yujing. What exactly are we supposed to do? While searching, a martial saint could not restrain his curiosity and asked. Asking Song Lingxue directly would clearly require much less effort than this painstaking search. An undercover informant from within the Immortal Alliance has passed on the information that the Immortal Alliance is vigorously searching for Yujing because this person practices both qi refining techniques. Baiyu Great Saint stopped, spoke slowly, wrapped in Tribulation qi, practicing both the Immortal Path and the qi refining lineage. Such individuals are rare even if you scour the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Just keep looking, and besides, the Immortal Alliance is also searching for Yujing. It's likely that clues will surface before long. Suddenly, Baiyu Great Saint's face grew grim, and his eyes swept over the 6 saints beside him. Nowadays, I won't hide it from you. Our task is to execute heretic cultivators under that guise and eliminate Yujing before the Immortal Alliance finds him, and certainly, the Immortal Alliance is not out to kill Yujing. In this regard, we are bound to clash with the Immortal Alliance. As he spoke, Baiyu Great Saint's tone grew colder, and a hint of sorrow appeared in his expression. I must remind you, we come to the 10,000 Realms battlefield not to seek Yujing, but to escort Song Zhenchuan and aid the Immortal Alliance. If Yujing truly dies by our hands, it would be purely coincidental. The faces of the saints changed. They were seasoned saints who had witnessed many changes over the years and were accustomed to discerning the true nature of worldly affairs. The dispute between the 10,000 Realms and the Immortal Alliance was escalating, and now they were both genuinely committed to finding Yujing, indicating his significant importance. If a conflict with the Immortal Alliance leads to exposure, under the grand scheme of the Immortal Martial Alliance, their fate would likely not end well. This mission was a death sentence, possibly survivable if unsuccessful. But if successful, death was certain. In the lower heavenly domain, the vast expanse knew no bounds. For top-tier powerhouses who frequently traversed star domains, seeking individuals here was no easy feat. Moreover, with heavenly fate chaotically dispersed in this place, it was impossible to deduce the will of the heavens, making the task even more difficult. Within the 10,000 Realms battlefield, aside from the Immortal Alliance and the myriad realms that were engaged in combat, as time passed, there arose a portion of races that survived within the battlefield. Among them were members of the human race and other kind, mostly those who had come to the battlefield, including a considerable number of mixed-blood living creatures who, due to various reasons, had not left for a long time and thus multiplied and thrived in this place. These beings mostly operated underground, sheltering beneath layers of arrays, rarely showing themselves above ground. They had no desire to engage in the disputes between the Immortal Alliance and the myriad realms, but they were often involuntarily involved. Above their heads, without the protection of heavenly fate, their lives were full of misfortune. Occasionally, individuals of exceptional talent would appear, but they were like fleeting meteors, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The number of these creatures was immense. They were referred to as grass descendants by the many Daoist orthodoxies within the Immortal Alliance and myriad realms, likened to roadside weeds, a type of renewable resource that could be used at will. The places where these grass descendants lived were called Earth Caves. This was the nomenclature of the myriad realms and the Immortal Alliance. However, they referred to themselves as the heavenly blood lineage, residing in underground palaces, nurtured by nature since birth. Over the years, the heavenly blood lineage living in the lower heavenly domain had already interconnected with one another, weaving an intricate underground network that covered much of the lower heavenly domain in the dark depths below. Any disturbance could not escape the notice of these beings living underground. Above the azure sky, countless suns hung high, and in the vast lands, not a single inch of shadow was to be found. 2 streaks of light, one after the other, dashed across the sky, with fragments of shattered space scattering all around, instantly crushed by the powerful qi. Yujing was enveloped in immortal light, his eyebrows tightly knitted, his eyes filled with a cold hue, and murderous intent flickering within. Cangyun, who had been in hot pursuit for more than a month, was still behind him. Even though Yujing spared no effort in using his immortal power to forcefully employ great divine powers like shrinking earth into inches, he found it difficult to shake off his pursuer. The heavenly eye on Cangyun's forehead was particularly troublesome, It could see the trails Yujing left in the torn void and even penetrate his shapeshifting divine power to see the immortal root and immortal bone within him. The key point was that after a month of pursuit, this person still had plenty of energy to spare. His profound depth was alarming. No wonder he had reached the 8th order second layer at just over 7,000 years old. Yujing's current cultivation had reached the 8th order, which was the same order as the repair masters. The number of his daily repairs was limited and he could barely maintain support. Explore new worlds at Freeweb novel. It had been a long time since his true body was forced into such a dire situation. It was like a persistent disease clinging to his bones, impossible to shake off. The last time he faced such a desperate situation, it was when the Dongxing demon Immortal took action personally to intercept him, and now, there was no second Cangyun to save him. To resolve his current predicament, the most direct approach would be to undergo the fire tribulation. Once he stepped into the realm of a second tribulation true immortal, even if he couldn't slay his enemy, escaping would not be too difficult. At the beginning of his immortal path, he cultivated the Taishan divine fire scripture, and later, after refining the indestructible Skykiran fire, the fire element immortal root had always been the most stable part of his foundation. Having already crossed the wood tribulation, with plenty of wood primordial chi inside his body and his immortal blood nearly fully nurtured into form, the heart governing the bloodline, igniting the heart fire with wood primordial chi, and stepping past the fire tribulation, were all nearly certain. But at this moment, Yujing did not dare to hastily take this step. During his previous wood tribulation, his chi refining's cultivation had already soared by a major realm, entering the middle stage Dao integration realm, closely approaching his immortal path cultivation, and accumulating quite a bit of tribulation chi. Upon stepping into the true immortal realm, the 5 elements great tribulation would no longer help him dissipate tribulation chi. If he underwent the fire tribulation now and, like before, his chi refinement's cultivation absorbed fire attribute primordial chi and entered Dao integration realm perfection or even ascended to heavenly immortal in one fell swoop, the resulting tribulation chi would be unimaginable. Under this threat, Yujing dared not rashly attempt the fire tribulation, as it would inevitably bring great trouble. He had originally wished to find an isolated place to re-enter the Chaos Sea and undergo a lifetime of trials to cleanse the tribulation chi before attempting the fire tribulation, but then, unexpectedly, Qiyun emerged. The tenacious Qiyun trailing behind Yujing, although troublesome, was not yet a fatal tribulation for Yujing, putting him in a dilemma. Qiyun, closely following behind Yujing, also had a frosty expression with an indomitable fear in his eyes. During the more than a month of pursuit, he had spent an abundance of the secret medicines and spirit pills he had accumulated, suffering tremendous losses. The reason for his relentless pursuit was due to the unique phenomenon at birth. With his heavenly eye capable of discerning all things, he had detected the bone age of the immortal path cultivator before him. Although he could not be sure, it definitely would not exceed 100 years of age. An immortal below the age of 100, and moreover, on the verge of stepping into the second tribulation. Not to mention seeing, Qiyun had never even heard of such a thing. Too young. In the current 10,000 Realms battlefield, with the Immortal Alliance already dominating, allowing such a monstrous talent to grow would be like giving the Immortal Alliance another edge. Although it was unclear why the Immortal Alliance would let such a prodigy venture out alone for training, without even a protector, and why after such a long chase there had been no cry for help, Qiyun would not miss this opportunity. If he were to let the tiger return to the mountain today and the dragon slip into the sea, the next time they met, he feared he wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. Taking note of the direction Yujing was heading, Qiyun's expression grew increasingly grave. At this pace, if they continued on for a few more days, they would pass by a large camp of the Immortal Alliance. He couldn't delay any longer. After pondering, he immediately sent out a message, beginning to summon nearby allies of the 10,000 realms. The energy signature of a powerful being is hard to conceal. If too many people responded to the call, it was very likely they would be detected by the Immortal Alliance, leading to unpredictable upheaval with far-reaching consequences. But now, he could no longer care about all that. At this moment, at any cost, he had to kill the man before him to eliminate future troubles. At the very moment the message went out, Yujing, who had been fleeing in madness, suddenly stopped, turned around to face Cangyun, his eyes filled with rampant killing intent, no longer holding back. The instant Cangyun summoned reinforcements, the tribulation chi around him that seemed to neither rise nor fall finally began to surge, stepping into the realm of his destined tribulation. Having begun the tribulation, there was no avoiding it, and he no longer needed to have so many concerns. Seeing Yujing suddenly stop, Cangyun's expression froze for a moment, but he did not pause. The ancient war halberd he had been tightly gripping swept across the void, aiming straight for Yujing's head. The war halberd was sharp beyond compare, carrying with it overwhelming energy fluctuations, slicing through vast expanses of the void, its murderous intent bone-chilling. Yujing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid chi, and with a thought, the wood element primordial chi inside of him boiled over, his immortal blood surged into his heart. Inside his dantian, the fire element immortal root stirred slightly, and the jade qilin, transformed from the fire seed of the indestructible sky Kirin fire resting on the fire element immortal root, leaped joyously. It burst out from the dantian, along with the surging immortal blood, straight into Yujing's heart. Boom, in an instant, for thousands of miles around, heavenly fire scorched the sky, the void collapsed, melting into one with the celestial flames. Spurt. Yujing's head was severed by the war spear, his immortal blood had just gushed out when it was swept back by the rumbling heartbeat, his injuries healed instantly, his decapitated head reattached. A red flame ignited at Yujing's heart, and within his dantian, the green jade tree, transformed from the wood element immortal root, quivered lightly, exuding a gentle green glow, nourishing the flame ignited at Yujing's heart. At the same time, a terrifying surge of chi descended from the heavens into Yujing's body, causing the fire element immortal root to swell. The flame burning at his heart grew more and more intense. Crossing the fire tribulation? Cangyun's face underwent a drastic change, having not anticipated that Yujing, who had previously lacked even the courage to exchange blows, would dare to take such a huge risk and undergo tribulation right before him. The surrounding heavenly fire benefited only the person undergoing the tribulation. For other living creatures, it posed a calamitous assault. The battle armor around Cangyun turned red-hot in an instant, almost melting, his skin felt scorching, and soon after, a burnt smell wafted in the air. His eyes suddenly filled with a fierce light. Without retreating an inch, blood filled the heavenly eye on his forehead, a halo shone around each of the 8 gates surrounding him, and his charred flesh restored to its original state. Layers of scabs peeled off, revealing skin as hard as jade. The 8 gates heavenly locking Dao required successively unlocking the gates of heaven, earth, chi, blood, wind, fire, sinew, and bone. With all 8 gates open, one possessed the unpredictable power of gods and demons, a genuine method of tempering the physique, akin to the martial path, with combat prowess far from ordinary. The only downside, similar to the martial path, was that battling depleted one's life force and cut short one's lifespan. In the state with all 8 gates open, an ordinary cultivator at the 8th order 3rd layer was no match for Cangyun. At this moment, he no longer cared for his own longevity, pushing his state to the limit, using his physique to withstand the refining heavenly fire. Holding the war spear, he advanced with large strides toward Yujing. With each step he took, his battle armor was thoroughly melted by the heavenly fire into molten metal, which trickled down his skin, leaving behind mottled red marks. Yujing's face was flushed and his eyes were ablaze. Within the depths of his pupils, star-like fire seemed to burn brightly. The instant the heart fire ignited, a more tumultuous killing intent surged in his heart, and his circulating blood became much more violent. He received all the incoming fire element primordial chi without hesitation and then, without a moment's delay, activated the great divine power, law of heaven and earth. In an instant, his form began to swell massively. By the time Cangyun reached his side, he had already grown to a height of 1,000,000 zheng, his features vague and indistinct, hinting at a ghostly visage with green faces and fierce fangs. Law of heaven and earth, a great divine power of the chi refining lineage, how could you? Yun's face stiffened, his eyes flooding with astonishment. Law of heaven and earth, this great divine power, was a trump card of the Qi refining lineage, available only to a very few inheritors of Dao lords, central to the core secret techniques that could greatly enhance combat prowess within a short period. Such a secret technique could not possibly fall into the hands of an Immortal Alliance cultivator, nor could it be propelled by immortal power. These were two completely different paths, how could they come together? But at this moment, the reality was right before his eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. The consumption of law of heaven and earth was extremely severe, even with the repair panel at his disposal, Yujing couldn't maintain it for long. Only now, by harnessing the primordial Qi imparted by the fire tribulation, could he hold out a little longer. He took a deep breath, and before Yun could contemplate further, Yujing already raised his hand, and a gigantic palm that obscured the sky suddenly pressed down. Ka-ka-ka, the void that had collapsed under the melting of heavenly fire once again let out a series of mournful creaks. The palm imprint, enveloped in heavenly fire, was a shade of crimson, like a collapsing pillar of heaven, bearing down on Yun. With no escape, Yun could only raise his hand to brace himself, his war spear crossing the void and once again unleashing a ray of divine light. But given the massive disparity in size, this strike was akin to an ant shaking a great tree, utterly lacking any sense of threat. Boom! The divine light shattered, and the descending palm imprint rolled over Yun without the slightest pause. In the moment of the fire tribulation, Yujing's cultivation had stepped into the realm of the second tribulation true immortal. Bolstered by law of heaven and earth, the power he could wield now far exceeded Yun by more than tenfold. In an instant, blood surged like waves, and Yun was crushed tens of thousands of feet into the ground by a single palm, striking a thick layer of arrays. If it were an immortal path cultivator, even a three calamities true immortal, without an immortal treasure for protection and taking this hit head-on, the physical body would shatter, and even the primordial spirit would struggle to escape, leading to certain death. But Yun tenaciously held on, his body trembling violently, his sinews and bones wailing, the 8 gates nearly collapsing but ultimately not bursting open. A hint of madness flickered in Yun's eyes. While coughing up blood, he forcefully crammed secret medicine and spirit pills into his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, he issued more than a dozen orders, calling upon all the allies of the alliance of 10,000 realms he could muster. A Qi-refining immortal path cultivator, if linked to the ancestral Dao, the stakes involved were so grave that he dared not contemplate deeply. A second tribulation true immortal not yet a century old, having not even utilized any immortal treasure, could rely on Qi-refining divine abilities to inflict such heavy injuries on him. This was too defying of the heavens. Even at the cost of his life, this man must die here today, he absolutely could not be allowed to return to the Immortal Alliance. Yujing's eyes flickered with firelight, the fire element primordial Qi descending from heaven and earth was far more exaggerated than during the previous wood tribulation. Despite the profound reserves within his body and the massive consumption from law of heaven and earth, he still couldn't see the end. His Qi refinement's cultivation was uncontrollably skyrocketing, he had already stepped into the later stages of the Unity Realm stage, progressing relentlessly towards heavenly immortal. Correspondingly, the tribulation Qi rose uncontrollably. Already embroiled in the numbers of tribulation, the current surge in tribulation Qi had the potential to transform into a death tribulation. Yujing didn't bother looking at Yun below. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he looked around the desolate wilderness, extending his spiritual perception, carefully sensing the thread of life. Where could life be found? Before he could discern where the gate of life was, 2 great suns crossed the void, bringing forth 2 figures, one male and one female. Your next chapter is on Freeweb novel Yujing's spiritual eye swept over them, his heart slightly sinking, more cultivators from the 10,000 realms, with cultivation levels similar to Yun's. This man is not yet a century old and has entered the second tribulation true immortal, stealing Qi-refining divine abilities, he cannot be allowed to escape. I implore everyone to strive at full strength to extinguish this scourge. With a fierce shout, Yun stated Yujing's background in a few words. Picking himself up from severe injuries, the divine radiance reignited around his body through the 8 gates, his sinews and bones resembling jade as he gripped his war spear tightly and once again soared into the void, advancing towards Yujing. Having suffered heavy injuries, at this moment, he was entirely relying on the medicinal power of secret medicine and spirit pills to support him, effectively gambling with his own life. Seeing Cangyun in such a dire state, the 2 cultivators who had hurried over wore solemn expressions. In unison, they brought out their secret treasures and utilized their strongest methods, aggressively targeting Yujing. Yujing paid no attention to them. After carefully sensing, his eyes lit up, detecting the presence of life, and without any hesitation, he released Law of Heaven and Earth. Dragging behind him swathes of fiery clouds, he employed shrinking earth into inches, heading straight in the southeast direction. Seeing the direction in which Yujing was escaping, Cangyun's expression drastically changed, a fierce howl erupting. He's going to the Immortal Alliance camp for reinforcements. Stop him. The sound of a fierce howl echoed across the 4 corners of heaven and earth. Cangyun, with a severely injured body, joined forces with 2 recently arrived 10,000 Realms cultivators, relentlessly pursuing the figure of Yujing ahead. Heavenly fire connected into patches, following Yujing across the sky, leaving behind a crimson trail of fire at the sky summit, stretching for 1,000,000 miles. Not far away, new chi signals emerged. Having received Cangyun's urgent messaging, nearby 10,000 Realms cultivators were all striving to reach this location as swiftly as possible. The only piece of good news was that this area was still in the lower heavenly domain, where generally only living creatures of about the 8th order 3rd layer would be active. The middle layer heavenly domain was far away, and even if the message was received, it would take a long time to arrive here. The massive fire element primordial chi continued to pour endlessly into his body, causing an uncontrollable surge in his chi refinement cultivation. In just a moment, he had been pushed to Dao integration realm perfection. In the Dao integration realm, each minor realm transition required enduring 33 minor tribulations. Yujing had only recently reached the middle stage of Dao integration realm, and was still 66 tribulations away from Dao integration realm perfection. At this moment, driven by the heaven and earth primordial chi, these 66 tribulations were bypassed in one step. However, the tribulation chi did not decrease at all, accumulating fully in this one tribulation. The tribulation chi grew heavier, rapidly evolving toward a death tribulation. A death tribulation did not necessarily mean a lack of vitality, but compared to ordinary tribulations, the difficulty of transforming the tribulation would explode more than tenfold. Finding the gate of life would be hard. At this moment, under Yujing's sensing, the vitality that was originally in the southeast direction was rapidly weakening. As the tribulation grew higher, the places that could have been gates of life were also beginning to falter. Even though Yujing wanted to restrain the growth of his chi refinement cultivation, the crazy influx of heaven and earth primordial chi into his body gave him no chance to refuse. As he worried about the tribulation, a low chant sounded from the void not far ahead. A brilliant sword light sliced through the sky, directly targeting the primordial spirit at his forehead. The sword's edge was frigid, its coldness piercing to the bone. A 10,000 Realms cultivator arrived on his sword, nearly 40 years of age, with a bluish complexion, his long beard hanging down to his chest, clad in a grey cloth robe, his expression grave. Yujing gave him a casual glance, his eyes slightly cold. This man's cultivation level was not far from Cangyun's, but his bone age was many times greater, practicing the chi cultivation path, harvesting yang from the sky and yin from the earth, transforming it into golden liquid jade liquid, nourishing the body's key nodes, and prolonging life. He was not a body refining practitioner. Watching the sword light before him, Yujing sidestepped, allowing the sword light's aftermath to tear through his shoulder and neck. Boom! In an instant, the law of heaven and earth operated again, his foot shattering a 1,000-mile range of mountains and rivers, causing the sky to suddenly darken, and the heavens and earth to split. A massive hand that obscured the sun and sky rose, and with a reach, he grasped the man in his palm. Explore more stories at FreeWebNovel. The crisp sound of muscle and bones shattering erupted, blood spewing through the fingers into the high sky, stirring up waves of spiritual light. and in just a breath, an 8th order second layer cultivator, along with his divine soul, was utterly annihilated. The terrifying Dharma body, wrapped in heavenly fire, stood between heaven and earth, like a god or a demon. The moment this 10,000 realms cultivator died, luck-stealing skill autonomously activated, an invisible heavenly fate flowing into Zheng's body. This was the first 8th order cultivator to die at Zheng's hands, and also the first time he clearly felt the flow of heavenly fate in his own body. But at this moment, he had no time to savor it, as just these few breaths of pause allowed the group of 10,000 realms cultivators chasing him to catch up. As time progressed, the number of 8th order cultivators chasing him, including Cangyun, had already grown to 7, their cultivation strengths varying. He could not be entangled here any longer, he needed to break free quickly. Yujing surveyed his surroundings, his gaze locking onto the weakest one, and just as he was about to break through, a sudden ringing of a bell resounded in the sky. Clang, Yujing's gaze scattered, his divine soul violently shook, and his Dharma body showed signs of collapsing. The sound of chanting echoed through the void, a golden avenue stretched forth from the void, and a bulky figure holding a golden bell strode forward, about 30 years old, bare-chested, his physique as robust as a dragon, draped in a robe adorned with dense scriptures, with a grotto heaven emerging behind him, where the faint shadow of an ancient temple could be seen. Heavenly Vow Arhat, 8th order a Buddhist practitioner, bone age 9513, has cultivated 3-layered Arhat golden body, impervious to external techniques, all evils easily repelled. Zheng's expression tightened, and his heart sank. The gap between the 8th order 3rd layer and the 8th order 2nd layer was another huge divide, and even with his law of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for him to suppress this heavenly vow Arhat. Furthermore, that golden bell he held, a wondrous treasure targeting the divine soul, meant that his chances of victory were not very high, especially considering the other cultivators from the 10,000 realms, making it really challenging to escape. Heavenly Vow Arhat. Cangyun burst out with overwhelming joy and urged repeatedly, "Please, Arhat, make your move quickly and capture this boy to prevent any changes." They were already very close to the Immortal Alliance camp, and any further delay could easily expose their tracks. Before he had finished speaking, several streaks of immortal light flew out from the distant void and stopped not far away. Leading them was a woman in a long dress, looking just over 20, with skin fairer than snow, eyebrows like distant mountain willows, and eyes like autumn waters containing stars, transcending the mundane. Following her were 4 true immortals, whose cultivations ranged from 1st to 2nd Tribulation. Fu Zhishuan, 8th order bone age 1845, cultivation at 2nd Tribulation true immortal perfection, Immortal Alliance Inspector, direct disciple of the Ice Flower Great Immortal Emperor, specialized in the Immortal Emperor Scripture Thundering Water Spirit Scripture, pure-blooded immortal descendant, has overcome 2 major tribulations, possessing a grotto heaven of 5 elements yet still with imperfections. A disciple of the Great Immortal Emperor, a pure-blooded immortal descendant, an Immortal Alliance Inspector. Any one of these titles was already exceedingly rare and exceptional. Yujing felt even heavier at heart, now facing enemies on both sides, the hopes of successfully escaping today seemed slim. However, the Immortal Alliance and the 10,000 realms were locked in combat, perhaps he could find a slim chance amidst the chaos. Not far away, Fu Zhishuan suddenly noticed the fluctuations of immortal power coming from Yujing, and her expression changed dramatically as she called out loudly, "Are you Yujing?" As the name Yujing was mentioned, the expressions of the cultivators from the 10,000 realms also changed, and even the heavenly vow Arhat's calm demeanor vanished as he widened his eyes. Yujing's fame had already spread throughout the 10,000 realms. A true immortal. At the age of 42. Not a second such case could be found even in ancient records. As soon as she spoke, Fu Zhishuan affirmed her guess, a cultivator of the immortal path who also practiced qi techniques, it must be correct. Seeing the heavenly fire enveloping Yujing, a sense of indescribable shock surged in her eyes. To think that Yujing had become a true immortal less than a year ago, and had already amassed enough foundation to transcend the fire tribulation, what astonishing potential. She glanced at the 10,000 realms cultivators closely following behind Yujing, her gaze becoming piercing. You go first. We will hold them off for a while, head to the Immortal Alliance camp, declare your identity, and you will surely receive aid. Go quickly. Upon hearing this, Yujing was almost stunned for a moment. Several true immortals whom he had never met were actually willing to risk their lives for him, a scenario he had never even dreamed of. Before he could speak, Fu Zhishuan had already risen and stepped forward, summoning an ice-blue battle flag and forcibly inserting themselves into the battle formation, positioning Yujing behind them. You go ahead, I will cover your retreat. He did not waste words or linger. After giving Fu Zhishuan a glance and expressing his thanks, he turned and left, rushing towards the increasingly faint signs of life in the southeast. Loud explosions continuously followed behind him. As he traveled, Yujing's divine sense glanced back and saw the situation of the battlefield, which left him somewhat astonished. Fu Zhishuan, a true inheritor of the Immortal Emperor, managed to steadily suppress 4 cultivators from the 10,000 realms, including the Heavenly Vow Arhat and Cangyun, with a single mid-grade immortal treasure. The Heavenly Vow Arhat's golden bell rang incessantly but failed to affect Fu Zhishuan at all. Under such circumstances, if there wasn't an immortal treasure protecting her divine soul, then her soul strength had been tempered to an extremely terrifying extent, impervious to outside influences. The skin of the Heavenly Vow Arhat was coated in a layer of golden paint, his golden body was pushed to its limits, and the Grotto Heaven illusion behind him almost completely materialized. A deep ancient temple in the mountains emitted melodic chants like a loud bell, deafening to hear. However, the chanting only lasted a few breaths before it was engulfed by the encompassing snow. The howling cold wind roared like thunder and lightning, tearing the vibrating chants into shreds. The movements of the Heavenly Vow Arhat became increasingly slower, his body frosted over, and for a moment, he appeared to struggle with each step. The battle did not proceed as Yujing had anticipated. Instead of a harsh battle, Fu Zhishuan, facing 7 with only 5, even held a dominant position despite being completely outnumbered in terms of cultivation amongst the other 4 true immortals. Yujing withdrew his gaze, walked bathed in heavenly fire, simultaneously refining Yuan Qi, and pressed on without pausing. Although Fu Zhishuan was currently at an advantage, this was only temporary. Deep within the void in the distance, fluctuations continuously transmitted, indicating more cultivators from the 10,000 realms were still rushing towards this location. No matter how strong Fu Zhishuan was or how adept her methods, she could not possibly hold off all these cultivators by herself. He needed to quickly extricate himself, cross the fire tribulation first, find that sliver of vitality, and stabilize the tribulation chi. These were his immediate concerns. After nearly 2 days of full-speed travel, Yujing finally reached the location of that sliver of vitality. Temples built from top-quality spiritual stones mixed with immortal jade were scattered around, throbbing with surging energy fluctuations. Cultivators of the immortal path clad in battle armor were visible everywhere, countless banners with the character Immortal fluttered in the wind, rustling loudly. Each battle flag was meticulously refined, faintly connecting to form a grand formation. Looking at the sprawling camp stretched out over hundreds of thousands of miles, Yujing was momentarily dumbfounded. He had never expected that the vitality he had deduced with effort would actually be within the Immortal Alliance camp. Recalling Fu Zhishuan's attitude earlier, Yujing had an epiphany. Perhaps the Immortal Alliance's attitude towards him wasn't as bad as he had imagined. But since the Immortal Alliance knew he practiced both cultivation and chi techniques, why would they help him? Chi refining techniques. As the thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, Yujing thought of a possibility. Because of the ancestral Dao? Before Yujing could react further, several streaks of immortal light burst forth from within the camp and stopped just outside the range of the fire tribulation. Leading them was a second tribulation true immortal named Feng Ji, who appeared to be nearly 50 years old, with a bone age of over 30,000, considered to have ordinary talent among true immortals. Are you Yujing? As he inquired about Yujing's identity, Feng Ji's face revealed uncontrollable joy. We have already received communications from Inspector Fu and we're just about to come to your aid. Fu Zhishuan's message was sent with a speed that surpassed Yujing's travel, arriving at the camp first. Only when he saw Yujing nod in response did Feng Ji finally breathe a sigh of relief, speaking in a softer tone. You focus on your tribulation, everything else can be discussed after you pass the tribulation. Within the camp in the lower heavenly domain, no one can harm you. If you need any immortal elixirs to supplement your strength, just tell me directly, and I will help you request them. His attitude was very attentive, searching for Yujing, watched by countless immortal venerables and immortal kings. If he could bring him back to the Immortal Alliance safely, it would certainly be a great achievement, earning unimaginable rewards. Thinking this, Feng Ji couldn't help but get excited. However, Yujing's mind was not even slightly relaxed, because even after arriving at the Immortal Alliance camp and meeting Feng Ji, the tribulation chi beside him had not weakened in the slightest and had even intensified. Looking at the camp in front of him, before Yujing could speak again, the barrier of the Unity Realm Perfection had been directly shattered by the terrifying chi that had accumulated over 2 days. A surge of chi, tens of times more immense than before, poured into his body. The overwhelming fire tribulation instantly drained dry, all absorbed into Yujing's body. Chi refining 8th realm, heavenly immortal. Though it was not voluntary, Yujing had ultimately crossed that threshold. With his cultivation skyrocketing, a more tumultuous wave of tribulation chi suddenly struck down, pushing his number of tribulations to the peak, fully evolving into the death tribulation. Crack, a crisp cracking sound echoed in Yujing's brain, completely severing the feeble life force represented by the Immortal Alliance camp. In an instant, Yujing felt a chill up his spine, and goosebumps sprang up all over his body. A horrifying sense of death overwhelmed his senses. A bone-chilling murderous intent came from afar, almost condensing into substance. With just a glance, Yujing's body showed signs of disintegration, cracking open countless fissures. Yujing turned his head to look. In the distant sky stood 7 figures, the leader an elderly man nearing 60 years, his face marked with the traces of many years, dressed in a martial robe that outlined his robust physique. Despite the years, eroded by time, the man before him remained as strong as a ghostly deity, his murderous aura deep as an abyss, having slain countless living creatures in his lifetime. Yu Bai Yu, 9th Order Bone Age 94,862, Deputy Commander of the Martial Hall Execution Division, Early Stage Great Saint of Martial Path, Self-created Heavenly Slaughter Demon Slaying Scripture, Perfected, Battled and slaughtered too much, his body bearing numerous chronic old injuries, his lifespan greatly reduced, approaching his end, irreparable. Great Saint of Martial Path? Yujing's heart chilled, his eyes sweeping over the other 6 figures, revealing even greater shock. Their cultivation was also extraordinary, each at least at the 7th layer of the Martial Saint realm. Any single one could push through the lower heavenly domain with ease. Yu Baiyu's gaze was too aggressive, his murderous intent unmasked. This caused Yujing to be momentarily very confused. He had no old grudges or recent resentments with the Martial Hall, and even had some relations with the 2 envoys from the Martial Hall once. Where did this suddenly appearing Great Saint of Martial Path get such intense murderous intent from? In the midst of Yujing's questions, a martial saint behind Yu Baiyu glanced at the distant Immortal Alliance camp, his brow slightly furrowed. Great Saint, there's still an Immortal Alliance camp here, how should we deal with it? Hearing this, Yu Great Saint almost instantly made a decision, with no hesitation or uncertainty. His blood energy surged like raging seas, splashing up and staining the sky red, suppressing the brilliance of all celestial bodies in the sky. He suddenly reached out, extending his hand into the void, pulling out a blood-colored long knife, his tone grim. The destiny here is chaotic. Not even immortal ancestors can reverse time and deduce the specifics. Level this camp, leave no loose ends, kill all. Watching Yu Baiyu draw his sword, Yujing's expression tensed, his mind whirling as he began to consider ways to escape. An early-stage martial arts saint possessed combat power enough to crush ordinary immortal venerables. Among the myriad paths in the universe, there might be disputes over the limits and difficulty of cultivating the Tao, but if one spoke of combat power, none surpassed the martial path. The pursuit of individual combat power by living creatures on the martial path had already reached perfection. Apart from the ancestor of martial arts who monopolized 1/4 of the heavenly fate, no one could claim to be invincible throughout the universe. Under the vast disparity in cultivation, Yujing did not even entertain the thought of retaliating. Instead, he frantically searched for any possible lifeline. If he tried to enter the small world, he feared that the moment he opened the entrance to his grotto heaven, Yubikong would detect it and crush both him and the small world together, leading to a dead end. Yubikong's blood chi obscured the universe, enveloping all 10 directions, sealing the entire Immortal Alliance camp within, isolating the void, turning this place into a realm without exits. Noticing Yubikong's actions, the surrounding true immortals all changed their expressions, unable to hide their fear. From the fluctuations of blood chi alone, they could sense the formidable power of this great saint of martial path. Senior. The Dao War is imminent, the Immortal Alliance and Martial Hall should advance and retreat together. Why must it come to this? Fangji spoke loudly, his eyes filled with unresolvable doubts, as he really couldn't understand Yubikong's purpose. Glancing at Yujing beside him, he suddenly realized something and his face turned pale. The next instant, he turned back to look at the few true immortals behind him, his eyes filled with severity. Protect Yujing and enter the camp, activate the array. Send a message to report to the punishment authority that the Martial Hall has broken the alliance. Please have the heavenly judges make a decision soon. The camp behind him held no value to the great saint before him except for Yujing. As for the great saint's purpose in killing Yujing, it wasn't hard to guess. It was indeed disadvantageous for the Immortal Alliance. Upon hearing these words, the few true immortals did not hesitate. They immediately protected Yujing and retreated into the camp. Immortal patterns suddenly appeared on the countless battle flags, and in an instant, the array was fully activated. The scattered temples lit up with divine radiance, the essence within the spirit stone immortal jade was entirely extracted and poured into the array for a desperate fight. Apart from the many heavenly judges and the punishment authority led by the inspectors, which represented the absolute pinnacle of combat power, the Breaking Kill army was the true main force on the battlefield, bearing most of the combat and slaughter on the frontal war zones, while the Divine Fire camp and the Heavenly Craft camp managed the logistics. Inside this camp, there were also over 130,000 soldiers of the Breaking Kill army, with not a few cultivators from the Divine Fire camp and the Heavenly Craft camp either, totaling nearly 2 million cultivators. At this moment inside the camp, seeing the array light up, everyone felt somewhat panic-stricken. If it weren't for facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, the defense array would not have been activated. Countless streams of light surged from the array, all sent by the many cultivators. However, it was all in vain. Every message was blocked by the blood chi without exception, all dissolved. The space had been completely sealed off. Throughout this, Yubikong had not rushed to act. His gaze fixed on Yujing, he slowly raised his sword, his eyes indifferent, void of any emotional fluctuations. Slaughtering 1 million living beings in his countless battles was just a drop in the ocean. For him, hardly worth mentioning. Buzz, space trembled violently, the sky above the entire camp was torn apart instantly, and the bloody sword light shattered the heavens, a killing intent so ferocious that it suppressed all movement in an instant. Inside the camp, silence prevailed, all cultivators' eyes were void of light, their spirits crushed by the extreme terror of the killing intent, standing motionlessly, resigned to their fate. "I'm sorry." Yujing's eyes dimmed as he swept a glance over the Immortal Alliance cultivators around him, murmuring in a low voice, bowing his head in apology. Had he not pursued that faint sliver of hope, he would not have come here. The cultivators in this camp were implicated because of him, thus dying innocently. Chi cultivators often walked alone, precisely because the unpredictable fate could involve many innocents. Knife light approached, and in an instant, Yujing's body turned into ashes, his immortal root and immortal bone were ground into powder and dispersed into the void, his divine soul completely shattered. Boom! The entire camp turned into dust with a loud noise, taking nearly 2 million cultivators with it, disappearing into the thick dust in the sky. Even the indestructible immortal treasure left no trace, being completely obliterated. A full-strength strike by the great saint of martial path was enough to sink a star domain, erasing the camp without even needing to blow away the dust. Within 1 million miles, not a grass grew, the knife light had stolen all life, leaving only a desolate aura steaming. Great Saint, the methods of Qi cultivation are many and varied. Is Yujing truly dead? A martial saint expressed his doubts, hardly daring to be sure, as this concerned their life and death. If Yujing was resolved here and the area was completely cleaned, they might still have a chance to survive. I have destroyed his divine soul, there can be no mistake. Yujing was certainly dead, with no chance of life remaining, not even a residual soul was left. Of this, Yubikong was absolutely certain. If Yujing had any other tricks, he would surely have noticed them. When crushing his spirit platform, he did indeed see a complete divine soul. The mission in the 10,000 Realms battlefield was thus completed. Yubikong turned to look at the 6 saints behind him and said solemnly, "Later, I will take you into the upper heavenly domain to eliminate some enemies for the Immortal Alliance, and you will be responsible for your own lives." Coming to the 10,000 Realms battlefield, it was inconceivable to do nothing under the eyes of the Immortal Alliance and just return. They had to exert some effort. This place was, after all, a battlefield, where the 10,000 Realms Dao was complex and not easy to deal with. Casualties were only normal, even Yubayu himself was not completely sure he could return alive. Glancing at the marks left by the knife on the ground, Yubikong casually waved his hand, the mountains and rivers shifted, and the canyon carved by the knife light turned into a plain, burying all traces. The other camps of the Immortal Alliance must have sensed something. Let's leave this place first. A true man makes a decision and sticks to it. Yubikong felt no regret over the method of erasing the camp. If Yujing had returned to the Immortal Alliance, this might have been his last chance to kill Yujing. Within the small world, ancient trees formed forests, with heavenly fire continuously burning within them, leaving behind scorched fertile soil. A divine soul phantom sat cross-legged in midair, his expression cold. At the critical moment of the knife light's strike, Yujing had chosen to self-dismember. He turned his divine sense into a knife, forcibly tearing his primordial spirit in half and silently transferring one half of his divine soul into the small world. He couldn't even detect such a fleeting spatial fluctuation himself. As for whether Yubikong would discover it, at that critical moment, Zheng could only gamble to see if he could fake his death to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get past this calamity. His divine soul was different from ordinary people's, divided into 2 sides of yin and yang, and with the foundation of qi refining and the immortal path, nourished by the incense fire willpower over the years, his soul strength was far beyond what cultivators of the same realm could compare to. With the repair panel stabilizing his injuries, he was lucky to survive. Experience tales at Freewebnovel the primordial spirit had completely abandoned a whole half, along with the immortal root and immortal bone, losses that would have meant certain death for an ordinary cultivator. Even Yujing, facing such a near-Dao foundation destruction, would undoubtedly have died without the repair panel. Fortunately, as long as the divine soul still existed, these things could still be gradually repaired. Such severe injuries were unheard of for Yujing's original body, but now remaining in the state of only the young god, it also gave him an opportunity. A chance to completely abandon the incense fire divine path. The path of incense fire divine was always an inseparable part of Yujing. His progress in immortal path cultivation had been incredibly swift, closely tied to the path of incense fire divine. Now, with his divine soul torn and both his immortal root and celestial foundation shattered, his connection to the incense fire willpower had reached an unprecedentedly fragile state. At this moment, he could completely sever the connection with Daoist Venerable Zheng, attempting to fully separate it from his true self. Initially, Yujing believed that having multiple skills did not burden a master. Having an additional method surely meant an extra pathway. Many, including Zhao Tingxian, had advised him to focus on one path, but he had not given up. However, having reached this stage in his cultivation, he realized something ominous. Being a jack of all trades but master of none was certainly not beneficial. Your next chapter is on Freewebnovel, especially the Incense Fire Divine Lineage, which completely failed to integrate with both the Immortal Path and the Qi Refining Lineage, was entirely incompatible. A massive amount of incense fire willpower, though vast in quantity, was excessively mixed and chaotic. Even though he had stopped absorbing incense essence long ago to replenish himself, it still significantly impacted his divine soul. This could be slightly discerned from his own combat ability. Without resorting to methods from the chi refining lineage, such as top-tier divine skills like Law of Heaven and Earth that forcibly elevated combat ability, struggling against peers, it would be difficult for him to kill Cangyun. With his talents in the immortal path, even without relying on chi refining methods, he should not have been driven to such a desperate situation by Cangyun. Ultimately, it was because his cultivation had risen too quickly, causing an unstable foundation. This path had been trodden by Zhao Tingxian before, but he had not rushed it as drastically as Yujing. It took him nearly 1,000 years to become an immortal, and his physical constitution was refined to perfection, even becoming a pure-blooded immortal descendant, surely through some unknown means. However, this would have to be inquired about later when the opportunity arose. Using this severe blow as a chance, Yujing could reshape his Dharma body, first repairing his physical root bone through the repair panel, and his incomplete divine soul need not be hurriedly fixed, allowing him to gradually restore it himself. With this in mind, Yujing no longer hesitated and forcibly severed the connection to the incense fire willpower. Using all the golden bodies in the Chaos Sea as an anchor, he completely detached the connection between him and Daoist Venerable Zheng. The incense fire willpower that had transmitted from the depths of the universe soon dissipated completely, no longer sending even the slightest fluctuation. This kind of detachment seemed decisive, but it was far from clean, leaving many hidden dangers behind. Daoist Venerable Zheng's golden body was still present, and within the Chaos Sea were billions of believers. Having lost their source in him, what changes might occur within the willpower of these believers contained in Daoist Venerable Zheng's golden body was unknowable. But now, Yujing no longer had the power to control these believers, especially in the Danyuan realm. Under the vast differences in the flow of time, more than 1,000 years had already passed there. During this lengthy period, Daoist Venerable Zheng had already become deeply intertwined with countless living creatures' interests. Just under his command, the incense fire divine alone had already become quite a significant number. Under these circumstances, the possibility of no longer accepting offerings was absolutely impossible. If Yujing had wished to absorb all incense fire willpower earlier, he would have already reached perfect 8th order and could even possibly have leapt into the 9th order directly through the incense fire divine path. But for him personally, this would cause irreversible effects, as being mired in the varied wills within the incense fire alone would leave him mostly in a state of deep sleep, incapacitated to contemplate anything else. Aside from this, the incense fire divine path had one more fatal flaw. Should a mishap occur in the Danyuan realm, leading to the collapse of the painstakingly constructed believer system, his cultivation would also revert to square one, like a castle in the air collapsing overnight. This was something Yujing absolutely couldn't afford. Seizing the chance to cut off this path now was also like snatching the reins at the edge of a cliff, still offering a chance to remedy. Yujing slowly closed his eyes, activating the repair panel, as the essence of heaven and earth converged around him, with the bright white crown of his head gradually solidifying. Not far away, Yan leaned against a towering ancient tree, watching Yujing, who was healing, with a slightly furrowed brow and in deep contemplation. During this period, he had been contemplating where to begin. Seeing Yujing once again narrowly escape death, he seemed to have some ideas. Perhaps he could first write a historical record for Yujing, documenting his experiences thus far. Yan roughly knew some of Yujing's past experiences. Once Yujing's convalescence was over and he had inquired about his date of birth, adding some details would likely suffice. Aside from these, what he needed to consider most presently was which era naming system to use. Within the great universe, the methods for calculating years were extremely complicated. Just within the 10,000 realms, there were already dozens of era naming methods, along with some more obscure ones, probably already more than 100. If the systems used by the Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall were included, they were indeed countless. The universe was too vast, and within the various star domains, the length of day and night cycles varied, with some extreme stars experiencing several hundred or even 1,000 years for a single cycle of seasons. This was a common occurrence. After deep thought, Bai Nian took out a jade book, and putting pen to scroll, he wrote, Origin Year, Immortal Martial Alliance, Heavenly Fate, each taking a share. Since it was difficult to standardize the calendar, it was time to establish a new class of calendar. As it all started with Yujing, let us begin from his birth year, making it easier to calculate in the future. Even if a uniform calendar for the great universe will be established in time to come, by slightly comparing and verifying with the cosmic power structure recorded within this annal, it would be possible to deduce the specific era of Yujing. What is going on? Fu Zhishuan, her body stained with blood, stared at the desolate plain before her, her expression frozen, thoughts nearly halted. She had only managed to shield Yujing for half a day before barely holding on, retreating toward the camp direction with a few true immortals. At the same time, she had sent numerous messages to the camp requesting assistance, yet they fell into oblivion, with no responses forthcoming. When she finally made it back here, the original camp had vanished into thin air. The lingering energy of utter destruction in the air was enough to prove a catastrophic event had occurred here. Thinking of Yujing, Fu Zhishuan's expression transformed instantly. She pulled out a jade mirror and sent a message to her fellow immortal still in the great immortal realm. Has Yujing's name changed on the immortal list? Are the true immortals from Breaking Kill Army's camp number 6 of the 7th Company still safe? The true immortals' deaths would also result in their removal from the immortal list, which was the fastest way to ascertain the current status of Yujing and the others. Soon, a reply came through the jade mirror. Yujing is intact. In Breaking Kill Army 7th Company, Camp Number 6, 2nd Tribulation True Immortals Fang Ji, Qin Gui, Lu Xing, and 1st Tribulation True Immortal Shi, Huamiajuan, Jiang Zayan, and Tan Hai have all died in battle. Upon receiving the message, Fu Zhishuan's gaze slightly dispersed, her mind buzzing. Yujing was alive, but the entire camp had been fully erased. After glancing around, she dared not stay longer, leading the few true immortals behind her toward another Immortal Alliance camp. Now she had no time to investigate what exactly had happened to the camp. As more and more cultivators from the myriad realms gathered nearby, lingering any longer would put her life at risk. As a true inheritor of the Immortal Emperor, her head had a hefty bounty in the myriad realms, worth a fortune. At the edge of the upper heavenly domain, a streak of light suddenly paused, revealing 7 figures. Great Saint? Seeing Yubayu halting, the following martial saints all wore puzzled expressions. Yubayu's cheeks slightly twitched, her gaze as dark as still water, as she spoke in a low tone, to be safe, I had our insider from the Immortal Alliance check the immortal list. I just received a message that Yujing's name is still on the immortal list. Having his name on the immortal list was enough to confirm that Yujing was still in this world. Hiss, the few martial saints instinctively inhaled sharply, their expressions instantly turning to fear. This is bad. Yujing wasn't dead, and it wasn't just about whether the mission could be completed anymore. The critical issue was that Yujing now knew what they had done before. Once he sent a message to the Immortal Alliance, only a bit of verification was needed for them to have no place to be buried. After all, the 10,000 Realms battlefield was essentially half a main stage for the Immortal Alliance. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Should their deeds come to light, the Immortal Martial Alliance might even fracture from this, leading to even more severe consequences. Great Saint, what should we do now? Once the Immortal Alliance takes action, how should we respond? The 6 martial saints were somewhat at a loss, having prepared for death upon learning the true mission of this journey. But the current issue was whether, if the Immortal Alliance truly intended to kill them, they should wait passively or fight to the death. The meanings represented by these choices were starkly different. Even if we return to the martial hall now, our ultimate fate would still be a dead end. Yubayu's expression regained calmness as he surveyed the 6 martial saints. Please follow me back to the lower heavenly domain and exert all efforts to search for Yujing. If any cultivator from the Immortal Alliance interferes, just as before, exterminate them. This statement was tantamount to asking everyone to face death. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the 6 martial saints turned solemn, and without any hesitation, they bowed, we will heed the great saint's commands. People of the martial path spend their lives constantly engaging in battle, always lingering on the brink of life and death, following a path that goes against the current. Among them, some might be plagued by various desires, but none are those who fear death over cherishing life. Before stepping onto the martial path, they had already prepared themselves, aware that their lives might seldom end well. Having lived to this age and reaching this point, the path beneath their feet was already much longer than many of their peers. Whether to the left or right, death was inevitable. If they could resolve some troubles for those who followed, their deaths would have meaning. Yu, without further words, led the 6 martial saints as they turned back and rushed towards the lower heavenly domain. At that moment, he no longer wished to investigate why Yujing had survived. Finding Yujing and thoroughly killing him was his sole mission. The time needed to heal his injuries turned out to be much longer than Yujing had anticipated. After about half a month, his body gradually began to take shape. The half-destroyed primordial spirit, slowly mended on its own, was progressing frustratingly slow. It would require at least several decades more. If there were some immortal elixirs to nourish the divine soul, progress could likely be sped up considerably. After his injuries had significantly healed, Yujing immediately left the small world and returned to the 10,000 Realms battlefield. He was now surrounded by an unfamiliar heaven and earth. Immortal Path cultivators' self-condensed grotto heavens floated in the spatial turbulence, moving with their bodies. Yujing was no different, though his situation was a bit special, as his original body, which had served as a spatial anchor, had been completely crushed. Thus, his small world could only drift in the void, and he was uncertain of its current location. After contemplating briefly, Yujing descended to the ground, employed divine shapeshifting skills, and transformed into an ordinary black snake, using the earth escape technique to move beneath the ground. He sought a suitable location to realign himself, a place where he could undergo transformation and tribulation to diminish the tribulation chi and prepare for the next earth tribulation. The previous Great Tribulation orchestrated by Yu, which he had luckily survived, had greatly reduced his tribulation chi, but he still did not underestimate the remaining chi. Chi refining was increasingly challenging the further one progressed. To become a heavenly immortal, one must transcend 100 tribulations, to become a mysterious immortal, 10,000, and to reach the level of a golden immortal, 1,000,000 tribulations are necessary. It wasn't just the number of tribulations that increased, the tribulation chi would exponentially surge, and the variability and unpredictability of the tribulations amplified. Just because Yujing had survived this time did not mean he would. The next. If there were a safer method, why not use it? After spending several days gathering information about the nearby area, Yujing wrote countless letters, circulating the news of Yu's strike on the Immortal Alliance through various channels into many camps of the Alliance. However, contrary to his expectations, the reception of his letters within the Alliance did not stir much upheaval. It seemed to have become the norm. After some investigation, Yujing finally understood. This kind of discord had been employed every 10 or 8 years throughout the 10,000 realms as a means to instigate conflicts within the Immortal Martial Alliance. The many cultivators of the Alliance had even grown somewhat accustomed to it. Regarding this, Yujing felt somewhat helpless. He could not risk revealing his identity to establish direct contact with the Immortal Alliance. True Immortal had previously shown him goodwill, but he was genuinely not familiar enough with the Immortal Alliance to trust them rashly. The examples of Zhao Tingxian and Shang Tsanyun were clear. If the Immortal Alliance were truly a refuge, they would never have been driven to this point. Above the desolate land floated 7 blood-red suns, slowly drifting, sweeping across the mountains and rivers in an instant. The lower heavenly domain was too vast, finding someone could only be done in this way. Please, hold on. A low murmur suddenly arose from above the sky, halting those who were meticulously searching. Yu paused, and the 6 martial saints behind her stopped as well. A middle-aged man in immortal armor stepped out from the void, descending into the air, his deep gaze radiating sharp immortal light from his dark pupils. His gold-plated battle armor, engraved with dense immortal patterns, reflected the harsh immortal light on each armor piece, further accentuating his upright posture like a pine, with a commanding presence. His arms hung naturally as he looked down upon the members of the martial hall with a composed demeanor, his mere presence resembling an insurmountable divine peak, inducing a sense of compliance in others without a thought of resistance. Not far behind him followed several true immortals, their approach formidable. Immortal King. Sensing the aura emanating from the middle-aged man, Yu Baiyu's eyes grew cold, a trace of blood mist escaped her lips, and her heart began to beat wildly, desperately gathering the flowing qi and blood throughout her body, then accelerating its circulation to 10 or even 100 times the usual speed into her limbs. In an instant, the blood vessels on his body bulged and his veins surfaced, his whole body swelling considerably. The Immortal King was a supreme powerhouse just beneath an immortal monarch, soon possibly touching the domain of space-time, beyond his capacity to confront. However, he could not simply surrender. Seeing this, the 6 saints behind him flashed murderous intent in their eyes, each operating their secret techniques, their war blood beginning to boil. The void thundered, echoing with low roars induced by the stirring of qi and blood. I am Fan Long, Heavenly Judge of the Immortal Alliance Punishment Department. Seeing the reaction of Yu Baiyu and her group, the gaze of Fan Long, the Immortal King, turned frosty. I received a secret message that you attacked and destroyed our Immortal Alliance camp, slaughtering 1,760,000 cultivators of the Immortal Alliance. According to the law of the Immortal Alliance, this blood debt is beyond redemption. This visit was initially just a routine inquiry, not truly a matter of concern to him. But judging from the reaction of these few, the transmission of the message was evidently true. His response was met with a swath of blood-red blade light, a frightening killing intent sweeping across the sky, causing all living creatures within 1 billion miles to tremble, bowing and covering their heads, daring not to make any slight movements. The wind passing by in the sky, the flowing clouds, even the invisible primordial qi of heaven and earth, all fell into a still. To think a mere ant dares to swallow the heavens, how ridiculous! Watching the blade light approaching, Fan Long's expression remained impassive. Indifferent, he calmly raised his hand, releasing a gentle stream of immortal light. Crack, the blade light shattered instantly, the gentle immortal light subtly transforming into a dragon, swallowing the 7 people below in one gulp before disappearing into the void. Martial power was extraordinary, capable of going against the current, but ultimately there was a limit. The Immortal King was now a domain Yu Baiyu could not reach. With such a great disparity in cultivation, Fan Long did not even need to use an immortal treasure to erase their traces. Fan Long closed his eyes to rest. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mist of blood. The blood mist merged with the void, turning into a rain of blood in a snap of the fingers, covering 1 million miles. The immortal flowers and strange grasses on the ground, nourished by the blood rain, began to grow visibly taller, as if blessed by rain from the heavens. Seeing this, a true immortal hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Immortal King Fan Long, how should we report this matter? Just tell it as it is, no need to hide anything. Having said that, Fan Long fell silent for a while, then slowly said, this matter was caused by the cultivators from the 10,000 realms, unrelated to the martial hall, and I will personally report the truth to the master later. Now, the Immortal Alliance needed the help of the martial hall. Before the myriad heavens and realms perished, they could not afford to easily tear their faces apart. The Immortal Alliance and the martial hall will inevitably clash one day, and both sides are well aware of this fact. But at this moment, as the all heavens and realms are yet to be fully dealt with, any disputes and friction can only be temporarily set aside. Fan Long had not truly intended to kill these individuals this time, but seeing that they were clearly prepared to fight to the death, he naturally would not hold back any longer. After a moment of silence, Fan Long turned to look at the true immortals behind him. The person who sent the magical message is very likely Yujing. Notify all the camps to find him as soon as possible, and at the same time issue a secret order. If any member of the martial path is seen, report it immediately to confirm their location and deny them any further opportunities to act. If necessary, strike preemptively and deal with them cleanly. Right now, the battle situation in the upper heavenly domain is tense, and I cannot afford to be away for too long. These matters will need you to coordinate. Should you encounter an insurmountable enemy, transmit a message immediately to the punishment authority. Other immortal kings will make time to come and deal with the situation. Having said this, his gaze drifted and landed on a woman, Dongxingyu. Regardless of any past grievances you might have had with Yujing, set aside all of your schemes. Do as I have previously instructed, and do not consider defying me secretly. The consequences are something you cannot bear. Yes. Dongxingyu nodded her head and bowed, her expression calm. I dare not defy your orders. Without another word, Fanlong Immortal King raised his finger, opened an astral path, ascended to the heavens, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dongxingyu withdrew her gaze, her thoughts a mixture of emotions. Since she had ambushed Yujing outside the Cangyun realm and was blocked by Shang Cangyun's projection, it had been just over a decade. Yet, Yujing had already gone from a mere Tongxian cultivator to a true immortal, even crossing 2 tribulations and stepping into the 2nd tribulation realm. Her original body was from the Xingling Wood clan, naturally rich in wood-attribute spiritual qi. After easily overcoming the wood tribulation, it took her nearly 100 years to accumulate the foundation needed to cross the fire tribulation. From the current situation, Yujing holds significant meaning for the entire Immortal Alliance, and his status has far surpassed hers by an unknown amount. Fortune's reverse, this is a common knowledge in the great universe. Under the flow of heavenly fate, a nobody of today might rise to royalty and become an ancestor tomorrow. It's not impossible. However, in Yujing's case, fortune seemed to have turned too quickly. She had but dozed off, and Yujing had already shown a momentum that pierced the sky. Since ancient times, the Cangyun realm has been hard-pressed to produce outstanding and extraordinary beings. A powerful great realm, its essence has nearly dried up. But in the past tens of thousands of years, starting with Shang Cangyun, 3 great individuals have emerged, possibly signifying a last flicker of light. At these thoughts, Dongxingyu felt somewhat numb in her heart. The enmity between Yujing and her was not insignificant. Should he gain influence within the Immortal Alliance, it would be difficult for her to face a good outcome. Dongxing Demon Immortal, what should we do next? A true immortal looked towards Dongxingyu, inquiring about her next plan. Among the true immortals present, Dongxingyu had the strongest cultivation, having crossed into the 7th tribulation. Apart from the external forces that had just entered the lower heavenly domain, there would likely be no one stronger than her. Moreover, she was one of Fanlong Immortal King's close associates, and the search for Yujing still required her to take the lead. Following Fanlong Immortal King's orders, first send messages to all the camps and find a way to search for Yujing. Dongxingyu pondered for a moment, her eyes shifted slightly, and she turned around to instruct, also go and check how exactly those few individuals managed to enter the lower heavenly domain. Entering and exiting the 10,000 Realms battlefield is no easy matter. Even if it were people from the Martial Hall, entering from the Immortal Alliance's side would leave some traces. Even if it were just an excuse, there should be some clues. The true immortals each took their orders and left, leaving Dongxingyu standing alone on the spot. Now, all she could do was to follow orders, make her best effort to search for Yujing, and see if she could find him before the others did. From the previous messages, it was evident that both 10,000 Realms cultivators and people from the Martial Hall were pursuing Yujing, implying that his current situation was not very promising. If she could think of some way to lend a hand and save his life, there might still be room to maneuver regarding their past grievances, and at the very least, there was hope to preserve a life. Even if the final outcome meant her own death, it would not involve the entire Xingling Wood clan. As Fanlong had previously pointed out, she could not afford the consequences of duplicity. Behind her stood countless clanspeople. Suddenly, an ancient towering tree appeared between heaven and earth, its roots penetrating deep into the ground, starting to communicate with the vegetation within hundreds of millions of miles. As Yujing cultivated both qi techniques, all plant spirits would feel close to him, and this method was bound to be somewhat effective. Although the 10,000 Realms battlefield was not limited to a single qi cultivator like Yujing, a thorough search was sure to uncover some traces. Over the vast plain, where the nearly human-high weeds grew densely, they concealed the dark red ground, with fragments of armor and warriors scattered among the occasional glimpses of dry bones. Whoosh whoosh, a figure wielding a battle halberd parted the tall weeds, stepping out and crushing a piece of dry bone underfoot. Song Lingxue looked around the plain, comparing it to the heavenly domain map in her hands, appearing somewhat bewildered for a moment. She had lost her bearings. In the lower heavenly domain, the majority of the land bore traces of battles, and the cultivating creatures involved were often not weak, causing alterations in the landscape quite frequently. In this place, ordinary maps were the most useless things. Instead, the heavenly domain map was used, which roughly divided the area into different regions. Within the lower heavenly domain, the territories delineated by the 10,000 realms and the Immortal Alliance camp were extremely chaotic and intermingled. In smaller regions, such maps were needed to distinguish the boundaries of different powers. As for a complete map of the lower heavenly domain, not even the Immortal Alliance had one. Immortal path cultivators relied mostly on secret techniques or landmarks within the camps to locate positions, rendering the map similar to chicken ribs, rarely useful. The current heavenly domain map in Song Lingshua's hands was retrieved from a few corpses, likely not long dead, as their flesh was overgrown with spirit plants but had not completely decomposed. She had believed this map would not be far off, but it now seemed to have some discrepancies. According to this map, there should be an Immortal Alliance camp nearby, but now all that remained was this vast wasteland, along with countless skeletons. After a long while, Song Lingxue sighed softly, stored away the map, and turned to leave. Originally, she had intended to inquire about Zheng's whereabouts through the local Immortal Alliance camp. Her cultivation was only at Martial Arts Gathering God, the 5th realm, which was quite ordinary within the 10,000 realms battlefield. Even the safest parts of the lower heavenly domain posed great dangers for her, resulting in a slow pace of travel. Fortunately, the battle halberd given to her by Bayou Great Saint was powerful enough to save her considerable effort. At this thought, Song Lingxue subconsciously touched the battle halberd on her back, which suddenly trembled lightly, its luster noticeably dimming. Song Lingshua's expression changed slightly as she felt something was amiss and asked the artifact spirit within the halberd. The battle halberd lit up with divine brilliance, humming in response. Hearing the artifact spirit's reply, Song Lingxue was taken aback for a moment. Bayou Great Saint, is dead? Gazing at the plain covered in wild grass before her, Song Lingshua's face showed a slight shock. She looked down at a piece of withered bone crushed by her own feet, feeling a chill in her heart and a loss for words from an indescribable, strong impact. It had not been long since they parted ways. How could such a distinguished great saint of martial path die like this? A great saint of martial path was a powerful existence even by the standards of the great universe, capable of deciding life and death for a star domain with a mere flip of the hand. Experience tales at Freeweb novel as a fellow practitioner of the martial path, she knew all too well the strength of Bayou Great Saint. It was like a divine mountain whose peak she could not even see at this point, unreachable and unfathomable. Such a level of mighty being had now turned into the lifeless bones beneath her feet just like any other. Is this the terrifying reality of the 10,000 realms battlefield? Song Lingxue took a deep breath. Amidst the fragrance of grass and trees mixed a faint yet discernible sweet smell of blood that had not yet dissipated. The silver-white battle halberd flickered with a faint light, and as the artifact spirit of a half-saint artifact, it also appeared somewhat at a loss at the moment. It had not been completely refined by Song Lingxue and followed by her side with a task of surveillance as well. The task had barely started for a few days before its former master had fallen. The situation had changed too quickly, and it was somewhat unexpected. For a time it did not know where to go next. This place was the 10,000 realms battlefield, where even a great saint could easily perish, not to mention a mere half-saint weapon like itself. Song Lingxue came back to her senses, sensing the restlessness of the battle halberd behind her, and immediately raised her finger to gently stroke the blade of the halberd. If you have nowhere to go, then follow me for the time being. I will grow strong enough to wield you as soon as possible. The battle halberd did not respond and fell into silence. Contemplating the future was somewhat beyond its purview, so it chose to fall asleep directly. After a good sleep, its future path would appear on its own. It had already been in a deep slumber for a long time before. This extra period did not make much difference. Martial Hall. Within the great hall shrouded with starlight and auspicious colors, a robust great man knelt on the ground to pay his respects, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, reporting to the hall master, "The party led by you great saint, has perished on the 10,000 realms battlefield." The death of a great saint was no small loss for the martial hall. The heavenly fate has already receded. You did not invoke the heavenly fortune upon himself till death, so it must have been the Immortal Alliance that made a move. Fu Pinglan opened his hollow eyes, his tone slightly heavy. "There is no need to worry about Yujing for now. The martial ancestor has sent a message a few days ago. There has been a disturbance in the vast universe great realm, the third assault on the realm barriers this year. It seems that those evil demons from the mythical realm and the vast universe great realm can hardly contain themselves any longer, desperately needing substantial heavenly fate to support their breakthrough into the ancestral realm. There have been too many mortalities in the great universe in recent years, bolstering the power of the evil demons. I'm afraid it won't end well. The immediate task is to quickly resolve the affairs in all heavens, to help the martial ancestor secure more heavenly fate, so that we can gain the upper hand in the subsequent Dao wars." As he spoke, Fu Pinglan slowly stood up, his expression revealing a measure of gravity. "Xiao Yuan, convey the Vice Hall Master's commands, recall all martial saints and above stationed outside, and support the battlefield of all heavens with all our strength. I need to return to 450 million years prior, to attempt the retrieval of my eyes. The future is uncertain. You hold on to my Dao seal and constantly monitor the heavenly fate. If any misfortune befalls me and the martial arts heavenly fortune flows backward, immediately summon the heavenly punishment martial emperor back to the hall. Borrow the heavenly fate to enter the ancestral realm and stabilize the overall situation." As Fu Pinglan spoke, a blood-colored secret seal congealed in the palm of his hand and was handed over to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's face was solemn as he accepted the Dao seal with both hands, nodding in response. "Your command is heard. May your journey be successful and achieve perfection." Fu Pinglan's expression was icy cold. To this day, he had no knowledge of what his eyes had seen in the past, such that they were forcibly left behind, with not a single memory remaining in his mind. The fall of a great saint of martial path did not create much of a stir in the grand scale of the great universe. It was like a ripple on the vast ocean, surfacing for a moment and disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Everything was as usual in the 10,000 realms battlefield, endless skirmishes, and sights filled with tears and blood that eons could not dry. A relentless supply of fresh blood from every corner of the great universe poured into this dreadful meat grinder known as the 10,000 realms battlefield. Some living creatures would rise from here, soaring like a brilliant rainbow, but many more were nameless bones submerged in the waves of blood. Beneath the earth soaked with blood and bone, lived the descendants of the original creatures of the 10,000 realms battlefield, now excluded from the ranks of various Daoist orthodoxies. These descendants called themselves the Heavenly Blood Lineage, dwelling in the underground palace, separating themselves entirely from the Immortal Alliance martial hall and all the myriad heavens and realms. Over the years, these living creatures from the great universe, known as the Grass Descendants, used various types of teleportation arrays to transform the dark underground into a new world. The underground palace was extensive and interconnected, spanning most of the lower heavenly domain, divided into 4 major domains, east, west, south, and north, within which countless arrays lay hidden, sheltering who knows how many living creatures, a place where ears and eyes were everywhere. Here was the most well-informed area in the lower heavenly domain and, relatively speaking, more peaceful. Naturally, it was a place to band together for warmth, with fewer occurrences of skirmishes. Among the 4 domains of the underground palace, the northern region bordered the 10,000 realms and was home to a relative complexity of force lineages and a particularly chaotic composition of clan groups, with many instances of mixed bloodlines visible everywhere. Underground, with no sunlight, the dome and the 4 walls were embedded with black and white crystals, formed by the essence of the great sun and moonlight. 24 hours cycled through, with day and night transitions more regular than those on the surface. Above a crisscrossed and spacious marketplace, a miscellaneous goods store quietly opened. A long banner was hung at the door, offering ancient fragments in exchange for cultivation resources. If one were to ask where in the lower heavenly domain one could find the most fragments, aside from the underground palace, nowhere else came to mind. Some weaker creatures here, in particular, liked to clear battlefields and search for cultivation resources to satisfy their hunger, forced by their environment. Just over a month ago, using the shape-shifting divine power to disguise as a half-demon, and with the natural affinity of a chi cultivator, Yujing easily infiltrated the underground palace and took over this small shop. He was planning to stay here for a long time, to weather calamities through his disguise, while dissipating the Tribulation chi and staying quiet for a while. The Martial Hall was after him, and the Immortal Alliance's stance towards him was unclear. With his status as an Immortal Path cultivator, it was difficult to find a place to stay in the myriad realms. For the moment, he felt besieged on all sides, caught in a difficult predicament with no clear way forward or back. Therefore, seeking isolation and vanishing without trace for some time was his best choice for the time being. The street was crowded with people, filled with the bustling red dust, peaceful and prosperous. Yujing leaned back in his reclining chair, his gaze sweeping over the many living creatures walking on the street, sorting through the complex information absorbed in his mind. When his spiritual eye swept across a figure, he suddenly shot up from his seat, his expression changing. Zheng, 6th Order Bone Age 109, Cultivation Middle Stage of Tongxian Realm, former Centurion under the Breaking Kill Army 2nd Camp of the Immortal Alliance, forcibly underwent blood changing, broken and rebuilt, seriously injured, reparable. Zheng? Meeting Zheng here was somewhat beyond Yujing's expectation. Since parting on the extraterritorial battlefield all those years ago, almost 20 years have passed. In just 2 short decades, Zheng had advanced from the middle stage of divine infant to the Tongxian realm, a testament to her stunning talent. However, Zheng's current state was clearly not good. Her originally slightly yellow skin was now as pale as paper, and the tall and extraordinary figure, unlike that of ordinary women, seemed somewhat emaciated within the enveloping black robe. She had cast a blinding method on herself. It was unclear which secret technique it was, as her appearance hadn't changed much, but her aura was no longer purely that of an Immortal Path cultivator. It was somewhat mixed and blended in harmoniously with the living creatures in the underground palace. She didn't stand out at all in the crowd. The Breaking Kill army was overall divided into 3 camps, Heaven, Earth, and Man, with further subdivisions from 1 to 9. Camps 1 to 3 constituted the Heaven camp, where only exceptional talents could enter, an elite amongst the elites, and where the punishment authority replenished its new blood. The fact that Zheng had previously been admitted to the 2nd camp confirmed her extraordinary talent. Even on the 10,000 Realms battlefield, teeming with heroes, she was 1 in 10,000. Yujing's gaze was too conspicuous, and Zheng soon noticed, following his line of sight back to him. Daoist Zheng, long time no see. Hearing the long-lost voice echoing in her mind, Zheng was stunned for a moment before she finally remembered the owner of the voice. Somewhat astonished, she opened her eyes wide as if she didn't quite dare to recognize Chu. Daoist Chu? Let's talk inside. Yujing nodded slightly and turned to walk into the shop behind him. Zheng silently entered the shop, her gaze wandering and taking in the decoration inside. The layout of the shop was straightforward with 3 shelves holding some curious and strange items, mostly damaged, and a half-person-tall counter displaying several miscellaneous books and some small tools. Yujing was about to turn around and close the door when a little head suddenly popped out, full of questions. Uncle Chu, why are you closing so early today? Are you still doing business? Seeing the small boy who had suddenly appeared, Yujing's eyes warmed as he crouched down. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? I accidentally broke this before, can it still be fixed? It's my mother's keepsake, and I'm afraid my father will beat me when he comes back. Xiaoyi opened his palm to reveal a green jade lock. Yunling lock, 1st Order / incomplete, a magic artifact carved from spirit jade. Wearing it for years can nourish the tendons and bones and smooth out the meridians, beneficial for cultivation. The formation pattern is broken, and it is damaged, can be repaired. Come to pick it up tomorrow. Yujing nodded with a smile, taking the jade lock. How many spirit stones will it cost? Xiaoyi looked a bit hesitant. It's not difficult, 1 spirit stone will be enough. Thank you, Uncle Chu, I'll come again tomorrow morning. Hearing Chu Zheng's reply, the boy's eyes lit up slightly, and he turned to leave. Yujing closed the shop door and turned to face Shang Zoling's somewhat inquiring eyes. Daoist Chu, it has been a long time. Looking at Yujing before her, Shang Zoling felt complex emotions. Although she did not know the full story, her current predicament seemed to be significantly connected to Yujing. Before the disaster struck the primordial spirit Holy Land, the elders imparted some matters to me using bloodline secret techniques. In the chaos of battle, I feigned death to escape, using the blood-changing secret technique to wash away all traces related to the Shang family, barely managing to survive. The family seems not to be fully aware of the details. Daoist Chu, do you know? What exactly happened? It's a long story, I'll heal your injuries first. Yujing took a deep breath and raised his hand to channel a beam of immortal light into Shang Zoling's body, repairing part of her inner injuries. Shang Zoling has undergone blood changing. A full recovery would revive the immortal king ancestral blood within her, rendering her previous blood-changing effort meaningless. You've become a true immortal? Shang Zoling's expression changed drastically as she sensed the immense immortal power within Chu Zheng's body, something unattainable for a cultivator at the immortal tribulation realm. This meant that Chu Zheng had indeed become a genuine true immortal. Both of them had made it to the Hidden Dragon list years ago, and by all counts, he was just over 40 this year. Separated for 20 years, their reunion marked a completely transformed world. Continue reading at Freeweb Novel. Thanks to the assistance of Cangyun Immortal Monarch, I was fortunate enough to survive, enabling me to achieve this modest level of cultivation. Yujing slightly shook his head and promptly recounted the recent unexpected events to Shang Zoling. However, he omitted some details, especially concerning the fact that Shang Cangyun had become the Vice Mansion Master of Purple Dragon Prefecture in the vast universe, which he did not elaborate on clearly. This matter touched upon Shang Cangyun's own plans, and Yujing didn't feel it was proper to divulge too much. After a long while, Shang Zoling finally managed to digest this information and fell into contemplation. Now that both the Martial Hall and the Immortal Alliance are hunting me, along with others seeking my traces, I can only hide here for a period. Yujing slowed his speech. Daoist Shang, what are your plans next? If you have nowhere to go, then stay here for the time being. Cangyun Immortal Monarch's kindness to me is greater than the heavens, and since you are his descendant, and also an old acquaintance of mine, it is only right for me to assist. Thinking of Shang Cangyun, Yujing couldn't help but let out another long sigh. Moreover, your current plight is also due to me. If it weren't for helping him, Shang Cangyun wouldn't have exposed himself so soon, at least there would have been more time to prepare. I shall then impose on you during this time. Shang Zoling regained her senses and decided to stay for now. The taste of hiding and fleeing was unpleasant, and she needed a good rest to recuperate and regulate her body. The night passed in a blink of an eye. When the essence of the great sun once again illuminated the canopy above, Yujing, just like any other day, opened his shop, with Xiaoyi eagerly waiting outside. Yujing smiled faintly, handing over the jade lock. Uncle Chu, you are truly amazing. I asked several artifact refining masters before, and none of them were willing to repair it. Seeing the jade lock shine anew, Xiaoyi's face was full of joy, carefully taking out a spirit stone from her bosom, placing it into Chu Zheng's palm, and then turning to leave. Watching the bouncing figure leave, the smile on Chu Zheng's face faded slightly, his expression gradually returning to calmness. Above ground, where the struggles concerning life and death take place, maybe only these living creatures underground can be considered truly alive. The continuation of new bloodlines, like Xiaoyi and countless others with frail cultivation, only survive in this world due to the protection of multiple arrays. He didn't want to disturb the rare peace here. It's time to face the tribulation without further delay. Yujing slightly lifted his head, his gaze reaching towards the canopy, as a wisp of divine sense extended from his brow. The divine sense pierced through the array and returned to the lower heavenly domain, starting to search among the streaks of starlight in the sky for a great realm suitable for undergoing tribulation. Upon entering the heavenly immortal realm, Yujing found deploying star capturing heaven much easier than before, to the point of effortless mastery. Supported by the artifact repair panel, he could recover quickly. As his main body's cultivation grew, the choice of great realms for his divine incarnation to face tribulations became increasingly cautious. At least it should not die too swiftly. If the cultivation of the incarnation is too weak, it becomes meaningless to the main body, even a burden. At this moment, Yujing understood why Niaolonghu was so infuriated upon encountering him. Going through incarnation tribulations is a matter concerning one's entire fortune and life. Not every tribulation leads to the desired effect, and the likelihood of failure is quite high. Chi cultivators who have mastered the technique of incarnation tribulations tend to rely on their powerful main body's cultivation to wear away the tribulation chi from their incarnations until they gain self-preservation capabilities, marking the true beginning of their tribulations. For Yujing, if it wasn't for the chi refining techniques and the existence of the artifact repair panel, his tribulation process would not be so smooth. It might take hundreds of years of hard work, ending in vain. After releasing a strand of divine sense, Yujing returned to the shop, quietly waiting for customers to arrive. In the lower heavenly domain, there won't be creatures with too powerful cultivation, so most of the fragments brought by people from underground palaces were not of very high quality. There were some of 8th order, but most were 7th order or even below 6th order. To Yujing, these levels of items were almost of no use, but his main purpose now was to search for supreme treasure or spiritual medicine that could enhance the divine soul and nourish the spirit soul. Having severed the connection with incense fire willpower, his primordial spirit suffered a significant loss and has not been fully repaired. His previously powerful primordial spirit had almost become a weak spot, needing some time to recuperate. Ancestral spirit Shang Ziling walked out from the back of the house, looking much improved and having had a stable night's sleep. Her spirits were visibly better. Seeing her in good color, Yujing pondered for a while and inquired, "Daoist Shang, do you know where Supreme Mysterious Old Saint is now?" He had wanted to ask about Gung Yang yesterday, but now even if he knew Gung Yang's whereabouts, he wouldn't be able to go directly to him. Given Daoist Shang's poor condition, he didn't press the issue. "I truly don't know much. Saint Master Gung did not accompany me. He was assigned to the 9th camp and went to the front line of the clash with the 10,000 realms. We have lost contact for more than 10 years now." Ancestral spirit Shang Ziling shook her head slightly, her expression somewhat helpless. "Aside from myself, the majority of Cangyun cultivators have been assigned to the 8th and 9th camps. In the Breaking Kill Army's human camp, which includes the 7th, 8th, and 9th camps, where the number of cultivators is the most, they are tasked with the most dangerous frontal battlefield. They are also the cultivators with the least talent and oldest bone age. Simply put, they're cannon fodder." After hesitating for a moment, Ancestral Spirit Shang continued, "The circumstances of the old saint may not be too good. The immortal fire seed and Taishan battle halberd he brought here have all been taken, sent to the middle layer heavenly domain because they're not needed in the lower heavenly domain's battlefields." The Taishan battle halberd was taken directly by the Immortal Alliance? Upon hearing this, Yujing's expression tightened slightly. Gung Yang's cultivation was only at Immortal Tribulation realm, and he was not in his prime years. Without the protection of the Taishan battle halberd, life on the front line would probably be very difficult. It wasn't the Immortal Alliance, but a senior from Taishan Holy Land at 8 Tribulation's true immortal level who personally came down from the middle layer heavenly domain to retrieve it. "I've heard that he left Cangyun more than 30,000 years ago." Seeing Yujing's concerns, Ancestral Spirit Shang shifted the topic. "In the 9th camp, there is also a 2nd Tribulation true immortal from Taishan Holy Land. I presume he will provide some care to the old saint." Hearing this news, Yujing was startled. There are people from Taishan Holy Land in the 10,000 Realms battlefield? He had thought that those from Taishan Holy Land who had left Cangyun were all gone. As the Holy Master himself, He was unaware that seniors from Taishan Holy Lands past were still present in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Enjoy exclusive chapters from FreeWeb Novel. If these people have been on the 10,000 Realms battlefield all along, why have they never returned to Cangyun Realm for such a long time? This should be the case for Taishan, as well as for the other Holy Lands. It's not the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Daoist Zheng shook her head, denying Yujing's idea. Recently, to gain an advantage on the main battlefield, the Immortal Alliance has called forth some battle-hardened elites from the frontier barriers at the edge of the universe. Many cultivators among them have been redeployed from the barriers, including elders from our clan. Talking about the realm barriers, Daoist Zheng's gaze suddenly dimmed. The cultivation of her clan's elders was mostly above that of a true immortal. They were high-profile targets, and only a few might have escaped unscathed in this major upheaval. The edge of the universe. Realm barriers. Yujing became absent-minded, lost in thought. Zhao Tingxian once mentioned to him that there were secrets capable of breaking the bloodline shackles of Cangyun within the barren peripheries of the universe. However, Yujing was not too eager about this now. The immortal path and the chi-refining technique were beginning to merge within him. Perhaps he could break free from these bloodline shackles on his own. Even if there were limitations later, by the time he reached 9 Tribulation's perfection, it would be a matter for the distant future. There was no need to consider this for now. While pondering, Yujing's eyes paused. The thread of divine sense he had sent out to search the great realm had found a suitable one. Chaos Sea. Spirit Moon Great Realm. Above the azure skies, 6 suns hung across the horizon, while clouds filled the 9 heavens, covering countless islands floating in mid-air. In ancient times, after cataclysms tore apart the Spirit Moon Great Realm, the continent fragmented, exposing endless abysses from which clouds and mist billowed forth. A silver moon appeared at the core's depths, its vague silhouette floating amidst the sea of mists, casting a glassy, immortal scene. Powerful living creatures ventured forth to seek out the island, attempting to cross the sea of clouds to uncover the mysteries of the silver moon, only to find space folded upon itself, making the silver moon unreachable by any means. Since then, every 330 years, the silver moon would emit a beam of spiritual light, stirring billions of miles of cloud sea, sending a great number of earth treasures and heavenly treasures and an astonishing amount of rich spiritual energy. The numerous islands that formed from the fractured continent have, over years and years of nurturing by spiritual energy, gradually turned into spirit lands. A single silver moon nurtured countless living creatures. Yujing stood in the void, surveying this unusual world before him, and began the search for a suitable incarnation vessel. This time, for the cultivation trial of incarnation, he wanted to try a different path, such as abandoning the human body and trying to walk the chi-refining path with some other kind's physique. Chi-refining technique, after all, involved absorbing yin-yang dual chi and sun and moon essence. This was not something only humans could do, other kind could do it too. In fact, some other kind may have even greater inborn advantages. After searching for a while, Yujing's eyes settled on an enormous ancient wood. Silver radiance wood, 4th order and ancient wood of 100,000 years, its branches and trunk have undergone multiple washes of spiritual energy and have become a spirit vein, making it an excellent material for crafting magic treasures. Ancient wood umbrella cover shaded like a canopy, shielding the firmament for miles around, and beneath the shade lay a small village, home to over 300 families. There were not many cultivators, only around 20 or 30 people, while the rest of them, albeit unfamiliar with cultivation skills, lived here because Yujing was interested in this ancient tree because it naturally nurtured a spirit vortex, similar to human meridians. Limited by innate talent and lacking cultivation skills, it had reached its limit by growing instinctively to its current state. Previously, Wu Tong, whom he had met during his incarnations through calamities, was originally a phoenix tree nurtured by the essence blood of an ancestral realm creature, which eventually grew into the realm of ancient myths. In the Spirit Moon Great Realm, the overall environment was relatively peaceful, with powerful beings suppressing from above, and Spirit Moon providing regular cultivation resources from below. Battles and skirmishes among the numerous floating islands were relatively few, leaving a considerable room for Yujing to grow. Yujing did not hesitate much, and his soul division entered into the ancient tree before him. As his divine sense gradually merged with the ancient tree, Yujing's perception started to change, his limbs and bones slowly fading from his senses. Countless roots were firmly locked by the earth, unable to move. Due to his cultivation level, although silver radiance would have reached the fourth order, it still lacked the capacity for autonomous movement. At this moment, he had no eyes, yet the sceneries from all directions vividly appeared in his mind. For Yujing, this sensation was somewhat novel. Beneath the tree, children were playing, their playful noises clearly entering Yujing's perception. A little boy left the group, ran to a corner, undid his protective belt, and urinated at the tree root. The perception of spirit wood was very dull, lacking a nervous system. At least Yujing had not noticed anything unusual. There was no pain, no comfort, not even the concept of sensation. He felt as though he had turned into a completely immobile corpse. The body of the tree was too vast and markedly different from the bodies of living creatures, and it took nearly 2 years for Yujing to fully control this silver radiance wood. Through exploration, he had gradually mastered all the spirit vortices on the trunk, simulated the flow of chi veins, and significantly increased the efficiency of absorbing nature's spiritual energy, hundreds of times more than just relying on instincts. However, there were some issues with the absorption of yin-yang dual chi by the silver radiance wood. Spirit wood divides into yin and yang types, and unlike living creatures, it is difficult to integrate both yin and yang. And silver radiance wood, being a yang wood, had absorbed sunlight year-round and accumulated a vast amount of yang yuan inside its branches, with scarcely any yin chi. Moreover, this place was not on solid ground but a floating island, with even scarcer earth-origin yin chi. Yujing needed to expend a great deal of energy absorbing copious amounts of moonlight during the night to neutralize the yang yuan. This was an extremely lengthy process, requiring endless and monotonous circulation of qi, for which Yujing had ample patience. In the blink of an eye, over 200 years had passed. During these years, Yujing never ceased, tirelessly absorbing heaven and earth primordial qi day and night. The spirit wood's main body grew further, its realm advancing to the 6th order, its trunk growing several times thicker, and its canopy expanding more than 100-fold, stretching over an area of more than 10,000 acres, aptly described as blotting out the sun and sky. Under the shade of the trees, the small village had, over the course of more than 200 years, transformed into a city with a population exceeding 1 million. Due to Yujing's cultivation, the concentration of spiritual energy here exceeded that of other places, attracting many cultivators. Some smaller families even relocated their entire households to settle here. As a result of Yujing's presence, the city was thus named Silver Splendor City, which over the years became increasingly prosperous and thriving. Regarding this, Yujing remained undistracted, constantly immersed in his cultivation. With the elevation of his realm, he was now able to manipulate some branches and leaves, capable of executing some divine skills, at least possessing the ability to defend himself. At this moment, he also discovered the advantages of an other-kind body. The massive original body brought about a more vigorous primordial source. Being of the 6th order, the foundation Yujing possessed now surpassed that of his original body's state in the Tongxian realm by more than 100-fold, far exceeding ordinary cultivators from the Immortal Tribulation secret realm. While Yujing was absorbed in his intensive cultivation, the heaven and earth primordial qi suddenly became restless and highly unstable. In an instant, he was roused from his submerged cultivation, his divine sense extending into the city, quickly understanding the reason. The spirit moon great realm's spiritual energy tide that occurs once every 330 years was approaching. Before Yujing could react, the numerous floating islands nearby lit up with spiritual light. Ascending formation patterns shone, starting to operate. Yujing carefully sensed the movement within the city below, and soon understood. This wave of spiritual energy tides also marked the time for all the great floating islands to compete for resources and shares of spiritual energy, with all the spirit-gathering arrays lighting up at this moment. Furthermore, this competition would also affect the cultivation aptitudes of newborns within the various great floating islands for the subsequent 330 years. Through the sense provided by his chi refining technique, Yujing perceived some differences. The robust heavenly fate of this realm, along with the surges of spiritual energy, began to flow. The impact on the newborns seemed to be related to this heavenly fate. Boom, a thunderous roar resonated from the layers of clouds, as a majestic tide of spiritual energy surged up from below. The fog contained dew, nearly liquefied. Some smaller floating islands were impacted, drifting away, being casually seized by some powerful living creatures and integrated into some continents. The floating island where Yujing was also began to tremble slightly, showing signs of displacement. Various colors of spiritual lights accompanied the tides, splashing everywhere. Among them were immortal crystal divine mines, all sorts of spiritual objects, and countless essences of spirit stones. Following the immense tide of spiritual energy, a remarkably intense moonlight also appeared. Yujing didn't miss this rare opportunity. His branches spread out, and his roots deeply penetrated into the floating island, drawing in the surrounding yin qi to neutralize the yang yuan that this silver radiance would had accumulated over the long years. This tree of silver radiance would had grown here for 100,000 years, accumulating an astonishing amount of yang yuan, and what Yujing had utilized over the past 200 years was merely the tip of the iceberg. He entered a state of frenzied growth. Every instant, the branches expanded outward, and his realm began soaring rapidly. A vast amount of spiritual energy and dew, attracted by the qi refining technique, merged into the branches and leaves. The lingering spiritual energy caused the concentration of spiritual energy on the entire floating island to start rising. The roots continued to grow, piercing through the floating island, extending toward the clouds below, hungry and thirsty. Continue your adventure at Freeweb Novel in less than half a day. Yujing once again crossed a realm, stepping into the seventh order, controlling the branches around his body. With ease, with a significant increase in power. At the same time, the long steady tribulation qi began to stir. Some powerful living creatures took notice of Yujing's presence, looking at the floating island enveloped in spiritual energy due with a peculiar gleam in their eyes. What a magnificent spiritual ancient tree! The disturbance caused by the ancient wood absorbing the spiritual energy rain was truly astonishing, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Most cultivators, with mediocre cultivation levels, did not dare to harbor ideas about it, except for two living creatures who had stepped into the eighth order, inching closer to this place. Both were dressed similarly, each wearing an auspicious beast martial robe, and of a similar age, nearing 40. This ancient wood might soon transform and commune with the divine. Captain Nangong, this spirit wood is so massive, it could be used to forge many high-quality spiritual treasures. Why not cut it down? It's a rare piece of spirit wood with the effect of gathering spirit. It would be too wasteful to cut it down. Besides, this floating island doesn't yet have an owner, so why not annex it into our Tiani dynasty? This moment is critical. Prioritizing the contest for spiritual objects and cultivation resources is what matters. There is no need to rush for the moment. From a distance, the spirit wood on the floating island began to wrinkle and deform its bark, the spirit vortex gradually expanding, resembling a giant eye, which landed its gaze upon the two. Nangong Yunxiao, 8th Order Bone Age 19,477, Cultivation 8th Order 2nd Layer, Black Qilin Army Captain of Tiani Dynasty, specializes in high-grade true technique, heavenly feather technique, protected by the dynasty's chi fortune. Ren Ku, 8th Order Bone Age 9564, Cultivation 8th Order 1st Layer, Black Qilin Army Deputy Captain of Tiani Dynasty, specializes in high-grade true technique wind and thunder 9 slashes, protected by the dynasty's chi fortune. Dynastic chi fortune. While viewing the information of the two, Yujing pondered. This type of dynasty formed by cultivators wasn't the first he had encountered, as there were many such forces in the myriad realms. However, the concept of dynastic chi fortune did not exist on those individuals, potentially indicating a completely different path of significant value to understand. If a dynasty could gather chi fortune, it would indeed be valuable for experimentation for himself. Chi fortune is indubitably important for a chi cultivator, aiding both cultivation speed and dealing with tribulations, enhancing one's capabilities tremendously. Seeing that the two did not rush over, Yujing did not waste time, continuing his focused cultivation, employing qi refining techniques to absorb the spiritual energy rain. His massive body absorbed energy at a speed far exceeding that of the human body and bore no potential overloading issues. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed swiftly. Every surge of spiritual energy tide lasts only for 3 days, after which, most spiritual objects and cultivation resources would find their ownership. Yujing's act of absorbing the spiritual energy rain was too conspicuous, attracting many spiritual objects towards the island, benefiting many cultivators nearby. Normally with their strength, they would not have been able to partake in such a grand event, merely enduring and sipping on nature, yet now they genuinely reaped many benefits. However, as per usual precedents, possession of spiritual objects and cultivation resources was only temporary. In the days to follow, many powerful entities would patrol the islands, scavenging for anything overlooked. Some spiritual objects already possessed spiritual wisdom and would hide, or might be fortuitously discovered by weaker living creatures, although not in great numbers. No cultivator would willingly relinquish these easily attainable resources. This is an uncommonly turbulent period in the Spirit Moon Great Realm, likely to persist for over a decade with sporadic conflicts happening occasionally. During these 3 days, Yujing's gains were so tremendous that he even fleetingly touched the threshold of the 8th order. Using the body of another kind to practice qi refining techniques, the benefits were unimaginably substantial, opening a new gateway for Yujing. Vibrations transmitted from the void, and 2 figures emerged from a spatial channel, faces changing slightly upon seeing the floating island. The lush ancient wood extended skyward and earthward, with a canopy covering tens of thousands of square meters, almost covering 1/3 of the small floating island, its roots infiltrating the entirety of the island. This spirit would must have transformed already. After a moment of silence, Nangang Yunxiao's expression slightly hardened. Let's cut it down directly, to avoid causing chaos and hurting people. Once a tree gains spiritual awakening, it's hard to control or communicate with, it's better not to stir trouble. Listening to this, Renku didn't hesitate, pulling out a narrow long saber from the void with a blade cold as snow. The saber swung through the void, igniting fierce lightning with the sound of wind and thunder. Clang, as the blade struck the trunk, a sound like metal clashing was emitted, scattering countless leaves. A terrifying gash was split into the tree trunk, penetrating dozens of meters deep and stretching over 1,000 meters long, with sap continuously seeping out, forming a river. Burn marks around the wound turned the bark black as if struck by lightning. Having endured this fearsome strike, Yujing couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If it were a normal qi cultivator at the Unity Realm stage facing this strike head-on, death was certain, and even if it were his own body unguarded, it would not be an easy feat yet. He felt no discomfort at this moment, no pain at all, though invisibly, a substantial amount of tribulation qi had indeed been eroded. Different beings have different capacities to endure tribulations. In the next moment, the healing panel activated, thoroughly mending the injury, retracting the scar, shedding the charred bark, and restoring the trunk to its original state. The two from afar showed surprise in their eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Renku gripped his saber tightly, his face full of amazement. Is this simply a common silver radiance wood? How could it grow to such an extent? Possessing such mystical properties? Nangang Yunxiao's expression slightly deepened, stepping forward boldly, took a deep breath, and activated a spell. In the vast sky, a humming sound carried as nature's spiritual energy madly converged behind him, and tens of thousands of spirit swords emerged from the void. The sword qi was sharp, like flowing feathers scraping across the sky, aiming straight for the sky-supporting ancient tree. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous noises followed, branches broke off in batches, and fallen leaves filled the long river and dark valleys on the island, shaking the entire floating island violently. Endless wounds appeared on the surface of the tree trunk, from which spiritual liquid seeped out and gushed forth. This strike from Nangang Yunxiao took Yujing by surprise. His tribulation qi was greatly diminished again. At this rate, the tribulation qi would soon be exhausted, and he might even be able to transcend the earth tribulation soon, without the worry of increasing tribulation qi. As the repair panel was activated, the fallen branches and leaves instantly turned to ash, the scars on the trunk healed, and it flourished lushly once again. Nangong Yunxiao's expression changed instantly, and he stepped back half a step. Such a demon, the two of us probably cannot handle it. What should we do then? Shall we go back to the capital to mobilize troops? Renku also felt troubled, as the instant healing was unprecedented to him. Even if we go back, the Emperor might not be willing to send troops here to chop down this tree. It would probably require a lot of manpower. Nangong Yunxiao shook his head slightly, hinting retreat, better less trouble than more. There were many uses for strength within the dynasty, it shouldn't be wasted excessively. If a lot of manpower was spent and in the end only a piece of deadwood was obtained, it would be too wasteful. After all, this ancient tree posed no threat to the Tianyi dynasty, it was thankless effort. As the two were discussing, Yujing waited for a moment and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Seeing that they were hesitant to make another move and even considering leaving, he became somewhat anxious. It would be a pity if it ended like this. After a slight hesitation, he stirred the thoughts in his mind and began to control the massive branches, prepared to give the two a little stimulation. Using the body of an other kind to operate a great divine power like the law of heaven and earth was his first time, he needed to use the spell to adapt. Noticing the movement of the branches, Nangong Yunxiao's expression tensed. After observing carefully for a few moments and discerning the trajectory of the branches, his face suddenly changed drastically. Is it casting a spell? To cast a spell meant to operate divine abilities and techniques. How could such a newly awakened other kind possibly do this? The spiritual energy between heaven and earth instantly became frenzied, continuously gathering toward the sky-supporting ancient tree, creating an immense spirit vortex, affecting the area for hundreds of thousands of leagues. Before the two could react, a thick branch suddenly lunged out, resembling a swinging fist, sweeping across. The void collapsed massively, the branches and leaves cut through the air creating a harsh whistle, piercing like thunder explosions. Bang! The two didn't even have time to react and were instantly swept by the branch. Their figures flew out instantly, bursting into a cloud of blood, their bodies shattered with countless cracks, blood scattered across the sky. That was too harsh a move. Yujing inwardly remarked it was not good. He had never made a move before and was unaware of the force. He thought that given the gap in the great stages of cultivation, these two should have been able to withstand it, yet he didn't expect them to be so vulnerable. The branch reached out again, shifting earlier than it appeared, catching the two and splitting open a gap, issuing two currents of clean qi into their bodies. The repair panel then activated, partially healing their injuries and pulling them back from the brink of death. After a while, Nangong Yunxiao finally awoke groggily, amidst the shock to his divine soul. His thoughts were scattered and he thought he had reached the Yellow Springs. Seeing the layers of silver flower tree leaves around him, he realized his location, sat up abruptly, and saw Renku, whose life and death were unknown, laying beside him, unusually unsettled. The branches around gently rustled. What are you trying to do? Recalling the tree's spellcasting moment earlier, Nangong Yunxiao's complexion changed. He suppressed the pain of shattered bones and muscles throughout his body, and prepared himself defensively. The ancient tree did not respond even slightly, it gently shook itself and threw the two out, slowly withdrawing. Nangong Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, and quickly grasped the still unconscious Renku into his hands. Not daring to stay a moment longer, he turned and left. Watching the two leave, Yujing felt somewhat disappointed. If a few more strokes were given, his goal for this life's trial might have been nearly accomplished. Now that the tribulation qi had faded, even if these two were let go, there would be no further trouble. He needed to wait for another opportunity. This might also be the only good thing about tribulation qi, allowing the precognition of fortunes and misfortunes. Unexpectedly for Yujing, just a few months later, Nangong Yunxiao returned, this time bringing a group of cultivators. Unlike before, he was not here to chop the spirit wood but had brought the emperor's decree from the Tianyi dynasty. A group of cultivators closely followed Nangong Yunxiao and set foot on the floating island. Before entering the island, they had already seen that towering and magnificent divine tree not far away. As they got closer, it was like an ant looking up at the sky, their expressions were all filled with shock. The ancient tree pierced the clouds, its main trunk was so thick that it was difficult to measure with the naked eye. The rough bark was covered with patterns left by the years, as if carrying fragments of time, with dense branches and leaves that obscured the sky. The brilliance of the 6 rounds of great suns, passing through layers of silver leaves, left only mottled light and shadows on the ground, resembling scattered star rivers. Truly an ancient tree reaching the heavens. The ancients did not deceive me. I've only seen such divine wood in books. In the ancient era, when heaven and earth were intact, it is said that one could often see such divine wood. How long ago was the ancient era? Nowadays, apart from the 3 great divine lands, where else could nurture such astonishing divine wood? This kind of divine wood, in a world filled with floating islands, is extremely rare, no wonder the emperor regards it as auspicious. The earth vein chi needed for the growth of divine wood is the scarcest thing in the spirit moon great realm. Though some large floating islands span millions of miles, it is tough to nurture such extraordinary divine wood. This one before us is exceedingly rare, many living creatures might not see such a sight once in their lifetime. The group discussed animatedly, and even Nangong Yunxiao couldn't hide his shock. He remembered clearly that before the onset of the spiritual energy tide, this ancient tree did not have such a terrifying presence. Such a rate of growth was overly outrageous. While in awe, he couldn't help but wonder. Logically, this divine wood should have been discovered long ago, but he hadn't heard any news about it before. This obviously did not make much sense. After a slight hesitation, Nangong Yunxiao entered a city located at the base of the tree roots and randomly grabbed a passerby to inquire about the situation. Has this ancient tree always been like this? The person caught to answer, instinctively wanting to snap angry but seeing the numerous imposing people behind Nangong Yunxiao, the flicker of anger he had vanished, and he shook his head. I moved here not long ago, before the spiritual energy tide. It seemed not so large then, it must have undergone changes during the tide. Nangong Yunxiao's brows slightly furrowed, he began to search and inquire around. After much effort, he finally gleaned some information. It wasn't this big before, it only began to grow larger over 200 years ago, and then Silver Splendor City came into existence. I used to play under the tree as a child, it should have started in those 2 years. Back then this place was just a small village with only 300 to 400 households. An innkeeper, who had grown up in the area, knew the divine wood well. Hearing this, Nangong Yunxiao pondered for a moment and, without staying much longer, went directly towards the divine tree. The innkeeper leaned against the doorframe, watching the group leave while looking at the hazy sunlight overhead. He chuckled softly, "Hey, perhaps it awakened spiritually because of my watering." Nangong Yunxiao led a group of cultivators from the Tianyi dynasty and slowly approached beneath the divine tree. This place had the most abundant spiritual energy, making it the most suitable place for cultivation on the entire floating island, attracting many cultivators to gather around the tree roots. The spiritual energy here is comparable to that of the royal capital. If we could transplant this tree back to the royal capital. A series of whispers came from behind. Nangong Yunxiao frowned, turned back to look at the cultivators behind him and scolded in a low voice, "Be cautious with your words." Based on the previous situation, this tree had already undergone spiritual awakening and possessed high spiritual wisdom. If they carelessly angered it, the few of them would have a hard time leaving alive. Actually, during this period, he was confused as to why that day, the tree spirit let him and Renku go. Nangong Yunxiao scanned the surroundings, his cultivation was fully unrestrained, awakening the cultivators who were immersed in their secret of cultivation nearby. Within 15 minutes, all irrelevant people, retreat 10,000 feet. Nangong Yunxiao spoke firmly, his voice carried 100 miles, seeing some cultivators still unmoving, he knitted his brows and bellowed sharply, "Disperse." This shout, imbued with mana, thundered like lightning, instantly scattering the surrounding cultivators like birds and beasts. Once most of the cultivators had dispersed, Nangong Yunxiao took a moment to gather his thoughts, then spoke solemnly, "Divine tree, the emperor of the Tianyi dynasty regards your presence as a heavenly auspicious sign and desires to summon you to court, offering rich gifts in exchange." Today, I come bearing the Emperor's decree to invite you. Would you be willing to join our Tianyi dynasty? Hearing the inquiry below, Yujing was somewhat surprised by the reaction of the Tianyi dynasty, but he had no strong aversion to it. Having such a dynasty in front could only be an aid in his tribulation. There were still 330 years until the next outbreak of the spiritual energy tide. If the Tianyi dynasty was willing to nurture him, his time to advance to the Eighth Order could be significantly shortened. Under the watchful gaze of Nangong Yunxiao and his group, the fallen leaves on the ground slowly moved, assembling into a line of large characters. I agree, but after that, the causal connections, you bear the consequences. He was not sure to what extent the subsequent tribulations would escalate, whether the Tianyi dynasty would be involved, let alone whether they could withstand them, so it was better to set the expectations now. Nangong Yunxiao fell silent for a while, staring at the sky-supporting divine wood in front of him, unable to fathom the implications. Bear the consequences themselves? What does this mean? A threat? After contemplating for a long time, he finally slowly unfolded the Emperor's decree in his hands and fulfilled the mission of this trip. The Emperor's decree, wrapped with intense chi fortune, was brief with only 2 sentences. Enthrone the divine wood as the heavenly gifted divine tree, rank higher than orthodox gods, and enjoy offerings of blood food. At the moment the Emperor's decree was recited, it instantly self-ignited, turning into a spiritual light which imprinted on the main trunk of the divine wood, solidifying into the 2 characters heavenly gifted. Joining the dynasty naturally allowed one to enjoy a certain protection of the dynasty's chi fortune. This was Yujing's first encounter with the existence of a dynasty's chi fortune, feeling quite different and slightly distinct from heavenly fate, with different effects as well. The chi fortune of a dynasty could enhance the cultivation speed of living creatures, ward off many evils, among other benefits. However, the living creatures themselves would also become deeply entwined with the dynasty's chi fortune, thriving with the dynasty's prosperity and declining with its decay. The overthrow of a dynasty often meant not only the end of one's cultivation path but could also involve sacrificing one's life. There are gains and losses. Undoubtedly, this presented a new path to compete for heavenly fate. While it was difficult for one individual to contend for fate, by rallying the power of millions of creatures, there was hope. For a moment, Yujing hesitated, wondering if in the future, when current paths were no longer viable, establishing a dynasty might be an alternative. But for a chi cultivator, this would undoubtedly involve considerably complex causal connections. Nangong Yunxiao and the others did not linger for long and soon departed. About a month later, the massive army of the Tianyi dynasty arrived at the floating island, about 400,000 strong, led by Nangong Yunxiao, who immediately stationed there, bringing the island into the territory of the Tianyi dynasty. This time, Nangong Yunxiao also brought Yujing offerings of blood food, flesh from 3 complete 8th order other kinds, standards of worship he could enjoy once every 100 years. Although these were merely at the lower ranks of the 8th order, the essence within their physical bodies was enough for Yujing to digest for some time. Meanwhile, the whole floating island began migrating, moving towards a vastly larger island in the distance. This migration lasted almost 20 years. During this period, naturally many creatures attempted to seize this floating island, but all were repelled by Yujing, who did not kill any but merely resisted persistently, his tribulation chi almost completely depleted. Eventually, the floating island stopped in the midst of a cluster of islands, adjacent to over 100 others. Due to the presence of clouds and mist, these islands exerted an inexplicable repulsion against each other, only managing to draw marginally closer and forming a chain-like cluster of islands, yet unable to merge fully. These islands, standing guard around the Tianyi dynasty, formed fortresses as the most forward outposts of the dynasty. Clearly, the Tianyi dynasty did not intend to let Yujing freeload but used him as a shield on the outermost front. This was exactly what Yujing wanted as he had come to endure tribulations, and given how resilient his current incarnation was, he naturally did not want to miss this rare opportunity. Nangong Yunxiao did not stay by Yujing's side for long and quickly departed, seemingly in a hurry. In the Spirit Moon Great Realm, the Tianyi dynasty was one of the formidable forces, seldom targeted by others, However, conversely, if someone did take action, it would not be a trifling matter but akin to a thunderstorm. After arriving in the territory of the Tianyi dynasty, Yujing lived tranquilly for over 10 years, and then occasionally small-scale conflicts erupted, often with Eighth Order beings attempting to plunder. Every time such situations arose, he would fully extend his form, protecting the cultivators of the Tianyi dynasty behind him, bearing most of the impact and often severely wounded. After each battle, the emperor of the Tianyi dynasty increased the offerings of blood food, making them even more generous. The legend of the heavenly gifted divine tree began to spread within the territory of the Tianyi dynasty, and the dynasty's chief fortune increasingly gathered around Yujing, enhancing his cultivation speed by another level. The relatively mundane days passed swiftly like a white steed flits past a gap, and in a blink, 100 years had passed. The disputes caused by the tide of spiritual energy gradually settled, and the entire Spirit Moon Great Realm entered a very tranquil recovery period. This would last for almost 200 years until the next tide of spiritual energy would begin, a cycle repeating itself. Yujing's consciousness slipped into a semi-dormant state, preparing to shift his consciousness back to his main body and start planning for the Earth Tribulation. Amidst the haziness, a figure caught in his perception, a traveling Taoist dressed modestly with a mere sixth-order cultivation, appearing quite ordinary. However, the demeanor and acts of this person instantly tensed up Yujing's nerves, snapping him awake from his deep slumber. With the support from the Tianyi dynasty and influenced by Yujing over the years, Silver Splendor City had become increasingly prosperous. A traveling Taoist mingled among the crowd, holding a Dao seal in his palm and with a smile plastered across his face, approaching anyone to chat. "Do you wish to worship Daoist? Venerable Zheng? He is a divine being who has survived since the ancient era, possessing supreme power. If one pays homage every day, ordinary humans will strengthen and heal from all illnesses, and cultivators will receive blessings from the Daoist Venerable, advancing swiftly in their cultivation. Send gift." Paragraph copied. Facing the words of the traveling Taoist, the reactions of the cultivators on the street were mixed. Who is Daoist Venerable Zheng? There are only so many orthodox gods conferred by the dynasty. Where did this person come from? Is there really such miraculous effect? You wouldn't be trying to swindle me, would you? Continue to bluff and deceive, seducing the will of the people. Be careful, or I'll report you to the authorities and have you thrown into the heavenly prison. Some were dubious, while others glared angrily. Within the Tianyi dynasty, there were indeed many incense spirituality deities, enjoying the worship of countless citizens, but those incense spirituality deities outside of the ones canonized by the imperial court were deemed indecent sacrifices in the eyes of the dynasty's people. Indecent sacrifice, a gathering place of evil spirits, not acknowledged by the orthodox gods, practitioners of such worship would be struck by divine punishment. I have already reported to the imperial court and received permission. I have erected a temple dedicated to the Dao Lord not far outside the city. If you're interested, you are welcome to explore for yourself. Faced with the many doubts, the traveling Taoist remained unconcerned, still smiling. If you find it suitable, you can request a divine statue to bring home for worship, which yields even better results. Upon hearing this, Yujing's thoughts paused, and a tumult arose in his mind. Has Daoist Venerable Zheng's believers truly begun their interrealm activities? He extended his perception toward the outskirts of Silver Splendor City, and soon, on a low peak located more than 30 miles outside the city, he discovered the newly built temple of the Dao Lord. The temple's layout was simple, equipped with only a divine platform and a divine statue, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own appearance. Zheng Daoist Venerable's divine statue, fourth order, a divine statue of a heavenly venerate incense spirituality deity, which can slightly increase the cultivation speed of fourth order and lower living creatures, and there is a certain probability of receiving the deity's blessings with daily worship. As he viewed the information returned by his spiritual eye, Yujing's astonishment deepened. A heavenly venerate realm incense spirituality deity? Has Daoist Venerable Zheng ascended to the ninth order already? Impossible. Yujing instinctively wanted to deny it, well aware of Daoist Venerable Zheng's believer distribution. How could such earth-shattering change occur in just a few centuries? Moreover, he was well aware of the conditions in the Dongyuan realm, not open to the heavenly Daoist shackles. It could not allow the existence of beings above the ninth order. Initially, he had set up a grand formation, forcibly helping Shan Sun break through cultivation bottlenecks and advance into the realm of the great god witch, but the result was a death with no burial. No, wait. With a shift in his thoughts, Yujing paused, realizing the crux of the matter. In the divine court, he possessed countless incarnations, which was precisely where Daoist Venerable Zheng another source of incense fire originated. For an incense fire deity, there is no such concept as a true body. As long as the belief and willingness of the Dongyuan human clan is sufficient, Daoist Venerable Zheng can use this to ascend to a heavenly venerate in the divine court domain. Ninth order. Even if it is just entering the ninth order, that is equivalent to an immortal venerable of the immortal path, a realm comparable to Zhao Tingxian, magnitudes mightier than his current level of cultivation. Previously, Yujing consciously suppressed the incense fire willpower. He did not expect that after severing the connection with Daoist Venerable Zheng, he could grow so powerful in less than a millennium. The incense fire willpower from a complete great realm is indeed an astounding amount, nourishing a ninth order incense fire deity is entirely within the realm of possibility. For a moment, Yujing's thoughts were in disarray. He was unsure how to deal with the existence of Daoist Venerable Zheng. He was a deity he had created with his own hands, but now, there was no longer any connection between him and Daoist Venerable Zheng. Even if he wanted to deal with it, given his current level of cultivation, it was nothing more than a fantasy. To put it bluntly, the current Daoist Venerable Zheng could easily crush him with a mere divine sense. Snap, a branch silently fell and gradually transformed into a human shadow, shrouded within a voluminous silver leaf robe, tearing through the void, striding towards the outskirts of Silver Splendor City. In the blink of an eye, Yujing had already stepped into the temple. The temple had just been built, spotlessly clean, and the ash in the incense burner at the front of the altar was but a thin layer. Yujing stood before the altar, his eyes squinting slightly, and he lit 3 sticks of pure incense, inserting them into the incense burner, intending to attempt calling out his true name. As the thought arose, the tribulation chi that had dissipated around him suddenly became tumultuous. Yujing swallowed the words that had reached his lips, his eyes growing dark with premonition. Speaking out his true name would bring grave disaster upon him. Where does the calamity lie? Daoist Venerable Zheng? If it is indeed Daoist Venerable Zheng, then the trouble would indeed be great. As much as the connection has been severed, Yujing cannot be certain whether Daoist Venerable Zheng could sense his existence. 10,000 Realms battlefield is not like any other place. With the status of an incense fire deity, Daoist Venerable Zheng could directly emerge from the Chaos Sea, traverse the myriad realms, and enter into the battlefield of the 10,000 realms. What might happen then was somewhat beyond Yujing's imagination. With such a great disparity in strength, he dares not act rashly. Although in a strict sense, Daoist Venerable Zheng is the same person as him. Before Yujing had time to ponder further, a shadow stepped into the temple. It was the traveling Taoist who had been in the city earlier. Yujing had already seen this person's information. His name was Du Rue, with a 6th order cultivation, bone age of over 3,000 years, his path of cultivation favoring the primordial spirit, and a talent that could only be considered ordinary. Du Rue glanced at Yujing and, seeing him enshrouded in the robe, unrecognizable, paid him no mind and smiled warmly, saying, "Esteemed friend, have you come here to pay homage to the Tao Lord?" Yujing remained silent and turned to leave. Hold on a moment. Du Rue glanced at the 3 sticks of pure incense burning in the incense burner, raised his hand to stop Yujing, and spoke unhurriedly, "If there's no urgent matter, please stay for a while. Why not come and see the Tao Lord's divine manifestation? Your thoughts might change after." Yujing stopped in his tracks, fixing his gaze on Du Rue, wordless. He wanted to see what this so-called divine manifestation was all about. Du Rue smiled faintly, flipping his hand to take out a broken half of a sword and placing it on the altar. He burned incense, bowed deeply, and chanted the unique summoning god song of the incense spirituality believers. To activate the summoning god song consumes a considerable amount of vitality, chi, and spirit, but at the same time, it can attract the attention of the incense fire deity, allowing it to manifest through a golden body and wield divine secret skills, or even reach out across space. This is the only method, apart from calling its true name, that one can use to communicate with the incense fire deity. After the summoning god song was completed, Durue's breath had grown heavy, indicating a certain level of depletion. Moments later, divine light suddenly shone from the eyes of the divine statue, reflecting on the fragmented blade. Enveloped by the divine light, the shattered magic artifact gradually began to restore its form. The broken sword was being reshaped, and within a few breaths, it returned to its original state, with spiritual patterns moving smoothly over it, flawless. Yujing's fingertips trembled, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Was this repair? Why could the Daoist Venerable Zheng use such a technique? Soon, Yujing calmed down and fell into deep thought. If this kind of method was a backbone for Daoist Venerable Zheng, then the rapid expansion of his followers was not untraceable. As his cultivation progressed, Yujing saw the nature of the repair panel clearer. It was akin to divine abilities and techniques, requiring energy from nature to be wielded. Magical repair divine skills are not rare in the myriad heavens and realms. Some powerful living creatures at the peak of their cultivation could even utilize nature's spiritual energy to create something from nothing. This wasn't particularly remarkable. The issue lies in the price that must be paid. The magic sword Durue had just repaired was merely third order, for which Yujing, at his current repair master level, only needed to consume a slight amount of spiritual energy to achieve directly. However, the repair by Daoist Venerable Zheng was somewhat different. Durue, being at the sixth order, had to expend a certain amount of vitality, qi, and spirit, and use the summoning god's song to repair such a sword. The gap between them, I'm afraid, was completely consumed by Daoist Venerable Zheng. If all his followers were doing this, then the reason Daoist Venerable Zheng's cultivation could grow so quickly would be explained. The followers provide a massive amount of vitality, qi, and spirit as nourishment and also fanatically expand his following. How could he not grow powerful? What do you think? What the Tao Lord can do is far from just this, not only weapons and magic treasures. If you have intractable chronic diseases, the Tao Lord can also heal you. Durue steadied his breath, looking towards Yujing, his eyes filled with fervent reverence for Daoist Venerable Zheng. Among the true believers, such pure faith was rare. It was almost close to that of a fanatical believer. Seeing Yujing still unresponsive, Durue stood up and spoke gently. I have only one daughter under my knees, born with imperfections, no hope for the path of cultivation, and doomed not to live past 30. After seeking divine medicine to no avail, it was the Tao Lord's divine manifestation that saved my daughter's life and gave her a chance to step onto the path of cultivation. So that's how it is. Yujing's gaze grew complicated. For Durue, the grace of Daoist Venerable Zheng was almost equivalent to that of a second set of parents. Becoming his follower was the most natural thing to do. To be frank, I am not from the Spirit Moon Great Realm. I am here for the Tao Lord to spread his teachings. If you join us, you will become a fellow Daoist. Durue's face carried a hint of a smile, with a sharp glint in his eyes, and his tone grew somewhat complacent. Across the Chaos Sea's 108,000 realms, through every territory Tao Lord's followers have traveled, if not 10,000, then at least 8,000. If you wish to serve the Tao Lord, we will all be your support. Hearing this, Yujing couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he had prepared himself for the extent of the forces Daoist Venerable Zheng currently possessed, Durue's words still struck him with immense impact. The Chaos Sea, with at least 1/10 of its realms, bore the mark of Daoist Venerable Zheng. How astonishing is that? Without a doubt, Durue was a remarkably qualified preacher. Anyone else would surely be swayed. But unfortunately, the one that stood before him was Yujing, the creator of Daoist Venerable Zheng. Without a word, Yujing turned around and left. 10,000 Realms Battlefield. Lower Heavenly Domain, Underground Palace. The dazzling brilliance of the sun essence shone, lighting up the massive city that lay beneath the ground. On the bustling streets, shops were densely packed, the boisterousness of red dust rolling upwards. Lying back in a street-side chair, Yujing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze slightly cold. Since he began the embodiment of undergoing tribulations, nearly 5 years had passed on the 10,000 Realms battlefield. These years, he had never once left the underground palace, but now, it could not continue. He must quickly overcome the earth tribulation, leveraging the durable nature of his silver radiance wood embodiment to accelerate his cultivation progress. Inadvertently learning of Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu's progress, Yujing felt a significant impact. The terrifying advancement speed of the Incense Fire Divine Path made him quite envious. However, it was just a thought. This path is difficult to complete, as seen from the current distribution of heavenly fate in the myriad realms, which only occupies 15% and is divided among various Taoist orthodoxies. If the Taoist school did not have the support of an elusive ancestral Tao, it would hold a mere fraction. In the myriad realms, the Incense Fire Divine Path is not renowned, and there are no famous deities associated with it, reflecting the fate of this lineage. Most cultivators prefer to believe only in themselves, and those who wholeheartedly worship deities are indeed few, involving some low-grade cultivators or even mortals, willing to offer incense. Once cultivation reaches a certain level, numbers no longer compensate. Yujing re-entered the shop, looked at Banyan behind the counter, and spoke softly, "I've made progress in my cultivation and need to take a trip. The return date is uncertain. Should any changes occur, you may send word to me." After settling down here, Yujing took the opportunity to release Banyan. The laws within his grotto heaven were imperfect, staying there for extended periods wouldn't benefit Banyan's cultivation. Furthermore, he was amidst the 5 elements' great tribulation without achieving perfection, and frequent drastic changes within his small world were not conducive for living creatures to thrive for long. "All right." Banyan didn't say much and agreed directly, then with a shift in his gaze, he said slowly, "If convenient, please check whether there is any significant event in the outside world." Over the years, he had adapted quickly to life in the underground palace, but with scarce conflicts and noteworthy events, it inevitably felt somewhat uninteresting. Squeak, Zhang Zuling entered from the back door, looking at Yujing with a slightly changed expression. "Are you about to cross the earth tribulation?" Over the years, she had come to learn a lot about Yujing's past experiences. It was unexpected that in less than a few years after crossing the fire tribulation, Yujing was taking another step forward. Almost. Yujing didn't say much. In fact, his cultivation was currently at the second tribulation middle stage, and his heart fire wasn't strong enough. He was still far from crossing the earth tribulation, but, with the cultivation of Qi refining Immortal realm, he could attempt it. The Qi refining lineage posed no bottlenecks for him, only the trouble of tribulation Qi. Zhang Zuling quickly calmed her emotions and spoke lightly, "I've received much care from you these few years. I have an object to give you, which should be somewhat helpful in strengthening your foundation in the earth element. It's unnecessary. Keep it for yourself. I saved you also because of the great kindness from Cangyun Immortal Monarch. You owe me nothing." Yujing shook his head, declining. Firstly, he didn't think there was anything from Zhang Zuling that could aid him, and secondly, helping Zhang Zuling had been a spontaneous act without expecting anything in return. At that time, Zhang Zuling was fully capable of protecting herself, and there weren't many in the underground palace area who could pose a threat to her. That was his help, not mine. Zhang Zuling interrupted Yujing, flipping her hand and taking out a fist-sized earth-yellow spirit crystal with a faint flame flickering inside. "When you helped me heal years ago, and all the cultivation resources these years were from you, I need to repay this favor." Yujing was about to speak, but his gaze swept over the object in Zhang Zuling's hand and he held back his words. Earth vein stone fire, 8th order heavenly fire spark fell into the deep earth veins. The essence Qi was absorbed by the earth veins, gestating this earth treasure. When integrated into a living being's body, it significantly enhances affinity with earth attribute primordial energy. This stone fire, an extremely rare earth element spiritual object, Yujing, who had seen countless treasures and various spiritual objects over the years, was encountering stone fire for the first time. Moreover, this stone fire, containing both earth and fire properties, not only increased affinity with earth attribute primordial energy but also nourished the heart flame, making it very suitable for his current condition. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water, the 5 elements correspond to the 5 organs in the human body: liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Among the 5 organs, the earth element corresponds to the center palace, governing the spleen. Situated in the central position among the 5 elements, it supports the upper parts and initiates the lower ones, consolidates the heart flame, and strengthens the spleen to generate metal elements moisture for the lungs. If he could refine this stone fire, Yujing's progress to the 4th tribulations would significantly accelerate. You don't need to refuse. I cultivate the vast earth-nourishing spirit true scripture, and I am well aware of the effects of this object. I obtained it in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. It has nothing to do with the Zheng family or my ancestors. Seeing Yujing remaining silent, Zheng Zuling directly tossed over the earth vein stone fire. You'll definitely need it now. Yujing did not decline excessively, taking the earth vein stone fire into his palm, and nodded, saying, "Then I shall borrow it, and return it to you in the future." He spoke with confidence. Even if he could never find another earth vein stone fire, he could look for another earth attribute immortal treasure to return to Zheng Zuling. Stepping into the 3rd tribulation, leveraging the many divine skills of chi refining, he would not encounter too much danger in the lower heavenly domain, thus he could take bolder actions and no longer be trapped within this underground palace. Nearly 5 years later, Yujing returned to the lower heavenly domain. Above the sky, the sun still gathered in clusters, and one could vaguely see some landscapes of the middle layer heavenly domain. That was the main battlefield for beings of the 8th order. Yujing concealed his aura, cautiously exploring his surroundings, seeking a suitable place for undergoing tribulation. Crossing the earth tribulation, the earth attribute primordial energy was restless, likely to trigger the earth veins to upheaval, causing significant disturbances. Hence a remote location was needed, while also scouting for information. After groping around for several days, Yujing made some discoveries. Judging by the reactions of the myriad realms, the pace of attack from the Immortal Alliance seemed to have suddenly slowed down, not as aggressively pressing as before, but there were still many true immortals active outside. When encountering people from other realms, these true immortals did not engage, but retreated upon contact, showing no intention of entanglement, seemingly in search of someone. Learning of this situation, Yujing couldn't help thinking about the responses of those people from the Immortal Alliance before. The drastic change in attitude of the Immortal Alliance if they merely wanted to kill him, seemed overly complicated. Could there really be some reasons? Yujing examined himself. The only thing that could catch the eye of the Immortal Alliance, he could think of, was this chi refining technique, which had attracted the attention of the Immortal Alliance. Or perhaps, it was something else. The Eternal Calamity treasure record he was currently cultivating was obtained inside the Cangyun secret realm, personally imparted by the Ancestral Dao statue. The crux of it, he had never fully figured out. Could it be the Immortal Alliance had gotten some clues about the Ancestral Dao from the Cangyun realm? To find traces of the Ancestral Dao through him? Or perhaps they saw the possibility of the coexistence of chi refining technique and the immortal path, trying to use this as a starting point. To Yujing, both possibilities seemed very likely. Within the immortal path, there already exist many cultivation skills that resonate with chi refining techniques, especially at the true immortal realm, also employing the way of 5 elements and yin-yang. If there was to be a distinct peculiarity, it would be the necessity of having the immortal bone to enter its ranks. This was actually the greatest limiting factor in the development of the immortal path. Without this restriction, there would definitely be many more cultivators of the immortal path, and the heavenly fate occupied by the immortal path would also be not just the current 20%. Relying to himself for a while, Yujing felt indecisive for a moment. Now the Martial Hall sought to kill him, while the Immortal Alliance sought to protect him. If there came a day of unforeseen mishaps, rendering him no escape, perhaps the Immortal Alliance could become a new route for retreat. But if so, what circumstances was Song Lingshui in right now? Thinking of this, Yujing furrowed his brows, setting aside distracting thoughts temporarily. he found an uninhabited area and triggered the Earth Tribulation. In an instant, the vast land within hundreds of thousands of miles began to tremble, abundant earth vein chi surged out, turning into rows of orange-yellow earth dragons, soaring into the sky, heading straight for Yujing. Within a verdant ancient forest, a woman in her early 20s was seated cross-legged under a tree root, with green hair draped over her shoulders, her appearance exquisitely beautiful, her skin like snow. Suddenly, her ears twitched, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Earth-attributed spirit chi is going berserk. Is someone crossing the Earth Tribulation? The extent of the Earth Tribulation exceeded Yujing's expectations. Within hundreds of thousands of miles, the Earth vein chi surged wildly. With the nourishment of a massive amount of Earth attribute primordial energy, the spirit plants and ancient trees that originally grew on the land benefited substantially, stretching their branches and leaves against the wind, growing wildly amid the cracking earth. Boom! A muffled hum echoed between heaven and earth as orange-yellow earth dragons zigzagged across the sky, continuously flowing into Yujing's body. With a large amount of earth attribute primordial energy entering his body, his jet-black, shiny hair tinted with a faint yellowish glow. Mud-like spiritual liquid began to seep from his skin, dripping and flowing. Unable to bear the sudden surge of earth attribute primordial energy, it overflowed from his hair and pores all over his body. His skin began to crack visibly, almost turning into a mud statue under the envelopment of the spiritual liquid. Beneath the massive amount of earth attribute primordial energy, the heart flame burning within Yujing's heart dulled momentarily, nearly extinguishing, with a large amount of fire attribute essence chi being drawn away. The indestructible sky Kirin fire coiled above his heart seemed agitated. The little Kirin struggled continuously, but still could not stop the leakage of essence chi. Once the immortal fire extinguished, Yujing's heart would also stop beating, and next, his physical body's vitality would cease entirely, completely turning into a mud statue. Yujing's expression remained calm as he took out the earth vein stone fire with a flip of his hand, cutting open his lower abdomen to directly stuff it into his dantian. The stone peel wrapping the flames shattered, revealing the dancing heavenly fire within. The earth element immortal root completely absorbed the fallen stone peel, visibly hastening the condensation speed of the earth attribute primordial energy. The heavenly fire, accompanying the circulation of immortal power, entered his heart, merging into the indestructible sky Kirin fire, stabilizing the soon-to-extinguish heart flame. His cultivation began to rise, almost instantaneously stepping into the late second tribulation phase, rapidly approaching the realm of a mid-stage 3 calamities true immortal. Go to UO Sigma UO Infinity.co. His strong heartbeat returned to normal, an immense amount of earth attribute primordial energy entered Yujing's spleen, beginning to assist his physical body in undergoing a new round of extreme transformation. The spleen, among the 5 vital organs, is extremely important, mainly responsible for blood creation, absorption, and filtration. Now, Yujing's spleen underwent a fundamental change, gradually merging with the earth element immortal root. Each thread of immortal blood circulating through his limbs and bones, upon entering the spleen, would be purified and refined anew. Although the amount decreased tenfold, it became even more concentrated and pure. As the total amount of immortal blood decreased, Yujing's body became progressively more parched and rough, losing its blood-nourished luster, but his eyes revealed an increasingly vigorous vitality. This transformation lasted for 2 entire days and nights, until Yujing's spleen completely transformed. Despite the rapid influx of earth attribute primordial energy, he still found it somewhat overwhelming. He could only pile all the remaining primordial energy into his chi refinement as cultivation. His early stage heavenly immortal cultivation began to ascend continuously, and the previously depleted tribulation chi began to accumulate once again. Yujing held nothing back, placing all the tribulation chi on his avatar located in the spirit moon great realm, allowing it to undergo the tribulation, experiencing the profound changes within its body. Under the operation of the spleen, the refined immortal blood began to replenish his limbs and bones once again. A large amount of tainted blood was expelled from his body, and Yujing's cultivation soared, stepping into the realm of a 3 calamities true immortal. The mud on his body's surface receded back into his body, and his parched physique gradually plumped up, regaining its blood qi. The anomaly on his hair gradually faded, emitting an ink-like luster. A strong spleen wards off all poisons. At Chu Jingyao's level of cultivation, there were already few poisons that could threaten him, and now he was virtually unrestricted. Moreover, once the spleen completely transformed, it allowed his physical body to maintain its prime state for a considerable period of time, eliminating parts of his body exhausted by time, eternally youthful. Like the previous wood tribulation and fire tribulation, the earth tribulation lasted 3 days and gradually dissipated. With the massive supplement of primordial energy, Chu Jingyao's cultivation steadily climbed a major realm, stepping into the mid-stage 3 calamities true immortal, and his qi refinement as cultivation also made considerable progress. With the cultivation of a mid-stage 3 calamities true immortal and various divine skills, if no powerful external forces interfered, he could now traverse the lower heavenly domain unobstructed. The moment the tribulation passed, Chu Jing had a thought and sensed a change with his avatar in the Spirit Moon Great Realm, which had fallen into a bitter battle. In the early stage of heavenly immortal, one must overcome 3,300 major and minor tribulations to enter the middle stage. Under the fierce infusion of the earth tribulation, the primordial energy that ordinarily required a long time to accumulate had completed a third. In other words, Chu Jing leveraged the earth tribulation as a stepping stone, bypassing nearly 1,000 accumulated tribulations, thus amassing an astonishing amount of tribulation qi, entirely triggering a major tribulation. The Tianyi dynasty and another top-tier dynasty engaged in a full-scale war. Whether this was related to him, Chu Jing couldn't be certain. Currently, he had no time to attend to his avatars. With a repair mechanism in place, there shouldn't be too many problems for the time being. Now, he wanted to meet Gung Yang and incidentally find out about the current movements within the Immortal Alliance. He was not very clear about Gung Yang's current location, as the heavenly fate in the 10,000 Realms battlefield was chaotic, and some divination techniques were completely ineffective. However, he still had some methods. Being a qi cultivator, his cultivation had already reached the 3rd layer of the 8th order. By using the heavenly divination technique again, he could trace the causal line of his own fate, thereby sensing some living creatures entangled with him by karma. Although he only had a vague general direction and couldn't pinpoint the exact location, it was still better than searching for a needle in the ocean. This was originally meant for transforming and transcending tribulations, but now it had found some use. Chu Jingyao's eyelids slightly drooped as he operated the heavenly divination technique, beginning to retrospectively trace his own karma. In an instant, a striking red causal line entered his perception, thick as a dragon coiling around a heavenly column, impossible to overlook. Alingsu? Oh, sensing the end of this causal line, Chu Jing was momentarily taken aback, somewhat unable to understand why Songling Xue, with her identity and cultivation, would appear on the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Confused for a brief moment, he then realized that she most likely came seeking him. Recalling the previous great saint of martial path, Chu Jing calmed his emotions, fell into contemplation. Presently, the martial hall sought his death, and he had no idea of the situation around Songling Xue. He could not just carelessly go directly to her. He needed to be cautious. Regaining his composure, Chu Jing continued to sense and soon detected the causal line belonging to Gung Yang. What surprised him was that Gung Yang and Songling Xue were in the same direction, not far apart. Without further hesitation, he used the shape-shifting divine power to disguise his appearance, tore through the void, and sought out the other end of the causal line. After Chu Jing left, ripples faintly emerged in the void, and a figure stepped out. Looking around at the devastated land, Dong Xingyuo's nostrils flared, her expression gradually changed. Behind her, the phantom of an ancient wood materialized, its roots spread out, embedding into the earth, starting to communicate with the spirit plants on the ground. A few moments later, a clot of tainted blood emerged from the palm of Dong Xingyuo's hand. She gazed in the direction where Chu Jing left, her eyes reflecting a complex light. She had attacked Chu Jing before and got his essence blood on her, the taste she would not mistake. Originally, she just had a casual interest to see if there were any old acquaintances in the Immortal Alliance, and along the way, she continued to track Chu Jing. Unexpectedly, she was delayed for some time and thus missed him. Even more chilling to her was that it had been only 5 years since Yujing entered the second tribulation, but he had already advanced to another tribulation. Even bearing the Yin-Yang immortal bone, this was incredibly defying of heaven. The immortal ancestor was truly far-sighted. From across the starry sea, he had discerned the unique aspects of Yujing. Unfortunately, her own vision was somewhat lacking. However, now that she knew the direction, with her 7th tribulation cultivation, catching up was not difficult. Dongxingyu dissipated the tainted blood in her hands, stood in place, looked at the void, and cracked an awkward smile. Achu, a paragraph fellow Daoist, it has been a long time. I have been sent by the orders of Fan Long Immortal King to extend an invitation. A paragraph. Oh, before she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her hand and rubbed her face, her rigid expression becoming somewhat difficult to behold. She never thought that her relationship with Yujing would transform so rapidly. Now facing Yujing again, she actually had to ponder her wording in advance to avoid displeasing him. Autumn Burial Realm, why are such monstrous freaks showing up in these years? Isn Aod Shang Sangyun enough. Oh, after a while, she couldn't Aod help but curse in a low voice, tore through the void, and followed the trail. No matter what, she had to ensure Yujing's safe return without direct confrontation, needing careful persuasion. Otherwise, even if Fan Long forgave her, Yujing wouldn't Aod let her off easily in the future. Yujing made his way through vast stretches of wilderness, stumbling upon remnants of battlefields everywhere. For the incomplete magic treasures and weapons, he did not miss a single one, collecting them all into the grotto heaven within his body. Although most of these items were of an order that he could no longer use, he still did not wish to waste them, since they were all for the taking anyway. Among them, there would occasionally be some pleasant surprises, allowing him to come across some fragments of 8th order items. However, they were all 8th order low quality. The immortal treasures ranked between the 1st and 3rd tribulation, the 5 elements incomplete, their power limited. After crossing several areas in succession, Yujing noticed something unusual. On the surface, it seemed as if the Immortal Alliance was slowing down its offensive, but the positions of many large camps had started to move forward, subtly encircling many of the 10,000 Realms cultivators' large camps in the center, all departments secretly preparing their troops, clearly ready to launch a major offensive. This was different from the previous small-scale wars. It was an accumulation of forces for a decisive battle that would determine the fate of the cosmos. Once the winner in the lower heavenly domain is decided, if the Immortal Alliance prevails, they could use the lower heavenly domain as a base to push the entire battlefield into the 10,000 realms through numerous spatial passages, causing a dramatic shift in the situation at that time. It seems that the 10,000 realms have also become aware of this situation, as Yujing saw many traces of spatial passages, and the 10,000 realms side was clearly in a critical rush to call for reinforcements. Even within the large camps on the 10,000 realms side, he saw many living creatures whose cultivation did not exceed the 3rd order, a level clearly not sufficient for the battlefields of the 10,000 realms, but they had been pulled up regardless. Most of Yujing's attention was on the events unfolding before him, and he did not notice that not far behind him, there was a figure following him at a leisurely pace. Dongxingyu, who was following from a distance, was filled with doubts at this moment. Not long after detecting the trail of Yujing, she tracked down his figure and locked onto him through the aura of his essence blood. But she didn't dare to approach him rashly, as she was somewhat worried that making her presence known directly would provoke Yujing. From their previous encounters, she understood that Yujing was not an easy person to deal with, and her unsolicited appearance would most likely result in an immediate fallout. She also didn't dare to harm others and found it difficult to capture Yujing unharmed. If the already sizable dispute were to escalate further due to her actions, it would not be good. Moreover, should she fail and Yujing escape and conceal the aura of his essence blood, it would not be so easy to find him afterward. With the current rapid changes in the great universe, this could be her last chance, and failure was not an option. Thus, having confirmed Yujing's location, she secretly sent a message to Fan Long Immortal King and then notified the various camps of the Immortal Alliance to call for the cooperation of true immortals. It would be best to have a group of true immortals come forward to persuade Yujing, while she would stay back and avoid direct contact with him as much as possible. This way, not only could she take credit for finding Yujing, but it would also let Yujing temporarily forget about her, killing two birds with one stone. However, after following Yujing for some time, Dong Xingyu became increasingly puzzled. She struggled to understand Yujing's odd actions of uncovering ancient battlefields sealed by time, extracting a pile of rubbish from them, and then burying all the remains again. Then again in the vicinity of the Immortal Alliance and 10,000 Realms camps, he wandered back and forth, seemingly indulging in some unknown whimsy, leaving one clueless as to his thoughts. In a flash, more than half a month had passed. Dong Xingyu was still following Yujing from a moderate distance, with no progress in the matter at hand. The situation in the upper heavenly domain was at a stalemate. Fan Long Immortal King was tied up and could not extricate himself for the moment, and Yujing's current cultivation was very high, a 3 calamities true immortal, and he also possessed unknown divine skills, with an extremely fast speed that crossed the void, so the true immortals of the Immortal Alliance in the lower heavenly domains simply could not keep up with his pace. Continue your saga on Freewebnovel. Moreover, with the 10,000 Realms camp sticking out like a sore thumb, these true immortals found it challenging to make any significant moves, and the situation was at an impasse for the time being. However, Dong Xingyu was not anxious. Judging by the direction of Yujing's advance, he would sooner or later enter the area under the Immortal Alliance's jurisdiction. There, people had already prepared a warm welcome, so he just needed to wait quietly. Countless suns spanned across the void, and the heavens and earth were bright as day without a shadow in sight. It took Yujing about more than a month to finally find the end of the thread of cause and effect. As the distance closed, the effects of the heavenly divination technique were already starting to show. Eventually, he found a major camp of the Immortal Alliance, and from far outside the camp, he saw the figure of Song Lingxue. She was seated by the camp's gate, with a silver-white battle halberd stuck by her side. Her long hair was casually tied up with an iron crown and hung behind her. The battle armor she wore had cracks, and her abdomen was bound with bandages that were soaked with bloodstains and spiritual light, making her look extremely weary. Song Lingxue, 6th Order Bone Age of 49, Mid-Stage Cultivation of Martial God Realm, Core True Inheritor of the Martial Hall, Master of the Lingxue Realm. Main Cultivation in Martial Arts Scripture, Secondary in Slaughter Blood Descending Dragon Technique, with Blood Gang Aura Protection, her body has acquired the indestructible property, capable of limb regeneration. Her abdomen has been torn by a fierce bird, with the wound containing residual intense poison. Reparable, looking at the information transmitted by the spiritual eye, Yujing's gaze slightly dimmed. It had been more than 20 years since they parted in the Cangyun realm, and the changes that had occurred to Song Lingxue were too significant. For a moment, he nearly failed to recognize her. The once picturesque brows and eyes were now tinged with murderous intent, her gaze as cold and sharp as a knife. Her expression was filled with indifference, her cheeks even smeared with bloodstains that had not been wiped away, faintly revealing unhealed wounds. A breeze tainted with the smell of blood brushed past the camp, lifting her hair but unable to disperse the biting coldness that enveloped her. Yujing himself had cultivated the slaughter blood descending dragon technique. Merely from the profound blood fiend aura surrounding Song Lingxue, he knew that the number of living creatures that had died by her hand over the years was already an astronomical figure that could not be precisely counted. In his memory, Song Lingxue had always been under protection and rarely engaged in combat with others, let alone killing. The experiences of these years had never been spoken of in her letters to him, but the martial path is a road paved with slaughter, and the killing intent is extremely heavy. On her own, her cultivation reaching this point today must have been through many difficulties. A martial god under 50 years old was, even amongst the relatively short-lived cultivators of the martial path, a rarity that was tens of times more uncommon than ordinary. Cultivators, alarmingly fast. The current Song Lingxue, with a cultivation comparable to that of Shang Zuling, if it came to a fight for life with true prowess, Shang Zuling might even be instantly killed without other protective means. 20 years ago, that was something that even Yujing, including all cultivators of the Cangyun realm, would not dare to think about. lost in thought for a moment. From the void around, more than 10 figures emerged, all true immortals. Among them was Fu Zixuan, who had been the first to help Yujing by blocking the enemies from the 10,000 realms. This direct disciple of a great immortal emperor had left a profound impression on Yujing. He originally thought that she would also die at the hands of that great saint of martial path, but now it seemed that she had managed to escape disaster by luck. Fu Zixuan, looking at the completely unfamiliar middle-aged man in front of her, did not hesitate. She bowed with her hands clasped and got straight to the point. Daoist Chu, our immortal alliance has no ill intentions towards you. Since you've come, please give us a chance to talk inside the camp. Yujing looked around, observing the crowd of true immortals, who were faintly surrounding him. Then he glanced at Song Lingxue in the distance, who was unaware of his presence, and without much hesitation, dispelled his shape-shifting divine power to reveal his true form, and walked straight towards the camp. These true immortals could not stop him, but at this moment, he no longer wished to leave. Fu Zixuan led a group of true immortals, closely following Yujing's steps, entering into the large camp. Far behind, Dongxingyu slightly relaxed and pondered for a moment. She waited outside the large camp, waiting for Fan Long Immortal King to come to lead the people. By this step, her task had already been completed, and it was best not to meet Yujing face to face. Yujing's identity was extraordinary and he should no longer stay in the 10,000 Realms battlefield, a dangerous place. With his talent, it wouldn't take long before he would enter the punishment authority, becoming an inspector and even a heavenly judge. Although her cultivation was stronger than Yujing's, she was ultimately not on the same level as him. With today's accomplishment of finding Yujing, her life was least assured in the future without the need to seek any unnecessary presents. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Freeweb novel. Yujing didn't conceal his appearance, and as soon as he entered the large camp, he came into Song Lingxue's sight. Seeing Yujing, Song Lingxue was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stood up, subconsciously opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words again, feeling somewhat uneasy. She saw the true immortals nearby and was a bit unsure about Yujing's current situation. Yujing slowly extended his hand, smiling and nodding. "It's fine now." The taut strings of her heart suddenly relaxed. The unease that had just risen in Song Lingxue instantly crumbled, like a swallow returning to its nest. She crashed into Yujing's embrace. The force of this impact was surprisingly strong, almost triggering the immortal light protective body around Yujing. Her arms around his waist seemed to use all her strength, as if wanting to melt him into her bones and blood. "I've missed you so much." The whisper in his ear made Yujing feel somewhat dazed for a moment, as if time and space had paused, leaving only the warm and clear heartbeat close at hand, vivid and strong. For Song Lingxue, it had been 21 years since this reunion, but for Yujing, it was nearly 2,000 years ago, almost like a lifetime. Perhaps because of the long period he spent as an incarnate experiencing trials through time, this reunion didn't stir too much turbulence in Yujing's emotions. But for a moment, he felt the sourness and bitterness at the tip of his heart, realizing that even across the endless starry seas, there was still someone who cared about him. A strand of immortal light emerged from his fingertips, seeping into Song Lingxue's body, instantly healing her injuries and replenishing her lost vitality. Fu Zixuan, who was by Yujing's side, glanced at Song Lingxue, her eyes slightly turning. She raised her hand to signal the other true immortals to disperse and spoke softly. "Daoist Chu, you have traveled a long way to reach here, and it must have been tiring. I have prepared a dwelling for you. Take a few days to rest, and when you are free, we can talk about future matters. For now, I will leave you be." After speaking, she summoned an Immortal Alliance cultivator, gave some instructions, and then turned to leave. "Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your efforts last time. I hadn't had the chance to express my gratitude." Yujing turned his head to look at her, making a bowing gesture with his hands. Back then, Fu Zixuan had intervened to stop a group of cultivators from the myriad realms on his behalf, which aided him significantly. Although he still could not avoid that calamity in the end, the favor of lending assistance must not be ignored. Moreover, that calamity had also impacted an entire large camp of the Immortal Alliance. From Fu Zixuan's earlier words, Yujing could deduce some hidden information. The Immortal Alliance had already been following him and thus knew he had traveled here. The Immortal Alliance had long known his whereabouts and had merely followed him silently, which indicated, at least for now, that the Immortal Alliance harbored no significant ill will towards him. Fu Zhishuan turned her head back, showing a slightly surprised look, and was somewhat puzzled about how Yujing knew her surname. After a slight hesitation, she subtly reminded, however, it was just a little help, not worth mentioning. The prior incident involving the large camp has already been investigated by our heavenly judge, and the primary culprit has been executed. Please, Daoist Chu, do not dwell on this matter anymore, and do not promote it excessively. Hearing this, Chu Zheng's heart stirred. Fu Zhishuan's implication was to gloss over the incident, as the Immortal Alliance had already found out it was instigated by people from the Martial Hall, but they did not intend to pursue it further, likely for the greater good. And according to her words, the great saint of Martial Path who had tried to kill him had already died. Without saying more, Fu Zhishuan left directly. The dwelling Fu Zhishuan had prepared for Yujing was a low-grade immortal treasure in itself, containing a universe within and somewhat similar to the heavenly pattern Immortal Fire Hall in the Taishan Holy Land, encompassing a complete cave dwelling. Inside the warm spiritual spring, the water slightly rippled. Song Lingxue leaned against Chu Zheng's neck, wiping away the blood on her back, which was smooth as jade, each inch of muscle containing terrifying explosive power. Feeling the nearly perfect body in his arms, Chu Zheng fell into contemplation. Just from Song Lingxue's current physical condition, he could discern some clues. The martial arts scripture she mentioned was indeed remarkable, but he always felt something was not quite right. In the world, no cultivation method could be perfect. Many cultivation methods would have some flaws. However, the martial arts scripture mentioned by Song Lingxue was so powerful and flawless, completely lacking any visible shortcomings, which obviously did not seem reasonable. Is the original martial arts scripture in your possession? May I see it? Yujing held Song Lingxue's waist to stabilize her, with a solemn expression. He was somewhat worried that the martial arts scripture might have some unknown side effects. Song Lingxue's eyes paused, avoiding Chu Zheng's gaze, and bit his neck lightly, her words muffled. Why ask these now? Can't you focus? After a moment, Chu Zheng steadied his mind and spoke again. Why did you come to the 10,000 Realms battlefield? I heard that you had ascended to the rank of true immortal and was worried that the Immortal Alliance might be unfavorable to you, so I came. At this point, Song Lingxue collected her scattered thoughts and spoke softly. I originally intended to come and find you alone, but the Martial Hall also dispatched additional people. Along with me, there was one great saint and 6 saints, but now they are all dead. At least the great saint is undoubtedly dead. Chu Zheng's eyebrows slightly furrowed, his eyes sharpened. Was that great saint of Martial Path named you by you? Hearing this, Song Lingxue's expression changed, and she immediately asked, have you met him? I have. He tried to kill me. I avoided the danger and survived narrowly. Chu Zheng downplayed the danger involved, speaking lightly. When he made his move, he also destroyed an Immortal Alliance camp, and it seems he was discovered by the Immortal Alliance and thus perished. Martial Hall actually wants to kill you. After a moment of shock, Song Lingxue fell into deep thought and murmured, no wonder, the Immortal Alliance treats you as a distinguished guest now. Their aggression towards you is actually aimed at targeting the Immortal Alliance. They must be secretly preparing for a Dao war. As her voice faded, she became somewhat puzzled. Why would the Immortal Alliance help you? Considering the examples of Shang Songyun and Zhao Tingxian, the Immortal Alliance shouldn't be acting this way, especially since Yujing isn't purely an Immortal Path cultivator. Yujing shook his head slightly. I'm not entirely sure, but it should be related to that Ancestral Dao. Ancestral Dao. Song Lingxue was slightly stunned, then suddenly realized, her expression could hardly conceal her astonishment. Could it be that within the great universe, the Ancestral Dao who monopolizes 1/4 of heavenly fate, is the same one I reported to when you and I married on our grand wedding day? That wedding. Chu Zheng's thoughts paused as a glint of light flashed through his eyes. He had almost forgotten, back when in Great Zhou, when he married Song Lingxue, they had reported to the Ancestral Dao who showed a faint response. Since then, there had been no information from the Ancestral Dao, no response no matter how he contacted, even through the Ancestral Dao golden body. What do you plan to do next? Song Lingxue did not dwell on the topic, her expression growing more serious. She said quietly, inside the martial hall, there have been some significant changes in recent years. I fear even the Immortal Alliance may not be safe. What do you mean by that? Yujing regained his senses, somewhat surprised. If even the Immortal Alliance isn't safe, then within the great universe, the only path of retreat left for him would be the Chaos Sea. I have gathered some information from some cultivators of the martial hall within the 10,000 Realms battlefield, mentioned Song Lingxue sitting upright, her expression solemn. In the battlefield of all heavens, the martial hall shattered the other kind. Reportedly, the martial Ancestor, at the pinnacle of the temporal river, fought against two enemies alone, slaying the two beast ancestors Yuxian and Lingxing from all heavens, scattering the heavenly fate they were enveloped in. All heavens, which originally held 15% of heavenly fate, now only retains half of that, not far off from the Chaos Sea. The scattered 15% of heavenly fate is rapidly leaning towards the martial path. Heavenly Punishment Martial Emperor has already returned to the martial hall, absorbing the scattered heavenly fate, preparing to step into the ancestral realm. Heavenly Punishment Martial Emperor is the youngest martial emperor of the martial hall. If it weren't for the lack of heavenly fate, he would have already entered the ancestral realm. He has been at the half-ancestor stage for many years, this time it should be almost certain. Stepping into the ancestral realm still requires the endorsement of heavenly fate. Yujing was somewhat surprised, an aspect he had never known. That's what I learned within the martial hall. To ascend as an ancestor, heavenly fate is indispensable. Song Lingxue nodded. Without the blessing of heavenly fate, despite sufficient talent and cultivation, it would be difficult to step into the ancestral realm, hence all paths vie for fate. An additional ancestral realm shifts the entire situation drastically. Yujing narrowed his eyes. To enter the ancestral realm, how much heavenly fate is needed? Song Lingxue pondered for a moment, conjectured, all heavens has only 3 beast ancestors, occupying 15% of heavenly fate, about half of that should be enough. Half of heaven's fortune. Yujing's heart skipped a beat. Almost immediately, he thought of the Chaos Sea. Chaos Sea, neither more nor less, exactly holds half of the scattered heavenly fate. If within the great universe, all heavenly fate has masters, the Chaos Sea is undoubtedly the last boarding pass to the ancestral realm. The future of the great universe will certainly not be as calm as it is now. Song Lingxue sighed softly. Those other kind of all heavens are certainly also trying their best to fight for the scattered heavenly fate. Even if they reclaim half, raising a new beast ancestor, it would still be difficult to resist the martial hall. This means, after this battle, the martial hall will occupy at least 25% of heavenly fate, comparable to the hidden ancestral Dao. Yujing took a deep breath, his heart sinking gradually. If he wants to save himself, he needs to increase his cultivation speed and gather more trump cards. The Immortal Alliance most likely hopes to contact the ancestral Dao through him, but now, he doesn't have the capability. If his plans fall through, he doesn't know how the Immortal Alliance will react. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Outside the Immortal Palace, Fu Zhishuan paced back and forth, occasionally looking up at the tightly shut palace door, her expression conflicted, murmuring to herself, young couple, reunited after a long separation, understandable. After a long pause, she couldn't help but rubbed her forehead, her expression growing more complex. But it's been over half a month already, when will it end? Originally, letting Yujing rest for a few days before talking was meant to give him time to prepare his thoughts, but she never imagined Yujing would take it so literally and just settled in. Half a month has passed since she thought he would come out, but there was no sign of him. Now that the war preparations are in the final stage, with the great battle about to commence, she is also entangled in various matters, needing to sort out Yujing's situation quickly so she can focus on the tasks at hand. Among the many true immortals in the lower heavenly domain, her cultivation isn't the highest, but her authority is substantial, and many matters need her approval before proceeding. Above the camp, Dongxingyu crouched among the clouds, her expression also full of conflict. 2. Upon hearing Fan Long Immortal King's question, Dong Xingyu suddenly felt a jolt, her heart pounding uncontrollably with anxiety. She bowed deeply, clearing all distractions from her mind, and respectfully began, "Reporting back to your majesty, Yujing is inside the main camp." Fan Long Immortal King stepped out from the void, surveying the camp below. His complexion was somewhat pale, his armor shattered, stained with immortal blood. Some of the wounds were pitch black and emanated a decaying aura, continuously infecting his immortal body. "Your Majesty, you." Dong Xingyu lifted her head and, upon seeing Fan Long's condition, her expression drastically changed. Having followed by Fan Long's side until now, she had never seen him in such a wretched state. A paramount immortal king, who could walk unhindered even in the upper domains of the 10,000 realms battlefield, what kind of creature could have inflicted such injuries on him? "It's nothing serious." Fan Long Immortal King slightly shook his head, glanced at the broken battle armor on his body, and after pondering for a moment, scattered the immortal armor around him and changed into a magnificent robe adorned with stars, suffused with immortal light. His originally pale complexion regained its rosy hue. The background of Yujing behind was unclear, he had never made contact with Yujing before. This first meeting, now he was representing the Immortal Alliance, he could not afford to be underestimated. "I will wait for him in the main hall of the camp. You go and summon him here." After steadying his breath and casually issuing the order, Fan Long Immortal King took a step and entered the main camp, heading straight for the central hall. Dong Xingyu paused momentarily, then bowed her head and assented. Given the status of Fan Long Immortal King, he naturally could not just go to see Yujing directly. Dong Xingyu stepped up to the front of the great hall, glanced at Fu Zhishuan, and nodded a greeting. "Inspector Fu, all has been well with you lately?" "Dongxing Demon Immortal, it's been a long time." Fu Zhishuan returned the greeting with a cupped fist salute. Her manner was not cold, but neither was it very enthusiastic. Under the great Immortal Emperor and holding the position of the youngest inspector of the Immortal Alliance Punishment Department, the existence of a creature like Dongxing Demon Immortal was completely beneath her notice. She was someone qualified to knock at the threshold of the Immortal Monarchs. The realm of Immortal Kings was merely her starting point. Dong Xingyu was unfazed and quietly said, "Fan Long Immortal King has arrived at the camp, please bring Yujing to the main hall as soon as possible." "Fan Long Immortal King has personally come?" Fu Zhishuan's expression changed slightly, and before she could react further, the doors of the nearby hall slowly opened, and two figures emerged. Song Lingxiu stepped out first, her blood qi abundant. Sensing the fluctuations of Song Lingxiu's aura, Fu Zhishuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Compared to before, Song Lingxiu's cultivation had risen a minor realm, stepping into the latter stages of the martial god realm. With such cultivation, for her age, she was nothing short of astonishing. Not even 50 years old, she was already close to touching the threshold of the martial half-saint. Moreover, Fu Zhishuan could faintly sense that Song Lingxiu's true combat strength was far more than what it seemed. As a true inheritor of the martial hall, ordinary cultivators from the immortal Tribulation secret realm were no match for her. "Thank you for waiting." Yujing greeted Fu Zhishuan, then his gaze settled on Dong Xingyu beside her, eyes flashing slightly. "Dongxing Demon Immortal, it's been a long time." His gaze did not linger on Dong Xingyu, looking towards the center of the camp instead. In that instant just now, he had sensed a terrifying surge of Yuan Qi, no less than when he first saw Cangyun. That torrential surge of the immortal paths. Power was impossible to ignore. Here came an immortal king. Presumably, he was here for him. The same words as before, coming from Yujing's mouth, suddenly made Dong Xingyu feel a chill. She lowered her posture, bowing slightly, and performed a courtesy. "Daoist Chu, please follow me. Fan Long Immortal King is waiting for you." "No trouble at all." Yujing nodded slightly. Such a calm response left Dong Xingyu somewhat puzzled, but she didn't say more and turned to leave. Whether Yujing bore grudges or not, she did not want to bring up past events again, and even if Yujing had thoughts of revenge, those could wait for the future. Continue your story on Freeweb novel. Song Lingxiu did not follow, she stayed where she was. The matters to come would depend on Yujing to handle himself. Her current cultivation level was not sufficient to partake in affairs of that level. Now, the only thing she needed to consider was her next steps with Yujing. As her cultivation of the martial arts scripture progressed, she had begun to sense some clues. This was not a path where one could make progress by simply meditating in seclusion. In the midst of battle, where blood chi boiled around her, her cultivation progress could leap dozens of times over. Within the martial arts scripture, most combat skills were honed on the edge of life and death. It was hard for her to imagine the experiences the creator of the martial arts scripture went through, countless bloody storms, and most critically, that this person could have lived to push this path to its final step. On this point, Song Lingshui had pondered many times. If it were her, she likely would not make it to the end without meeting an early demise. Even now, with the martial arts scripture laid out before her, the path already paved, reaching the end was not an easy task. This path carried too great a toll on one's lifespan. As her cultivation deepened, whether she could live for 10,000 years was a question mark. This was why she was reluctant to show the martial arts scripture to Yujing. He would not let her continue down this path. Even if it was a path of strength, growing quickly. Because of this, she currently could not travel with Yujing, for he would not give her the chance to face danger. The Taishan Holy Land of the past, as well as the martial hall of the present, are paths Yujing has paved for her. He has habitually placed her in an environment that is safe as possible. She didn't want to argue with Yujing about this matter, merely seeking the right moment to part ways, till they could meet again in the future. Regardless of the outcome, this was the path she chose for herself. A path she could walk with full satisfaction, without a trace of unwillingness or regret. Dongxingyu led Yujing along, arriving in front of the main tent of the camp. The gates of the hall were wide open. Dongxingyu did not enter the hall, but slowly raised his hand, indicating for Yujing to enter alone. Yujing walked into the hall with steady steps. The gates closed slowly behind him, separating the inside from the outside, and in an instant, all was silent. Inside the hall, vast and empty, sat a lone figure in the main seat, wearing a star moon robe, nearly 40, with profound and deep-set eyes, and exuding a dignified and imposing aura, deep as an abyss, standing tall as a mountain. Fan Long, 9th Order Heavenly Judge of the Immortal Alliance, at perfection in the Immortal King Realm, pure-blooded Immortal Descendant, 9th layer perfection in Immortal Crossing Scripture, has severe internal injuries, affected by evil chi, combat power less than 50%, with your current abilities, you cannot repair it temporarily. Seeing Fan Long's information, Yujing narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't discern Fan Long's bone age, which was quite similar to what he had experienced with Elder Shang Songyun before, and he couldn't gaze directly for too long, as the burden on his spiritual eye was quite heavy. Young Yujing pays respects to Immortal King Fan Long. Yujing greeted, showing respect as a junior. Immortal King Fan Long slowly stood up and said directly, "I don't like beating around the bush, so let's get straight to the point." As he spoke, a 3-foot immortal jade appeared in the palm of his hand. The immortal jade flew out of his hand, emitting a hazy immortal light, filling the entire hall. Yujing tensed up as the immortal light slowly penetrated into his body from his limbs and bones, reaching his spirit platform, and touching his primordial spirit. In that instant, all his divine skills were sealed. The seal wasn't strong, he could break free at will. Yujing didn't make a move rashly, but looked towards Fan Long with a trace of perplexity in his eyes. "There's no need to be nervous, I am here because I have some questions. This treasure is called Soul Validation Jade, and it has only one effect, to discern whether your words are true or false." Fan Long said gently, "With this treasure, both you and I can save a lot of trouble." He didn't want to forcefully soul search, as it might trigger some taboo techniques and potentially cause significant trouble. It could even endanger Yujing's life, and even pose a threat to himself. After all, involved with Yujing was that ancestral Dao. In the great universe, there are some things he, at his level, had no right to know. The Vice Hall Master of the Martial Hall, Fu Pinglan, suffered for knowing some secrets, lost his eyes, missing in the endless years, unable to be found to this day. Even a power from the ancestral realm could meet such a fate, let alone him. The higher one's cultivation, the more one realized how much terrifying things in the world were beyond reach, necessitating extreme caution in all things. Before the immortal ancestor has clearly spoken, he couldn't do too much out of line. Hearing this, Yujing relaxed and said in a calm voice, "Immortal King can ask freely, this junior will withhold nothing in his answers. Do you have a way to contact the ancestral Dao?" Fan Long's eyes focused keenly, feeling somewhat unsettled for the first time in a while, as this matter was related to the great matter of the Dao war situation. Yujing shook his head without any hesitation. "The Immortal King seems to hold me in too high esteem. I am but an ordinary Qi cultivator, how could I know the whereabouts of the ancestral Dao?" Hiding the truth or lying about this matter had no meaning. Indeed, he very much wanted to invoke the great banner of the ancestral Dao, but except for that one marriage document and the transmission of techniques in the Cangyun secret realm, he had no other connections with the ancestral Dao. The soul validation jade showed no fluctuations, and the immortal light remained, clearly showing Yujing had nothing to hide. Disappointed, Fan Long turned to ask, "Why did Elder Shang Cangyun help you back then? What is your relationship with him? And Zhao Tingxian, what connection do you have with him?" These were the largest secrets Yujing held aside from the ancestral Dao, the connection between him and two rebels of the Immortal Alliance, Shang Cangyun and Zhao Tingxian. "Elder Shang once said he helped me out of his own will, with no one arranging or dictating it, simply because he wished to help. As for Senior Zhao..." Yujing pondered for a few moments before truthfully saying, "Cultivating chi-refining techniques within the Immortal Alliance's territory cannot be concealed from the Heavenly Dao. Senior Zhao was once entrusted by someone to save me thrice from death, therefore hid the fluctuations of the heavenly fate for me, and that's all the connection we have." Those pieces of information had traces to be found within the Cangyun realm, and the changing patterns of heavenly fate were not difficult for the Immortal Alliance to investigate. Fan Long's spirits lifted, and he pressed, "Who entrusted him?" "I don't know, perhaps Senior Zhao has the answer." Yujing shook his head. It was something he had always found puzzling too. Foreknowledge, having a premonition 1,000 years in advance, was a cultivation technique that one could say defied heaven. Even his arrival in the Cangyun realm might have been arranged by that person. After observing Yujing for a moment, as if deep in thought, Fan Long saw that Yujing knew very well the current situation of Elder Shang and Zhao Tingxian within the Immortal Alliance, yet he did not directly name them in his words, maintaining his respect. The implied meaning was clear. He still remembered the kindness of these two people. Fan Long didn't linger on this point and went on to ask some other questions, such as the details of cultivating both Qi techniques and the immortal path. He didn't seem too concerned about Yujing's Qi techniques. From the conversation, Yujing could vaguely feel that Fan Long's understanding of Qi techniques was profound, even surpassing that of ordinary Qi cultivators. Clearly, the Immortal Alliance had been researching Qi techniques all along. After about half an hour or more, Fan Long put away the soul validation jade and spoke slowly, "Yujing, would you be willing to join the Punishment Authority? Join the Immortal Alliance Punishment Department." Yujing's eyes flickered slightly. The proposal from Fan Long took him by surprise. For a moment, the grand hall fell into silence, the crystal-clear walls casting faint and translucent immortal light. It reflected on Yujing's face, causing his complexion to flicker ambiguously. Seeing Yujing speechless, as if in doubt, Fan Long spoke again, "You don't need to worry about anything. Whether you join the Punishment Authority or not, the Immortal Alliance will not harm you, nor will it restrict your freedom." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned the conversation and with directness, said, "You are a Qi cultivator, with no low level of cultivation. You must know quite a bit about tribulations. 5 years ago, a camp of the Immortal Alliance was destroyed by a cultivator from the Martial Hall, and it was related to you. At that time, you happened to have a breakthrough. You must have been undergoing tribulation." Fan Long's tone contained no questions, just a calm narration, clearly having full confidence in his understanding of the details. "That's indeed the case," Yujing said without hesitation, nodding. "The Martial Hall came for me. Destroying the camp was done opportunistically, only to silence witnesses and prevent leaks. All these were caused by me. Halfway through his speech, Chu Zheng's mind suddenly tingled, an electric spark flashed, and he realized something, his expression somewhat startled. Tribulations. The great saint of martial path who attacked you before was personally slain by me. Seeing Chu Zheng reacting, Fan Long stood up, walked slowly to his side, and in his deep eyes, there was a trace of helplessness. Because of the existence of tribulations, the Immortal Alliance will not interfere too much with you, nor will it be a shield for you to ward off calamities. There were attempts by the Immortal Alliance in the past to grasp the secrets of chi refining techniques. As Fan Long Immortal King continued his explanation, Chu Zheng gradually came to understand some of the whole story. The Immortal Alliance had always been secretly researching chi refining techniques. Setting aside the ancestral Tao, this path, beyond insight and tribulations, had few limitations. Moreover, the heavenly fate held by a chi cultivator belongs only to oneself, one person one path, fundamentally different from the numerous Taoist orthodoxy with many adherents. Even if they hold much heavenly fate, once they are killed, that heavenly fate can still be quickly reclaimed. The Immortal Alliance once secretly cultivated a chi cultivator, finding a child with extraordinary talent, raising him carefully from a young age, and arranging a powerful protector to shield him from calamities and misfortune. However, the result was not very good. The tribulations faced by chi cultivators are too unpredictable, natural disasters and man-made calamities too easily trigger a chain reaction. At first, the faint traces of tribulation, light as a feather, could be resolved with a wave of the hand by the top powers in the immortal path, not even worth the hassle. But as the chi cultivator's cultivation grew higher, the triggered tribulations became increasingly terrifying. The long accumulation of tribulation chi eventually led to a horrifying qualitative change. An inexplicable passage to the vast universe opened right in the midst of the Immortal Alliance's core territory. Evil demons swarmed out, triggering a catastrophic slaughter of living creatures. That disaster caused the Immortal Alliance to lose 13 great thousand worlds, countless true immortals perished, over 100 immortal venerables suffered casualties, and 32 immortal kings, 9 immortal monarchs, as well as 2 immortal emperors fell in succession. And after surviving this tribulation, all that was gained was a mere chi cultivator in the late stages of mysterious immortal, whose combat power was only slightly stronger than the average immortal king. Such disproportionate investment and returns were quickly abolished by the Immortal Alliance, and the research into chi refining techniques was gradually shelved and no longer pursued. With such a precedent, the Immortal Alliance naturally had to consider more when it came to Chu Zheng, especially since he currently had no bargaining chips to offer any value to the Immortal Alliance. Based on this, the Immortal Alliance could not possibly pour many resources into Chu Zheng, and even less likely bring him directly back to the Great Immortal Realm for confinement. That would be asking for trouble. Whether you enter the punishment department or not, the Immortal Alliance will not insist, it is entirely up to you. Fan Long gazed at Chu Zheng, laying out the terms clearly. If you are willing to join the punishment authority, your status will be completely different. Returning to Cangyun realm, things will be much more convenient. Being the master of Taishan Holy Land, you may also choose to re-establish Taishuan's legacy. Returning to Cangyun realm. Re-establishing Taishan. This statement touched Chu Zheng somewhat. The Taishan Holy Land had been brought to near ruin by his actions, and he was unclear about the current situation. If there was a chance to return, it would naturally be good. Moreover, with the Immortal Alliance's support, it would certainly be more convenient than being alone. Deng Yang had entrusted Taishan to him, also to pass on this legacy. Now was the best opportunity. As for whether the Immortal Alliance would strike at him in the dark, Chu Zheng was not particularly concerned about that. The reason was that in the eyes of the Immortal Alliance, his current strength was no different from that of an ant. If the Immortal Alliance really wanted to deal with him, Fan Long could directly take action now. At present, Chu Zheng's standing was not on equal terms with the Immortal Alliance, he had no bargaining chips or means to protect himself. I am willing to join the punishment authority. Chu Zheng did not hesitate too much, nor did he discuss any conditions further, and he directly bowed in agreement. A wise man adapts to circumstances. Now he could only take things one step at a time. If there were other changes in the future, with the examples of Shang Tsongyun and Zhao Tingxian, he could find an opportunity to return to the Tsongyun realm, make arrangements for a backup plan, and then seek a way to escape. With both the Myriad Realms and the Martial Hall wanting him dead, if he refused the Immortal Alliance, he could only hide in the Chaos Sea or even in the vast universe. These two places were extremely dangerous for Yujing. Once something unexpected happened, he would have no way to retreat. The Punishment Authority holds the Immortal Alliance law, supervises all realms, adjudicates the rotation of the heavenly Tao, and possesses greater authority than heaven's mandate. Fan Long's expression showed no surprise as he took out a green command token and handed it to Yujing. This is the command token of an inspector. Within the immortal domain, all the great thousand worlds that see this token must heed its orders and announcements. Among all inspectors who have joined the Punishment Authority throughout history, you are probably the youngest. The selection of inspectors was extremely strict, most of whom had spent many years earning their merits within the Breaking Kill army before standing out due to their outstanding military achievements. There were very few who directly entered the Punishment Authority, but Yujing's cultivation talent and identity were indeed worthy of this special status. Yujing took the command token with both hands, a flicker of spiritual light in his eyes as he examined it. The green command token was only the size of a palm, covered with complex immortal patterns, with the character Immortal carved on the front and Punishment on the back. What he held in his hand now was the power of Immortal Punishment. It was a lower quality defensive Immortal treasure that also contained a complete record of the Immortal Alliance punishment law, with an extensive list of tens of thousands of rules. The Immortal Alliance had a very comprehensive set of legal frameworks for these great realms under its jurisdiction, with extremely strict regulations. From the situation in the Tsongyun realm at that time, one could get a glimpse. Just a word from the Immortal Alliance could suppress all unrest, compelling all divine infant cultivators to not dare to leave their sect gates privately. In the subsequent battles outside the realm, it was also a single word that drained the foundation of several holy lands, with no one daring to defy. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the absolute authority of the Immortal Alliance. Without rules, there would be no standards to measure by, and without established laws, it would be impossible to restrain those living creatures with significant cultivation achievements. Now that war in the lower heavenly domain is about to break out, for subsequent matters you may inquire of Fu Zhishuan, and you can also collect the immortal treasures that come with the position of inspector from her. As Yujing was pondering, Fan Long Immortal King gestured dismissively. Go on, then. Junior takes his leave. Senior, please take care of your health. Experience tales at Freeweb Novel. Yujing did not say more, promptly turned around, and exited the Grand Hall. Watching Yujing leave, Fan Long narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously concealed his injuries, but it seemed that Yujing had noticed them anyway. This extraordinary discernment was beyond that of ordinary people. Fan Long did not linger in the hall. He stepped into the void and vanished without a trace. Finding Yujing was only the first step. Now, he needed to report today's conversation to the Immortal Ancestor and wait for the next instructions. Although he had said such things earlier, if Yujing had not wanted to join the Punishment Authority and had intended to escape, it would not have been so easy. The Immortal Alliance undoubtedly expended a great deal of manpower and resources in finding Yujing. They wouldn't let him go easily just after asking a few questions. Now that Yujing had agreed, it had spared him a lot of trouble. Yujing slowly walked out of the Grand Hall, glancing at the heavenly dome. Above the firmament were countless suns, and within the infinitely distant starscape, terrifying tidal waves would splash occasionally, accompanied by the dimming of numerous stars, casting an endless night over parts of the lower heavenly domain. That was a reflection of the middle layer heavenly domain, the main battlefield for Eighth Order creatures. From the fluctuations observed, the situation there had already entered intense turmoil. News of the Martial Hall's great victory over the other kind in the battlefield of all heavens must have already reached the Immortal Alliance. Under immense pressure, they would surely hasten their strategic deployments. Outside the hall, there was no one. Dong Xingyu had already disappeared without a trace. Yujing extended his divine sense, quickly locating Fu Zixuan. The atmosphere inside the camp was tense, a deadly silence prevailed. Fu Zixuan was coordinating the cultivators within the nearby major camps, constantly issuing and receiving messages, arranging the battlefield within the domain of billions of miles. In the lower heavenly domain, the region she handled was but a drop in the ocean. Cultivators from the Heavenly Craft Camp and Divine Fire Camp, assigned to battlefield logistics, had begun distributing elixirs and magical treasure talismans, striving to maximize the cultivators' strengths. Some cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans began using secret techniques to stimulate their meridians, hoping to exert stronger powers in their final moments. If Immortal Path can wholly secure heavenly fate, the Immortal Ancestor would alter the limit of the Immortal Bone, allowing everyone to cultivate. This is the struggle of the Tao, fighting for a clear path of cultivation for future generations. The situation in the great universe is also as such, not fighting means certain death. Yujing took out the monitoring order of the inspector and hung it beside him as he went straight towards it. Immortal Alliance cultivators he encountered along the way, regardless of their cultivation levels, all bowed slightly as a greeting upon seeing Yujing. The Punishment Authority is the sharpest blade of the Immortal Alliance and also the top-tier authority. Fu Zixuan stood before a screen of jade, where numerous characters continuously appeared and disappeared, most of which were concise messages. Aware of Yujing's arrival, Fu Zixuan's gaze did not leave the jade screen. Multitasking, she greeted, Daoist Chu, congratulations on joining the Punishment Authority. She had already noticed the monitoring jade order hanging on Yujing, and was unsurprised. Yujing's cultivation talent far surpassed hers. It would have been surprising if the Immortal Alliance did not recruit such a person. Forgive my intrusion. Fan Long Immortal King asked me to find you. If there is anything, Mr. Fu can directly command. Joining the Punishment Authority naturally meant responsibilities, something Yujing was prepared for. Initially, Shang Tsongyun, despite his reluctance, had also been a tool of the Immortal Alliance for thousands of years. It's not a command. The battle is about to begin, the Punishment Authority is always at the forefront. There will be many upcoming battles with the 10,000 realms, you should prepare early, she said. While speaking, Fu Zixuan continuously issued various commands with ease. What type of immortal treasure do you prefer? I will have the Heavenly Craft Camp find a suitable warrior for you. A mace or whip type would be sufficient. Currently, the 8th Order magical treasures in Yujing's possession weren't many. Most of the fragments of 8th Order items he collected in the underground palace had been converted into primordial qi, which could quickly enhance his strength and repair precious items, convenient for his use. He hadn't yet meticulously inventoried the remaining fragments of 8th Order items he would need to spend some time sorting them later. Fu Zixuan issued a command and after waiting a moment, nodded and replied, I've instructed it to be arranged, it should be deployed here in at most a month. Thank you, I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Fu. We are fellow cultivators, no need for thanks. There will be many battles later, I hope you can give your all. After speaking, Fu Zixuan raised her hand and pointed to the jade order at Yujing's waist, softly saying, You must carry this order with you. The monitoring order will record your military achievements. All the heretic path cultivators you slay will be recorded, and based on your accomplishments, the Immortal Alliance will award you. In the battlefield, rewards are indispensable, they are the driving force behind fighting valorously. The more enemies killed, the more favor one will garner from the Immortal Path and heavenly fate. Yujing caressed the monitoring jade order, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up and said, May I ask Mr. Fu to help me find someone else? Who? Gung Yang, from Taishan Holy Land of Cangyun Realm. The karmic thread between Gung Yang and him was not particularly strong, only allowing him to sense a vague direction. As both were Immortal Alliance cultivators, Fu Zixuan likely had a faster method. Wait a moment, I'll have someone check for you. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Fu Zixuan received the communication and passed along coordinates, found him. He's just over 3 million miles away, quite close. Yujing thanked her and turned to leave, but Fu Zixuan called out, There's a lot for the Punishment Authority to handle. Daoist Chu, you have at most 1 month to move freely. The number of top-tier powerhouses in the 10,000 realms might not match the Immortal Alliance, but their lower-tier strength was comparable, and they possessed a vast array of secretive and unpredictable divine skills and secret techniques. Once the battle commences, the Immortal Alliance must commit all its resources to have a chance of victory. No force can be wasted. Understood, I'll deal with some personal matters and then join. Yujing did not turn back and went straight away. 1 month was sufficient for him to return to the underground palace and bring Bai Nian back by his side. As for Shang Zuling, it still depended on her own wishes. Is old Saint Master Gung also nearby? Hearing the name Gung Yang, Song Lingxiue was slightly surprised. Not far from here. Would you like to come with me? Yujing nodded. Let's go. Gung Yang took good care of me during my time in Taixin. Right, after meeting the old saint, I need to go to the underground palace to fetch Bai Nian. Yujing opened a spatial passage and stepped into it. Bai Nian is still with you. He could not stay in the Cangyun realm. I originally wanted to find him a path in the myriad realms. He has been following me all these years. Yujing explained briefly and took Song Lingxiue through the void, and in an instant, they had traveled more than 300,000 miles. This place was another large camp of the Immortal Alliance. Within the camp, cultivators could often be seen coming and going, evidently also preparing for battle. Yujing sensed Gung Yang's aura and did not hide his presence, walking straight through the main gate into the camp. No one stopped them along the way, everyone they met bowed and paid their respects. A few moments later, a second Tribulation true Immortal hurried over, his expression filled with a trace of puzzlement. May I ask why the inspector is visiting? What important matter brings you here? Looking for someone. Gung Yang, Yujing replied succinctly. The inspector, please follow me, the man said, not daring to delay, and immediately turned to lead the way. Before long, the three of them entered a large hall. There were many Immortal Alliance cultivators inside, casually conversing. With Gung Yang sitting cross-legged in a corner, eyes closed, deeply immersed in meditation. The changes in the environment made him appear much younger, just over 40, his hair black as ink. Years of accumulation had allowed his cultivation to step into the 7th fold of the Immortal Tribulation realm. Seeing Yujing and his group enter, the hall fell into silence for a time. The guiding true Immortal waved his hand, and the many cultivators in the hall quickly took the hint, bowed, and left one after another. Gung Yang slowly opened his eyes, looked at Yujing, appeared momentarily bewildered, and then suddenly widened his eyes, standing up involuntarily. Old Saint, you are well, Yujing smiled faintly and bowed. Yujing? How could you? After glancing at Song Lingxiue behind Yujing, Gung Yang stepped forward to scrutinize more closely, quickly noticing the monitoring jade order hanging by Yujing's waist. You've joined the Punishment Authority? Gung Yang's expression froze, the slight worry that had arisen was swept away, his eyes filled with shock. Having mingled in the 10,000 realms battlefield over the years, what the Punishment Authority signified was all too clear to him. Ordinary true immortals simply did not qualify to join, unless one was a pure-blooded immortal descendant. Joining the Punishment Authority required at least the cultivation of an 8 Tribulations true immortal, along with sufficient military achievements as support. During the 10,000 years that Gung Yang had spent, the past 20-some years were but a blink of an eye. He had heard a lot about Yujing and never thought they would meet so soon. Just joined the Punishment Authority today, Yujing nodded. Before Gung Yang could speak, the previously guiding second Tribulation true immortal suddenly changed his expression and blurted out, "You are Yujing?" Regaining his senses, Gung Yang hurriedly introduced, "This is Senior Liang Qiu, also a senior of my Taixin, who left the Cangyun realm before I was even born." Senior Liang, Yujing greeted with a fist and palm salute. "I don't deserve the title senior from the inspector, let us address each other as Daoists." Liang Qiu, very self-aware, repeatedly waved his hand in refusal. A figure like Yujing was not on the same level as him, and since there had been no previous interactions, rashly attempting to form a connection would only cause dislike. Their relationship was merely that they both came from Taixin, beyond that, there were no ties. I have some matters to handle here, so I'll take my leave first. You two can catch up. Seeing Yujing remained silent, Liangqiu did not stay further, directly excusing himself and leaving without disturbing the old friends' reunion. Back then, I felt you were extraordinary, and now it seems I still underestimated you. Hearing Yujing briefly recount his experiences over the years, Yang was quite astonished. Having an immortal king-level figure personally come to recruit him was not a privilege ordinary people could fathom. The current situation in Taishan Holy Land is well known to you. Do you think it's time to return to Cangyun? Yujing inquired about Yang's next plan. A cultivator of the Immortal Tribulation realm, with his current status as an inspector, it would be a simple matter to facilitate Yang's return. The situation in Taishan Holy Land was also not optimistic, needing someone to take charge. Yang fell silent for a long while, then shook his head. Now that you are the Holy Master, you should find an opportunity to return later. Besides, I believe in the capabilities of Quan Liang, that kid can handle it. After passing on his role to Yujing, he had already shed many burdens. Years of life and death on the battlefield had early dissolved many attachments he held. Even if the Taishan Holy Land and the Cangyun realm ceased to exist, as long as there were survivors who could pass down the Taishan Divine Fire Scripture, Taishan Holy Land would always be there. Seeing Yang's decision was made, Yujing did not insist and took out 2 low-grade defense immortal treasures, passing them to him. Before Yang could refuse, he had already spoken first. I've entered 3rd Tribulation True Immortal. I do not lack items of this level, just keep them. Although they were just very common 2nd Tribulation Immortal treasures, for Yang's current cultivation level, they were sufficient for a long time. 3rd Tribulation True Immortal, Yang murmured reluctantly, managing a smile, and took the immortal treasures. At this moment, his emotions were somewhat complex. When he left Cangyun, he was a cultivator of the Immortal Tribulation realm, while Yujing's cultivation had just reached the Divine Infant realm, yet now he was still in the Immortal Tribulation realm, and Yujing had already become a 3rd Tribulation True Immortal. Despite knowing that Yujing was not to be judged by common standards, such a huge disparity was still inevitably disheartening. After a lengthy conversation, Yujing did not return to the previous camp but directly took Song Lingxiu back to the underground palace. Song Lingxiu knew there was another world beneath the surface, but she had never been in contact with it before, hence was fairly shocked for a time. On their way back to the miscellaneous store, as soon as they reached the door, 2 figures came out to greet them. Why would she be here? Scanning Shang Zuling who had come out to meet them, Song Lingxiu's eyes shifted, turning to look at Yujing. Just a coincidence. Hearing this, Song Lingxiu withdrew her gaze, focusing on Shang Zuling, her eyes slightly curved but her smile not reaching her eyes. Such a vast lower heavenly domain, to meet here, that truly must be some destiny. Daoist Chu and my Shang family do indeed have some fate together. Noticing Song Lingxiu's gaze, Shang Zuling's brows slightly raised, a calm expression on his face as he said, "These past few years, Daoist Chu has indeed taken good care of me." No sooner had his words fallen than Bai Nian's expression tightened subtly, quietly stepping back a few steps, the atmosphere subtly changing for a moment. These past few years? Song Lingxiu paused, not turning to look at Yujing, but nodded and said, "As a descendant of the Shang family, Cangyun Immortal Monarch has shown great kindness to my husband. Taking care of you is only right. It's just that my husband never mentioned that you were here, and we weren't prepared to offer a gift upon meeting. I hope Daoist Shang won't take offense. True Inheritor Song is too serious. You are now a true Inheritor of the Martial Hall, and your status is no longer what it once was. There is no need to prepare any gifts to see me." Shang Zuling's expression remained unyielding, like a still pond. As for the favors granted by my Shang family ancestors, they are unrelated to me. Daoist Chu is kind and willing to lend a hand. I will remember this kindness. Hearing the word husband, Yujing couldn't help but shake his head, noticing that Song Lingxiu was truly angry. He looked towards Bai Nian. "Gather some things, we will leave this place." Bai Nian said nothing more, turning back inside the shop to pack some sundries. Song Lingxue also remained silent, walking slowly into the shop, her gaze drifting, her eyes scanning every corner inch by inch. Daoist Shang, what are your plans next? Yujing looked at Shang Zuling, without any pretense, and directly said, I have joined the Immortal Alliance Punishment Department, and will soon be headed to the frontline battlefield. The conflict in the lower heavenly domain will begin, shall I escort you out first? Shang Zuling's current situation is troublesome, completely different from his. The identity of the Shang family people is quite sensitive. With a great war approaching, the best choice for Shang Zuling is to leave this place, go to the Chaos Sea, or into the great universe, casually picking a life star to hide on, and avoiding this storm. I will find an opportunity to leave the lower heavenly domain, affirmed Shang Zuling. I have my own plans for that. Daoist Chu should take good care of himself. During their conversation, Bai Nian had finished packing and came out. Yujing, without asking further, took out 2 low-grade immortal treasures, handing them to Shang Zuling. Take these for protection, my friend. This is where we part ways. He never interfered too much in the choices of others because even his own choices could not be guaranteed to be right. The battlefield is full of danger and unpredictability, Daoist Chu, take good care of yourself. Shang Zuling did not refuse and received the immortal treasures. Her current situation, to leave the lower heavenly domain, indeed required some protective aces to ensure survival before considering the future. After years of being by Chu Zheng's side, she had observed that his methods were somewhat mystical. To him, immortal treasures were not considered precious. I won't be returning with you. Song Lingxue walked out of the shop slowly, speaking softly. The Martial Hall wants to withdraw all forces supporting the Immortal Alliance to concentrate on hunting down the remnants of all heavens. I've also received the summons and will return to the Martial Hall soon, and later meet up with other members. When did this happen? Why have you never mentioned this to me before? Hearing this, Chu Zheng's brow slightly furrowed, looking at Song Ling for a long moment before slowly realizing, have you made up your mind? I'm going back to the Martial Hall, affirmed Song Lingxue, and then said, the jade book from before was destroyed, I need a new method of communication. The previous jade book was made from materials of the golden body, employing the techniques of the incense fire divine path. Now that Yujing had expelled the incense fire divine path from his body, it naturally couldn't be used anymore. However, among the divine skills of the Qi cultivators, there were similar techniques, but relatively speaking, they had a delay. The transmission would take some time. After a long silence, Yujing produced a piece of clear spirit jade, infusing it with divine soul treasure blood, for soul storage. Through it, the sound transmission skill could be used for communication across realms. Why not come with me? Yujing stepped forward slowly, stuffing the spirit jade into Song Lingshua's hand, his tone deepening. Being together for too long can become tiresome. Song Lingxue smiled faintly, tucking away the spirit jade and reaching out to hug Yujing, whispering, when we meet again, I will have become stronger, and I will surely be able to help you. The strong desire that had faded during their time together would once again build tension across the immeasurably distant starscape, like a drawn strong bow, waiting for the moment to be released. The rare moments of their meeting, through the repeated polish of time, would leave behind only the beautiful impressions. Yujing would only remember her good qualities, and she would do the same. Yujing took a deep breath and whispered, take care of yourself. He had no doubt about Song Lingshua's ability to do so. In the 20 years they had been apart, without him by her side, Song Lingxue had still managed to survive. Going to the Martial Hall might even be safer than being with him. Without another word, Yujing let go and turned around, taking Bai Nian with him, never looking back. Watching them disappear, Shang Zuling slowly began to speak. Song Jinchuan seems to have something she wishes to discuss with me. Yes. Song Lingxue nodded, her eyes growing deeper, her tone slightly somber. You may find me unreasonable or self-sentimental, but if I don't speak my mind, I will be restless. Please speak freely, Song Jinchuan. The light in Shang Zuling's eyes undulated subtly. Her stature was already tall, naturally looking down upon most people. This moment her gaze fell as if she towered from a greater height without uttering a word, emanating a sense of superiority. The Cangyun Immortal Monarch has shown kindness to Ajin. That is between the Cangyun Immortal Monarch and him. Even if Ajin never gets a chance to repay this kindness, I will find a way to do so in the future. It has nothing to do with you. Song Lingxue slightly lifted her head, meeting Shang Ziling's gaze, her delicate features devoid of expression. She spoke deliberately, so, I do not wish to see you getting too involved with Ajin, not even in your thoughts. Is that a threat? A faint smile appeared on Shang Ziling's lips, which, under the serious scrutiny from Song Lingxue, gradually faded. I've lived until today, including my ancestors, we have never served anyone. Yujing is an exception, but only in terms of his natural talent for cultivation. As for future entanglements with him, I make no guarantees to you. This had nothing to do with Yujing. She might be in a tight spot now, but she hadn't lost her pride, and she would not make any foolish promises based on a few words from others. I am not threatening you, Song Lingxue shook her head, he is someone whom even my closest kin have never touched. Therefore, should you harbor any thoughts before my life ends, I might take preemptive action to kill you before certain things truly come to pass. Song Lingxue's expression remained calm, and in her tone, there was no hint of a threat, only the statement of an inevitability. Shang Zoling's eyes narrowed slightly, then suddenly she sensed something amiss, glancing at the snow-colored battle halberd that Song Lingxue carried. On her back, are you trying to provoke me into attacking? Who can predict the future? I have said what I needed to say, you don't have to take it to heart. If there comes a day when you need help, I'll assist you if it's within my power. Song Lingxue shook her head slightly and walked away. Shang Zoling's brows were tightly knitted as she watched Song Lingxue leave, an inexplicable anger rising in her heart with nowhere to vent. Before Song Lingxue had spoken, she had already said that her words might be taken as unreasonable or self-sentimental. The prerequisite was that she had no thoughts of Yujing. The past 5 years had flown by like a painting in water, swift through her mind and vanished in an instant. Her injuries had long been healed, and the underground palace was not a place abundant in spiritual energy. Why didn't she just leave? Moments later, unable to find an answer, Shang Ziling took a deep breath, her expression returning to its usual calm, and slowly closed the door of her miscellaneous shop. Why worry about clothes getting wet when the storm has yet to come? It's just self-inflicted trouble. The great universe is so vast, this farewell today might mean that it's unlikely for us to meet again in the future. Just like Song Lingxue had said earlier, there's no need for her to take these words to heart. After leaving the underground palace, Yujing informed Bai Nian of the recent events, instructing him to take note. Apart from the martial hall's destruction of the All Heavens and the martial ancestors' battle where he killed 2 beast ancestors, the imminent great battle in the lower heavenly domain is also a rare event even when delving into ancient history. In the struggle between paths, there's no distinction of good and evil. What is contested is the future of the Eons and the ultimate destination of heavenly fate, unknown to all. Being living creatures in the present, all we can do is to experience, perceive, and then record truthfully. Upon returning to the Immortal Alliance camp, Yujing immediately began preparing all the immortal treasures he could use, and some fragments of valuables. Among them, some had been with him in the Cangyun realm, still awaiting repair. Not counting various fragments, the first complete immortal treasure that Yujing obtained should be considered the blood-transforming blade. Now this blood-transforming blade, initially deceived from the hands of the Dongxing demon immortal, has long lost its usefulness, akin to chicken ribs. The most precious among the complete immortal treasures he currently has is the Emperor Jade Wall. The Emperor Jade Wall is a piece that he picked up from a battlefield beyond this realm and restored from a fragment. It originates from the myriad realms, and its quality is at least equivalent to or higher than a mid-grade immortal treasure. It is a supreme treasure of the medicine path, refined from innate spirit jade originating from the chaotic starry sky, capable of assisting in cultivation, and it also contains comprehensive medical scriptures such as the 4 Qi regulation scripture and the Yin Yang Wanxiang Luan. With the repair master panel at hand, Yujing doesn't have much need for the medical path, so the only use of the Emperor Jade Wall is to assist in his cultivation, just gilding the lily. After taking stock for a moment, Yujing finally found some things that were currently of the most use to him. Golden Scale 9 Revolutions Pill, 8th Order made from the heart blood of the sacred Qilin and 9 immortal herbs. With excessive nurturing time, its medicinal properties have been destroyed. Having endured 4 elixir tribulations, it can significantly enhance the cultivation of true immortals of 5 tribulations or below, with a slight chance to obtain the Qilin bloodline, can be repaired, 0/200. 100 stars elixir, 8th order made with cores of 100 lower grade stars as the main ingredient, complemented with 237 types of immortal delicacies. It greatly increases the cultivation of 3 tribulations true immortals. Due to the energy of the star cores, only sufficient to solidify 3 pills, the remaining half-core failed to form, hence discarded, can be repaired, 0/10. Star Trace Tower, 8th order/incomplete a top-quality immortal treasure, having withstood 9 tribulations, infused with 99 top-quality great stars. The tower body is divided into 9 layers, extracting the power of the stars. It can refine star origin liquid, significantly growing the cultivation of 8th order creatures, can be repaired, 0/6000. Both the Star Trace Tower and the Golden Scale 9 Revolutions Pill are fragments that Yujing found within the Cangyun secret realm. Due to their high grade, he had not restored them yet. This 100 stars elixir also came from the Cangyun realm, accidentally obtained in Dansha country, and now his cultivation has reached the mid-stage 3 tribulations true immortal, just in time to use it. As for the Star Trace Tower, it could be used for even longer, sufficient to support him until he reaches the true immortal perfection realm. Yujing pulled up the panel, taking a quick glance. Name, Yujing, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Early Stage of Heavenly Immortal, Immortal Path, Mid-Stage 3 Tribulations True Immortal, Root Bone, Yin-Yang Immortal Bone, Superior Quality, 5 Elements Immortal Body, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Calamity Treasure Record, 10th Order, Taishan Divine Fire Scripture, 8th Order, Divine Skills, Return to the Origin, 10th Order, Luck Stealing Skill, 10th Order, Qi Gathering and Heaven Repairing, 9th Order, Law of Heaven and Earth, 9th Order, Shrinking Earth into Inches, 9th Order, Heaven Returning Technique, 9th Order, Samadhi True Fire, 9th Order, Swallowing Stars, 9th Order, Move Stars Change Constellations, 9th Order, Talent, Spiritual Eye, 8th Order, Soul Capturing, 8th Order, Sky Roaming, 8th Order, Soul Snatching, 8th Order, Repair Master, 8th Order, 4567/30,000, Remaining Daily Repair Attempts, 8, The Density of Heaven and Earth Primordial Qi in the Immortal Alliance. Camp is quite abundant. The number of refreshes for the repair Master Panel fluctuates between 7 to 10 times daily. Added to the primordial qi that Yujing had previously accumulated, the Golden Scale 9 Revolutions Pill and the 100 Stars Elixir could be quickly repaired. The repair of the Star Trace Tower will take some time and may not be completed before the battle. A complete 100 Stars Elixir could at least push Yujing's cultivation to the late stage of 3 tribulations, by which time he could attempt to trigger the Golden Tribulation. However, before crossing the Golden Tribulation, he needs to make another preparation, to find a metal innate spiritual object as a foundation. Due to the presence of the Taishan Divine Fire Scripture and the indestructible Skykiran Fire, his fire attribute Immortal Root has always been the strongest. Indeed, due to the suppression by the fire attribute, and because of the mutual enhancements and restraints among the 5 elements, the Golden Immortal Root has always been relatively weak for Yujing. To overcome the Golden Tribulation, some preparation was necessary. Yujing did not plan to waste time and energy searching on his own. After gaining military merits on the battlefield, it would be much more convenient to obtain what he needed through the Immortal Alliance. If all else failed, he could choose a few immortal treasures forged from immortal gold and extract the gold element immortal qi within to make do. Among the 5 viscera, the lungs govern the gold qi. After passing the Golden Tribulation, once the heart and lungs are connected, the efficiency of inhaling and exhaling the heaven and earth primordial qi would greatly increase, and the speed of cultivation would climb yet another stride. The next day, after the number of repairs had refreshed, the 100 Stars Elixir had been completely restored. Yujing did not wait any longer and directly swallowed the 100 Stars elixir to start his cultivation. The potency of the 100 Stars elixir was much more fierce than Yujing had expected. After nearly 10 days of refinement, he finally digested the medicinal power completely, and his cultivation soared greatly, propelling him directly into third tribulation perfection. However, the side effects were also quite apparent. Some impurities and a rather fierce pill poison remained in his body. Such strength-enhancing elixirs generally had some side effects. For an ordinary true immortal, it would take at least decades to dispel this pill poison. For Yujing, with the repair panel at hand, it was not even considered a trouble. After a few days of seclusion for adjustment, a message from Fu Zhishuan knocked on the palace gates. The immortal treasure assigned to him by the Immortal Alliance within the Heavenly Craft camp had finally arrived. Yujing immediately left his seclusion. Standing outside the palace was not Fu Zhishuan, but an Immortal Tribulation cultivator carrying a jade disc, presenting a cyan-colored jade mace. Tianxian Mace, lower-grade immortal treasure, crafted by the hands of Yujing, Heavenly Monarch of the Heavenly Craft camp of the Immortal Alliance. The main material is 10,000 forged mysterious divine steel, containing the chi of the wood, fire, and earth 3 tribulations. It can slightly increase immortal power and contains the 9-layered bursting spirit array, where one portion of power can unleash tenfold might. Thank you for your efforts. Yujing dispelled the spiritual light at the bottom of his eyes and took the Tianxian mace into his hands. The mace was 3 feet and 6 inches long, glowing with cyan light. The translucent jade showed flowing cloud patterns within, with 8 sharp blades, thin as cicada wings, and as sharp as a knife. This was a rather remarkable weapon for battle, most fitting for Yujing now. Upper Heavenly Domain. Amidst the 4 expanses of heaven and earth was chaos, with no distinction between up, down, left, or right, filled with stars of various colors, a realm independent of the great universe. Experience Tales at Freeweb novel. What one could see here was the starry sky of ancient times, slumbering remains of battlefields from billions of years ago. Various lights intertwined within the folds of time, flickering uncertainly. Many stars had collapsed and withered in succession due to the terrifying wars, leaving star debris strewn about, causing faint ripples among the divine glows. On a dead fragment of a star, Fanlong Immortal King sat cross-legged at a mountain peak, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, as if to penetrate the void. He had already relayed Yujing's information to the Immortal Ancestor earlier, and now the Immortal Ancestor finally responded with a divine message. Under Fanlong's somewhat nervous gaze, lines of text, filled with immortal patterns, gradually appeared, entering his sight. After reading the message, his calm demeanor was torn apart in an instant, and he subconsciously stood up abruptly, his expression filled with shock. The ancestral Tao is dead? A deviation of 25% in the heavenly fate has occurred, its whereabouts unknown? Characters etched with immortal patterns slowly vanished into the void. Gazing at the distant, shattered starscape, Fanlong's eyes were lifeless, and his limbs felt icy cold as if struck by heavenly thunder, almost to the point of unsteadiness. The death of the ancestral Tao had too great an impact on the matters that followed. The elusive 25% of the heavenly fate, such a vast proportion, if seized by the martial hall, would instantaneously invert the cosmos, heralding an epoch belonging solely to the martial path. The combat prowess of the martial ancestor had long surpassed that of mortals, and bolstered by the martial arts' heavenly fortune, he could slay common ancestors as easily as reaching into a bag, unparalleled in the present world. Now, with the heavens shattered, 1.5% of the heavenly fate might be directly consumed by the martial hall, with at least 0.5% also likely to be taken. The remaining fragmented powers might not hold out for much longer. From the looks of it, the martial hall already possesses at least 2.5 to 3.5% of the heavenly fate, and with the ancestral Tao's 2.5%, it will surely exceed 50%. If the martial hall were to obtain more than half of the heavenly fate, the combat prowess of the martial ancestor would reach an unfathomable realm. Even if utilizing the treasured relics left by the ancestor of ancient immortals and the ultimate methods from the depths of the immortal path's arsenal, it would be utterly impossible to contend with. The only flaw of the martial path is its limited lifespan, and the martial ancestor has already used many methods to extend his life, which is now not far from its end. The main plan of the Immortal Alliance was originally to outlast the martial ancestor and wait for a gap in the transition of the martial path before striking for greater ambitions. But now the situation has changed. Once the heavenly fate exceeds half, the martial hall could forcefully initiate the Dao War, leaving the immortal path with no chance to even avoid the onslaught or delay the battle. After a while, Fan Long gradually calmed down and let out a deep sigh. Regarding Yujing, the immortal ancestor did not give any instructions for his disposal, the implication of which was already quite clear. With the ancestral Dao gone, Yujing's influence on the overall situation has become negligible. In addition, as a Qi cultivator born under an unfortunate destiny entwined with tribulations, it is questionable how long he can survive, and is no longer worth the Immortal Alliance's considerable investment. Whatever will be, life and death are destined. The pressing matter at hand is to urgently search for that 25% of the heavenly fate once carried by the ancestral Dao, to find out where it went. The battle on the 10,000 Realms battlefield must end quickly with no further delays. After sorting out his thoughts, Fan Long's demeanor returned to indifference as he took out an immortal pill and swallowed it to suppress the Dao injuries within his body. Now, there is no time for him to recover at leisure. Once the martial hall completely suppresses all heavens, and comes to contend for the myriad realms' heavenly fate under the guise of offering aid, the situation of the Immortal Alliance will become extremely passive. Explore stories at Freeweb Novel. Lower Heavenly Domain. Immortal Alliance Camp. Having acquired the Tianqian mace, Yujing once again began his seclusion, refining the immortal treasure while stabilizing his own cultivation. After several days of seclusion, his cultivation was thoroughly stabilized at the third Tribulation perfection. The cultivation of the Qi refining lineage, under Yujing's deliberate suppression, did not increase much, because the avatar aspect was nearly at its limit and needed some time to ease. This highly efficient environment for undergoing tribulations with avatars, where the right time, place, and people are indispensable, might not come by easily again in the future and should not be wasted randomly. His current cultivation level was already sufficient to traverse the lower heavenly domain unimpeded, he needn't be too impatient. Moreover, as the battle situation in the lower heavenly domain is about to arise, if this spirit-wood avatar were to be destroyed, even in a completely smooth scenario, it would take him several to over 10 years to cultivate another avatar capable of withstanding tribulation Qi. During this time, the avatar's tribulation Qi cannot be shared or resolved by the main body, which could make his situation very passive, or even cause a repeat of the previous incident when the great saint of martial path attacked. Taking such a risk is not worth it. As cultivation levels increase, the cost of undergoing tribulations with avatars grows, and at this moment, Yujing finally understands why the method of tribulation through avatars is not very effective for Qi cultivators who have ascended to the level of mysterious immortal, and even less so for golden immortals. Rearing an avatar similar to one's own cultivation level is not an easy task, and many unforeseen events may occur. Even with the 100-fold difference in the flow of time between the Chaos Sea and the Great Universe, the cost of trial and error is tremendously heavy. Previously in the Chaos Sea, Nialonghu had interfered with his normal avatar tribulations twice, and Nialonghu's slight resentment towards him stems from the fact that the tribulations of avatars are by no means simple. Now with the Great War imminent, as the dispute between the myriad realms and the Immortal Alliance sharply intensifies, it remains uncertain whether he will have an opportunity to encounter Nialonghu here again. After more than 10 days of secluded cultivation, the Tianqian mace was thoroughly refined. There were no tumultuous waves, as the true spirit within the mace cooperated exceedingly well, showing not the slightest resistance. After completing the refinement, Yujing did not waste any time. He emerged from seclusion and went straight to Fu Jishuan to inquire about the date of the commencement of the war. He needed to quickly accrue military achievements, to obtain a gold element spiritual object through the Immortal Alliance. The warfare in the lower heavenly domain ought to end as soon as possible, so that he could find time to return to the Cangyun realm and, incidentally, transcend the golden tribulation. The strategic deployment for the war has been almost entirely set in place, with certain regions having already engaged in battle. Daoist Chu, you and I are both inspectors. I have no authority to dispatch you at will, so please proceed to this location to oversee the situation and act according to what unfolds. Fu Zhishuan sketched a coordinate on the jade screen and handed it to Yujing. Yujing's cultivation was now stronger than hers, and in the lower heavenly domain, he stood at the pinnacle, being one of the few formidable forces. According to the customary practice of the punishment authority, he would naturally be sent to the most perilous battlefield. I will go now. Yujing glanced at the coordinate, committed it to memory, and without another word, turned around and left directly. The region he was heading to was not on the land but millions of miles above in the void, clearly a deliberate arrangement to avoid the battlefield spilling over below, causing unintended harm to the lower-grade cultivators. Fu Zhishuan opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something but then thought better of it and swallowed the words down. She had already received the internal command from the Immortal Alliance, which indicated she need not expend too much effort on Yujing now. Business as usual would suffice. Considering Yujing's origins from the Cangyun realm, if the conflict in the lower heavenly domain ended smoothly and stability was restored, it was highly likely that Yujing would be transferred to the front lines of the boundary, joining the fray against evil demons in the universe's frontier regions. That is provided Yujing's cultivation did not become even stronger. If he were to transcend the fourth tribulations, he would qualify to enter the middle layer heavenly domain, and new developments may arise then. Fu Zhishuan shook her head slightly, dispelled the stray thoughts, and decided not to judge Yujing prematurely. There was much she did not understand. Regardless of the final decision of the Immortal Alliance, it was likely to be the correct one. A stream of light tore through the void, heading straight towards the blue firmament, aligning with the many suns above the heavens. Yujing did not conceal his aura. Three-colored spiritual light of wood, fire, and earth wound around him, like a blazing sun, he rolled over the void straight into an extraterrestrial battlefield. This place was already indistinguishable from the starry sky within the great universe, with only remnants of stars in sight, and distant starlight hiding formidable auras. In this lower heavenly domain's battlefield, which stood at the absolute top, what met his eyes were eighth-order living creatures. Within the battlefield, creatures were already clashing. Nearly every moment, living beings would perish, accompanied by the terrifying roar of exploding stars and collapsing grotto heavens, their blood spattering across the starry sky like drops of rain, vanishing in an instant. With a single glance, Yujing saw many familiar pieces of information. Cangyun, 8th Order Bone Age 7,855 years, cultivates the 8 gates heavenly locking Tao, born with 9 apertures all open, with 8 gates activated in his body, has entered the 8th Order second layer, all 5 viscera and 6 bowels have cracks, fundamental essence injured, reparable, 0/12. Cangyun, who had previously pursued him, and the heavenly vow Arhat, and others, were all listed. Yujing's arrival drew the attention of many beings. The formidable aura that he emanated was chillingly oppressive, stronger by far than an ordinary 3 calamities true immortal, causing many beings from the myriad realms to be on guard. So, we meet again. Cangyun met Yujing's gaze with a low chuckle and a slight cough, his face somewhat pale. In the previous battle where they cornered Yujing, he had suffered significant damage and wounded his very core. Coupled with the fact that he had not properly recuperated over the years and had fought continuously, his cultivation had regressed instead of progressed. Even the chi, blood, wind, fire, tendons, and bones, 6 of the 8 gates in his body were gravely injured, making it quite impossible to activate them directly. Now facing Yujing again, the disparity in cultivation meant he virtually lacked even the qualification to strike. This will be our last meeting in this life. Yujing murmured softly, showing neither joy nor anger on his face, as he drew out the Tianqian mace. In the next instant, his immortal power surged within him. The 9-layered bursting spirit array upon the mace began to move, emitting a blinding immortal power that wrapped around the stardust and silver glow, pressing down from the starry sky above. In that moment, showing no mercy, he struck fiercely. The jade mace crashed down like a collapsing sky, aiming straight for Qi Yun's crown. The jade mace fell from beyond the heavens, swelling in the wind like a towering white jade pillar, crushing the starry sky and grinding the endless debris of stars into dust, filling the void with web-like cracks. The fierce gale blew Qi Yun's hair wildly, the heavenly eye on his forehead filled with bloodshot veins. He did not sit idly by, his expression cold and determined, swallowing a secret medicine spirit pill. Crimson essence blood spurted from the 8 orifices of his head, a bloody red glow surged from his body, resembling a blazing torch, staining a piece of the starry sky red. He had once again forcibly opened the 8 gates within his body, boosting his combat power to its peak, not dodging in the slightest, and faced Yujing head-on. Unfortunately, I didn't keep you against your will in the beginning, thus planting the seeds of disaster. His fists clenched tightly, his fingertips digging deep into his palms, not a trace of fear in his eyes, only reluctance. Those days when he pursued Yujing, if he had sought help earlier, the outcome might have been utterly different. Buzz, before the jade mace arrived, a massive golden sword swept out from the void first, blocking above Qi Yun's head. Boom! When the warriors clashed, the heaven and earth primordial qi exploded, whipping up a fierce tide in the starry sky, the dispersing 5 elements primordial qi instantly producing thunderbolts in the void, illuminating the 4 directions of the star dome. Yujing felt an overwhelming force coming, the jade mace uncontrollably rolled back, his palm tingling slightly. He raised his eyes to look into the distance, his eyes filled with spiritual light, his brow slightly furrowed. A figure wrapped in starlight, stepping through the void, with a majestic appearance and a tall stature, nearly 40 years old, wearing a yin-yang Daoist robe, every movement exuded auspiciousness, flowing with a gentle clear light. Jiang Qingfeng, 8th Order Bone Age 4252, Cultivation at the early stage of the heavenly immortal realm, embodies the 8 Gates Golden Core, a disciple in the line of the ancestral mixed Yuan Dao Lord, has already passed 3,217 tribulations. A Qi cultivator. And he was a top expert about to reach perfection at the early stage of heavenly immortal, his talent evident from the 8 Gates Golden Core, with a certain chance of stepping into the gold immortal realm. In terms of Qi refinement's cultivation, Yujing was far behind him now. Judging from his lineage, this person and Niao Longhu were not from the same branch. Jiang Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, the golden giant sword suspended behind him, buzzing and emanating divine auspicious lights, his expression calm, but the fingertips hidden under his robe sleeves trembling slightly. Such a formidable force. The strike just now was hard on him too, but now, with a great enemy before him, he could not show weakness. Daoist Jiang? Seeing Jiang Qingfeng, Qi Yun's expression became slightly puzzled. As a branch of the Taoist school, though also a member of the myriad realms, Qi cultivators usually acted alone, seldom interfering in others' combat battles, as this could implicate karma. Quickly withdraw back to the myriad realms, this battle might be lost, do not waste your life in vain, don't put all your family's fortunes on the line here. Jiang Qingfeng stared at Yujing, his expression unchanged, secretly transmitting, you first retreat from the lower heavenly domain, assist in constructing the first defense line, other Daoist orthodoxy will take over here, we will try our hardest to deplete the Immortal Alliance's fighting power, dragging their steps, go quickly. Qi Yun's expression became stern, then instantly concealed his abnormal countenance, turned around without a word, and stepped into the void. As he turned back, he saw some shadows hidden in the void, emanating a metallic luster, his expression changing suddenly. He recognized the origins of these things, coming from a great realm that has been sealed by various Daoist orthodoxies of the myriad realms for many years. This realm, having pushed technology to its peak, harbored terrifying weapons capable of rivaling 10th order creatures, even possessing the power to reverse time and space. Technology, due to its excessively rapid development, was suppressed within a realm in the Great Thousand World, forbidden from expansion and not permitted to venture outward. Yet, in the face of the myriad realm's existential crisis, previous restrictions were naturally nullified. Yujing did not pursue Qi Yun, instead, his gaze fell on Jiang Qingfeng, his mind deep in thought. His experience in fighting others was limited, and this was his first encounter with a heavenly immortal. This experience might bring him some insights. While Yujing deliberated, Jiang Qingfeng had already made his move. The gold giant sword traced through the starry sky, sketching a complex talismanic pattern. To Yujing, this pattern seemed oddly familiar. In the next instant, the gold giant sword passed through the pattern, enveloped in a dense clear radiance, striking directly at Yujing. Yujing gathered his thoughts, took a deep breath, with immortal blood flowing from his liver to his heart, and from the spleen generating the sharp qi of metal, harmonizing the qi of wood, earth, and fire. He swung the Tianqian mace in his hand, tracing the trajectory of a crescent moon, and smashed it down heavily. In this strike, he held nothing back, displaying divine might that astonished the world, the brilliant divine radiance obscuring all the starlight, shaking the vast heavens. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, energy waves scattering across the starry sky, shattering dozens of nearby stars. Jiang Qingfeng's fingertips trembled violently as the gold giant sword recoiled in a frenzy, almost slipping out of control. Immortal Banishing Rune is ineffective against you? Jiang Qingfeng yelled as if he had seen a ghost, then narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yujing attentively, his expression gradually darkening. You are actually a qi cultivator? Yujing's aura was not concealed. After careful detection, Jiang noticed the golden core qi emanating from his dantian. Qi went around saying you possessed qi-refining divine abilities. I didn't believe it, but it turns out to be true. Jiang Qingfeng grimaced and spoke in a low tone. If you're a qi cultivator, why work for the Immortal Alliance? Don't you know about the blood feud between the Ancestral Dao and the Immortal Alliance? Yujing did not respond, and Jiang Qingfeng also refrained from further discussion, instead raising his hand lightly summoning over 10 massive shadows that stepped out from the starry space, dragging deep blue tails behind them, their bodies roaring with noise. Drawing closer, Yujing could finally see their true forms. These shadows, identical in shape, each 70 feet tall and predominantly red and blue, flowed with a hazy luminescence like a lake's surface, strikingly beautiful. Exterminating Immortal 4th-generation Mad Blade Mecha, 8th Order. The 4th-generation research result of the Oran Interstellar Empire's Exterminating Immortal plan, primarily composed of advanced mimetic flow gold, equipped with top-grade artificial intelligence, a high-level martial arts database, a main weapon, high-frequency particle-stretching battle knife, 36 dynamic defense prisms, with an energy recharge feature capable of absorbing and dissolving immortal power, combat. Power comparable to the 8th Order 3rd layer. Mecha. Seeing the dozen metallic beasts before him, Yujing's eyes slightly furrowed. Having encountered such devices during his transformation and tribulations, he had never seen ones this powerful before. Comparable to 8th Order 3rd layer species, equivalent to a 3 calamities true immortal, matching his own level of cultivation. This meant that any one of these mechas could easily destroy a great sun. Zheng's thoughts slightly sank. Even if the battle in the lower heavenly domain was won, the Immortal Alliance would face considerable resistance subsequently. Within the myriad realms, there would likely be myriad tactics waiting for the Immortal Path cultivators. Whether it was Jiang Qingfeng's Immortal Banishing Rune or the special energy recharge feature equipped on these mechas, all were methods specifically researched to counteract the Immortal Path. All realms consist of cultivators, while all heavens are of other kind. This is the greatest disparity. The myriad realms are not as easy to deal with as all heavens, with their endless tactics alone enough to trouble the Immortal Alliance significantly. The outcome of this war for the Immortal Alliance, whether it is victory or defeat, Yujing does not care. What makes him somewhat restless is that if the Immortal Alliance loses in the subsequent Dao War, his own situation will become extremely troublesome. Both the Martial Hall and the myriad realms now want to kill him, and if the Immortal Alliance falls into disadvantage in the war, or even faces extermination, his space for survival will once again be compressed. At that time, the Chaos Sea and the vast universe will be the only two choices, in other words, to become Zhao Tingxian or Shang Tsunyun. However, he may not necessarily succeed in emulating the paths of these two, and currently, there's an uncertain factor with Ancestral Daoist Venerable Zheng in the Chaos Sea. His choices have further narrowed, and the great universe will no longer have a place for him. Especially the Martial Hall, if one says there might still be a sliver of possibility for acceptance from the Immortal Alliance and the Myriad Realms, the Martial Hall will absolutely not let him go. As a Chi cultivator who also practices cultivation, neither path is tolerable for the Martial Hall, evident from their direct deployment of a great saint of martial path to kill him. Yujing looked around, more than 10 mechas silently surrounded him amidst the ice-cold, dead silence of space, not revealing any fluctuation of chi. Slender battle sabers have already been drawn, peculiarly patterned prisms wrap around the massive mechas, constantly shifting and refracting starlight into beams, forming a dazzling prison that tightly besieges Yujing. Yujing, your chi refinement's cultivation has reached this level, although under 50 years old, you must understand the method of incarnation through tribulations, having spent many years in the Chaos Sea and not inexperienced. Some principles, you should understand, if you have advanced so quickly in chi refining, with a talent and comprehension uncommon among people, still, don't stray onto the wrong path. Jiang Qingfeng's expression was cold and stern, but he did not rush to act, his tone slightly deepened. I'll tell you the truth, the ultimate victor of the Dao War, although it might not be the Myriad Realms, will certainly not be the Immortal Alliance either. You practice both chi refining and immortal path, needlessly entangling yourself in numerous causations. Why bother? Better to join the Myriad Realms, perhaps you can find temporary peace. Peace? We are both chi cultivators, who can give chi cultivators peace? Yujing shook his head, then said earnestly, if you can swear by the name of Ancestral Dao that from now on, the lineage of Shangqing Dao Jun will keep me safe, I can join the Myriad Realms, and even fight for the Myriad Realms. This wasn't a joke, the Immortal Alliance and Myriad Realms, in his view, had no difference, siding with either, the things he must do were thoroughly the same, what he seeks now is nothing but a place to live and establish himself. Perhaps Shang Tsungyun thought the same, even though there's much injustice within the Immortal Alliance, he still fought for the Immortal Alliance for tens of thousands of years, taking countless lives. The number of the myriad realm beings that died by Shang Tsungyun's hand is already uncountable. There are too many things in this world, not something that you can simply choose not to do. Jiang Qingfeng fell silent. Naturally he wouldn't desecrate the ancestral Dao by swearing lightly. The reason for wanting to recruit Yujing was also because his talent was too great, and with dual cultivation paths, perhaps they could find some new weaknesses about the immortal path from him, to hold some advantage in the upcoming Dao War. A 42-year-old true immortal, even if the Qi refining lineage was willing, the other Taoist orthodoxy of the myriad realms, might not necessarily let Yujing go. Moreover, what Yujing just said was not wrong, Qi cultivators are ultimately Qi cultivators. Naturally entangled in trials, why would they attract much causation and expect Shangqing Dao Jun himself to guarantee their safety? It's like a fanciful dream. Even if Yujing is unusually talented, frankly speaking, it holds no meaning for the current situation of the myriad realms. The current battle can't wait for Yujing to grow up. The overall situation isn't something a few beings can influence, even ancestral realm experts can't, unless it's ancestral Dao. But currently, ancestral Dao has long disappeared, even rumors circulating that ancestral Dao didn't survive the Great Calamity and has fallen. These messages, true or false, are difficult for people to discern, never has there been definite evidence. Within the myriad realms, many ancestral Dao golden bodies still exist, indicating that ancestral Dao is indeed still alive. This is the only belief supporting the Daoist sect cultivators, and the only hope for the myriad realms to win this war. Amid the silence, Jiang Qingfeng suddenly reacted, looking up somewhat surprised. How do you know I am a disciple of the Shangqing Dao Jun lineage? Yujing did not speak any further, his gaze fixed on a mecha right in front of him. The next moment, using shrinking earth into inches, space folded, and with one step forward, his figure appeared right in front of the mecha, his jade mace glowing with immortal light, its divine radiance exploding. The mecha, flickering with red and blue microlights, reacted extremely quickly. Even before Yujing's Tianqian mace could fall, its particle battle saber had already slashed through the void, targeting Yujing, while 36 defensive prisms filled with energy recharge were activated, surrounding its side, circulating endlessly. The moment it wielded its saber, Yujing suddenly felt a bone-chilling killing intent from the mecha in front of him, as if it had turned into a deity of slaughter holding a cleaver, its blade wrapping with burning starfire. The battle saber hummed, its particle-formed blade vibrating at an imperceptible frequency, leaving a distinct spatial crack in the starry sky. This was a saber technique, a clearly visible martial path killing skill, straightforward and fiercely peerless, with no superfluous movements. Facing the sweeping battle saber, Yujing acted as if he hadn't noticed. His jade mace showed no hesitation and smashed head-on. Block, a glazed jade wall emerged, blocking in front of him, intercepting the blade light, while the jade mace descended with the force of thunder onto the mecha. The defensive prisms exhausted their energy in attempts to dissolve the immortal power attaching to the jade mace, yet ultimately failed to take effect. Crack, 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 the 36 prisms, even when layered, couldn't withstand a single moment. They were pierced through by a strike. The prisms shattered, and the jade mace continued unabated, smashing into the massive head of the mecha. Boom! The mecha, over 70 zhang tall, burst apart, its liquid metal splashing everywhere like fresh blood. Yujing's spiritual perception flickered, suddenly sensing a dangerous aura. Without any hesitation, he immediately moved through the void and retreated. As his figure vanished, millions of blue flame rays swept past, instantly turning the entire void into a sieve. These originated from those prisms. Apart from defense, this was also an attack method of these mechas. Caught off guard, Yujing couldn't completely dodge. A few rays grazed his arm, piercing through the self-protective immortal light, leaving deep, bone-visible wounds, the flesh blurred. The mecha he had just shattered seemed to turn into lumps of flesh and blood, twisting and convulsing, quickly regrouping, and soon returned to its original form. During this process, the light engulfing its side dimmed considerably, clearly having used up much energy. Some liquid gold stuck onto the jade mace was also twisting and attempting to return to its original form and reassemble. Yujing's mind slightly moved, and in an instant, the Samadhi true fire ignited, burning the adhered bits of liquid gold to nothing. At the same time, the other mechas changed form. The liquid metal began to shrink. In an instant, their 70 zhang tall figures reduced by 100 times, not even a zhang tall, more human-like, their auras in the unseen becoming even more dangerous. Seeing this, Jiang Qingfeng's expression shifted. His figure blended into the starry sky and quietly left the battlefield. Yujing's brow furrowed slightly, sensing a tough challenge. These mechas, not needing living creatures' control, were similar to Immortal Path puppets, but their combat ability was incomparable. Immortal Path forged puppets are essentially magic treasures, needing immortal power as energy drive, and if not controlled by divine sense, their combat mode is very single and much less effective. Yet these mechas effortlessly used martial path assassination techniques, acting as emotionless killing machines, swift and indifferent to life and death. Additionally, these mechas equipped with artificial intelligence demonstrated a high level of combat wisdom, unmatched by ordinary beings. Boom! A thunderous roar came from afar. Yujing looked around and suddenly realized that these mechas were far more numerous than he thought. Within his sight, many cultivators of the Immortal Alliance had these monsters by their side. The entire battlefield had been thrown into complete chaos by these emotionless killing machines, and some beings from the myriad realms had already begun a fiercely crazy counterattack supported by these mechas. Other kind are fundamentally just other kind, mostly acting on instinct and not painstakingly researching methods. Myriad realms vast as the sea of smoke, under the pressure of the Immortal Alliance, there are always a few capable and exceptional individuals. Boom! While Yujing was surveying the surroundings, a dazzling pillar of light swept across the starry battlefield, and a terrifying warship spanning hundreds of thousands of miles emerged from the illusory light gate, followed closely by countless streams of steel. Countless gun muzzles were constantly charging, and the ion light beams emitted instantly turned into cosmic meteor rain, covering a large part of the battlefield. Facing the heavy artillery capable of easily piercing through stars, even protective immortal treasures of insufficient quality could not withstand the bombardment and shattered one after another. The crackling sound of immortal treasures being penetrated echoed under the dome of the starry sky, and the bursts of immortal light that occasionally flared were quickly engulfed in the endless artillery fire. Amidst the blinding brilliance, Yujing saw the blood of the true immortal, swirling with the energy of the five elements law, splashing continuously, staining a part of the starry sky red. Arrays surrounded by immortal radiance lit up one after another, deploying layer upon layer of barriers, holding off the endless ion artillery fire, providing a brief respite for many true immortals. At the same moment, numerous immortal treasures rose across the sky, orbs surrounded by thunder light, the ancient bronze mirror enveloped in immortal chi, and the ringing red blood sword box, accompanied by many true immortals' primordial spirits, successively leaving their bodies and opening numerous spatial passages to unknown lands. The turbulence of the space laws persisted, and within moments, numerous warships exploded into flames, with true immortals' primordial spirits emerging from the wreckage of the warships, as countless warships began to sink in the starry space, and the offensive of the all realms was temporarily hindered. However, this was clearly only temporary. The true immortals from the lower heavenly domain, all below or at the third tribulation, with incomplete grotto heaven five elements within them, could not sustain long-term war consumption. As for those warships and mechas from the myriad realms, the size of their numbers was still unknown, and dragging this on, even if the Immortal Alliance generally held an advantage, victory was hard to claim. Yujing scanned around, briefly assessed the situation, and no longer held back. Law of Heaven and Earth activated, expanding his Dharma phase while simultaneously urging the Samadhi true fire. Flames encircling him, Yujing's handheld Tianqian mace grew with the wind, bursting into extremely dazzling divine light, its sharp octagonal ridges slicing through the void. The swirling cloud patterns within the mace seemed tangible, auspicious chi steaming, wrapping around the Samadhi true fire as if heavenly light was pouring down. Woo! A series of defensive prisms streaked through the void, emitting piercing, sharp screeches, splashing out blazing streamers, shooting towards Yujing, while simultaneously four mechas moved together, nearly 100 defensive prisms, transformed into light shields blocking in front of the jade mace. The sharp particle battle saber sliced through the void, humming. Boom! The piercing screeches were instantly covered by a thunderous explosion. In an instant, nearly 100 light shields shattered, four mechas blown apart just upon contact, not yet reformed, were completely turned to smoke by the three clusters of Samadhi true fire entwined on the jade mace. After employing Law of Heaven and Earth, Yujing's combat power skyrocketed tens of times. Having already stepped into the realm of 8th order 4th layer, under the immense gap in strength, these mechas hardly made any waves. After destroying the mechas, he suddenly sensed something was off. His expression subtly changed, brows tightly locked. The Dharma phase crushed across the starry space, stepping over several warships, with the Tianqian mace continuously smashing down. In an instant, more than 10 mechas were all turned into cosmic ashes, their cores for reassembling also burnt by the Samadhi true fire. This scene, caught by some nearby true immortals and 10,000 realms cultivators, instantly caused a huge disturbance. All the true immortals rejoiced beyond expectation, while the beings from the myriad realms all changed color, filled with shock. How is this possible? Such a terrifying Dharma phase. More than 10 mechas, which could be compared to a dozen 3 calamities true immortals or even 8th order 3rd layer creatures of myriad realms, and also possessing a certain resurrection ability, almost completely dominated the lower heavenly domain with overwhelming combat effectiveness. Now, in just 2 flicks of a finger, they were all reduced to ashes, not leaving a single trace. How can one not be alarmed, especially when this was done by a 3 calamities true immortal? Although he had shattered more than 10 mechas, Yujing's expression had become somewhat solemn. What made him feel uneasy was that the luck-stealing skill had shown no reaction. That is to say, there was no presence of heavenly fate in these killing devices. In the judgment of the heavenly Tao, these things were no different from immortal treasures. Not only these mechas, but it was also clear that beings from myriad realms were inside those warships. After dying at his hands, heavenly fate likewise gave no feedback. This lineage of Taoist orthodoxy seemed not to be under the jurisdiction of heavenly fate. This posed a very serious problem. The loss of these combat forces was minimal for the impact on myriad realms, but a substantial number of true immortals from the Immortal Alliance had genuinely died. Although some of heavenly fate would flow back, a portion would also be absorbed by the myriad realms. This growth at one's expense was obviously not a good thing for the Immortal Alliance. Nearby true immortals, noticing the monitoring Jade Order at Yujing's waist, seemed to have found their backbone and spontaneously began to gather around him, setting up arrays and blocking in waves. "Inspector, what should our next steps be? These puppets from myriad realms are too difficult to deal with, and it's uncertain how many reinforcements are still yet to arrive. Should we consider retreating to the lower heavenly domain first and then plan further? Has the Immortal Alliance said when they can start a full-scale war? May I ask, Inspector, when the reinforcements will arrive?" A series of telepathic messages erupted in Yujing's mind, all filled with urgency. Yujing surveyed the indistinct silhouettes of the cultivators from myriad realms around him, a sudden suspicion arising within his heart. Unnoticed, many of the myriad realms' cultivators had disappeared. Most of what remained in view were warships and mechas dragging dazzling tail flames. Given the current battle situation, it was evident the myriad realms had the upper hand, and they should be pursuing their victory, but why then did these beings suddenly choose to retreat? This place was the main battlefield of the lower heavenly domain, and with these Eighth Order creatures retreating, it was almost akin to handing over the entire lower heavenly domain to the Immortal Alliance. Confused, Yujing watched the ferocious warships and the overwhelming tide of metal suddenly stop their counterattack and start orderly retreats into spatial portals. In an instant, the entire battlefield was emptied, leaving only the remains of warships, mechas, fragments of immortal treasures, and scattered bones everywhere. As Yujing glanced at the true immortals around him and was about to speak, the monitoring Jade Order at his waist trembled slightly, and a message flooded into his mind. It was an internal emergency summon from the Punishment Authority, very urgent. Besides the summons was another message that made Yujing feel a chill throughout his body. Vast universe knocking at the boundary shaken, at risk of being breached. Among the giants from the realm of ancient myths, there were more than 200, in other words. The vast universe great realm, a region capable of standing on equal footing with the entire great universe, its profound heritage unfathomable. In his previous incarnations enduring tribulations, Yujing under Wu Tong's care had entered the vast universe great realm multiple times. Even though his glimpse was but a fraction of the whole, it was more than enough to understand the horror of the vast universe great realm. The top powers within the vast universe great realm are the 128 divine mansions. To be honored as a divine mansion, there is only one requirement, that within the power there exists a giant of the realm of ancient myths. Even leaving aside the giants who cultivate in solitude and the hidden heritage of various divine mansions, the number of mythical realm powerhouses within the entire vast universe great realm alone would also amount to at least over 200. The number of ancestral realm powerhouses, one would think, can only be more, not less. In other words, that's over 200 immortal emperors and even great immortal emperors. As far as the Immortal Alliance is concerned, the existing immortal emperor-level powerhouses probably do not even reach 50. The combined strength of the entire great universe, I'm afraid, is only on par with that of the vast universe great realm. This is a forbidden region not governed by heavenly fate, hiding creatures that have survived from the primordial era to this day. These beings hold unimaginable secrets in their hands, utterly immeasurable by any conventional wisdom. In the short moment of Yujing's contemplation, the whole battlefield has been cleaned instantaneously. All beings from the myriad realms had vanished without a trace, leaving only some corpses and shattered metal fragments behind. Looking around to confirm there were no abnormalities, Yujing reached out to collect some fragments and withdrew to the lower heavenly domain. According to the directions given by the monitoring order, he moved to rendezvous. This is a summoning order personally issued by the chief of the punishment department. All inspectors and even the heavenly judges who have received the summoning order must comply at once, regardless of the urgency of their current affairs. Any delay, or feigned compliance, is tantamount to rebellion against the alliance. Not a trace of negligence is permissible. On the way to the rendezvous point, Yujing saw many empty camps that previously belonged to the myriad realms, now without a hint of life energy, utterly desolate. Traversing through the void, Yujing did not encounter a single being from all the realms. As if overnight, these creatures had all retreated from the lower heavenly domain. This war, which should have led to rivers of blood and mountains of bones, now ended before it had even fully erupted, shockingly quick beyond comprehension. The creatures of the myriad realms, as if they never intended to engage at all, such speed of retreat, if not well prepared in advance, would have been impossible. A faint weight settled in Yujing's heart, an uneasy feeling emerging within him. These events linked together were much too strange. He always felt that something bigger was about to happen. Soon, Yujing arrived at the punishment department's assembly point. Many inspectors had already arrived before him. Aside from the inspectors, there was also a considerable number of true immortals. In the crowd, Yujing spotted Fu Zixuan, who was obviously summoned by the transmission of the monitoring Jade Order as well. Given the urgency of the situation, the two did not exchange pleasantries but simply nodded in greeting. About half an hour later, a 5 Tribulation true immortal from the middle layer heavenly domain slowly spoke up in the center of the crowd, relaying further secret orders. From this moment on, cease all hostilities with the myriad realms. All forces of the punishment authority on the battlefield of the myriad realms, regardless of strength, draw 7 out of 10 at random, rush to support the boundary. Those present here, you have been selected. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of many true immortals changed instantly, especially some of the older inspectors who seemed as though they wanted to speak but ultimately did not dare to voice out. The boundary is not an easy place to go to. Evil chi is rampant there, which can erode their immortal bodies, and they need to combat evil demons. These evil demons are not like the beings from all realms. Their methods are even more troublesome and unpredictable. This is an order from the chief of the punishment department and very possibly, even from the immortal ancestor. The 5 Tribulation true immortal raised his hand and summoned a scroll, its entirety like purple jade. Since you are all well informed, let's not delay any further, set off at once. The jade scroll rapidly unfurled, drawing a spatial gateway within the void. A group of true immortals exchanged silent glances, solemnly following a 5th order true immortal as they stepped into the space portal. This transmission took an extremely long time, according to Yujing's own feeling. When the starry sky re-emerged before his eyes, at least several days had passed. As soon as he arrived in this region, Yujing felt an astonishing evil aura. The nearby true immortals immediately channeled their immortal power to protect themselves, resisting the erosion of the evil aura. Yujing was not greatly affected by the evil aura, glanced at the jumping numbers on the repair panel, similarly erected an immortal power barrier, and blended in among the multitude of inspectors, hardly noticeable. Billions of miles away in the star domain, visible streaks of radiance collided incessantly, exploding into towering flames within the great universe. Even from a vast distance, many of the auras could be felt, far exceeding the realm of true immortals, with at least creatures of the 9th realm engaged in battle. Numerous true immortals who had hurried over from other places were nearby, and Yujing strained to collect information, quickly grasping the general situation from the occasional snippets of conversation. Their current location was not in the desolate edge of the universe but within the territory of the Immortal Alliance. In just these few days, the boundary that had not encountered any issues since ancient times, under the violent onslaught of the evil demons of the vast universe, had collapsed and was torn open with a gap. Dozens of star domains near the boundary had fallen, and the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance guarding the boundary suffered heavy casualties, with an immortal ancestor seriously injured. One great immortal emperor along with 4 immortal emperors perished in battle. The number of immortal monarchs lost was more than 20. Naturally, the losses of immortal kings and immortal venerables were even greater. In addition to the Immortal Alliance, the Martial Hall on the other side also sustained substantial damage. The exact number of casualties was unknown, but at least a few martial emperors had died. Moreover, in the series of battles that had just taken place, it was said that someone saw the figure of Cangyun. Yujing silently digested this information and, following the true immortals that had rushed over from the 10,000 Realms battlefield, entered a temporarily erected heaven pass. They had just withdrawn from the battlefield, and the Immortal Alliance allowed them some time to catch their breath, to heal and recover their immortal power. Due to his identity as an inspector, Yujing was assigned to a relatively suitable secret chamber. Now, he could only focus on stabilizing his cultivation, and then extract immortal chi from the remains of immortal treasures, to hasten the repair of the Star Trace Tower. As a top-quality immortal treasure, even just repairing a small part of it first, would be enough to serve as a protective object. The battlefield here was far more perilous than the 10,000 realms. Battlefield. But for Yujing, the opportunities here were also far greater than other places. Fragments of treasures above the Ninth Order were extremely tempting to him. In his cultivation journey, aside from cultivation techniques, he had never encountered such high-level supreme treasures. After a few days of rest, there was a knock on the door of Yujing's secret chamber, and he received his first mission at this locale. To head to the battlefield near the boundary to replace a group of true immortals who had been fighting for a long time. Before leaving the Heaven Pass, Yujing heard another shocking piece of news. The Immortal Alliance and the Martial Hall had drawn clear boundaries, their swords drawn and bows bent, almost on the verge of war. The cause was that the immortal Ancestor had suddenly appeared on the battlefield of all heavens, forcibly snatching half of heaven's fortune with the Immortal Path's supreme treasure Eons heavenly hourglass from the Martial Hall's clutches. To the surprise of all living creatures, the immortal Ancestor did not keep this half of heaven's fortune for the Immortal Path, but instead gifted it to the Daoist sect's chi refining lineage within the myriad realms. With this half of heaven's fortune, the great clarity primordial Daoist Lord ascended to the ancestral realm, becoming another ancestral Dao. As Taiching Daozu made his breakthrough realm, he released several pieces of news. First, the Dao Lord who occupied 2.5 portions of heavenly fate had died, and the whereabouts of the heavenly fate were unknown. Second, the boundary had been breached, and amidst this turmoil, the Immortal Alliance and the myriad realms were preparing to form an alliance. The two pieces of news released by the Taiching Daozu, either one of which would affect the entire great universe. The passing of the Dao Lord signifies that the last living creature from the great universe, who participated in that ancient war of ancient times, has also perished. This also means the complete end of the previous era. Nowadays, the living creatures in the great universe, including those ancestral realm supreme beings who have dominated the world for a long duration, are all considered newborns, with no way to trace back to past events. And the news of the Immortal Alliance forming alliances with the myriad realms has made many living creatures feel a chill without the cold. The Martial Hall and the Immortal Alliance have been governed by the starry sky barrier for tens of millions of years, and now this superficial peace has finally been torn apart. The breakup of once the strongest alliance in the great universe has led many living creatures to sense the air of the Dao War, restless all day long. The situation before and after the Dao War of ancient times is hardly different from what is happening today. First, there was unrest throughout the vast universe, and then all the Taoist orthodoxy in the great universe were dragged into it. That brutal war drained the blood of ancestral realm living creatures, and in the end, even unknown beings beyond the ancestral realm were involved, causing space and time to shatter, and chaos in yin-yang. Eventually, heavenly fate scattered, and the universe restarted. That passage of ancient history was also completely buried in an unknowable realm, and later generations could not delve into it. Such a terrifying outcome is akin to an apocalyptic catastrophe for those living creatures whose cultivation is still insufficient. After digesting this information, Yujing suddenly had a flash of spiritual light in his mind and remembered an old friend. Niao Longhu. Back in the Chaos Sea, Niao Longhu had introduced himself as originally from the lineage of the current Taiching Daozu. His master, North Spirit Golden Immortal, was also inquired by Yujing in the Myriad Realms, a top-notch powerhouse among the pupils of the Taiching Daozu, ranked 6th among the 9 children of Taiching, residing in Taiching Heaven with extraordinary cultivation. Now that Taiching Primordial Daoist Lord has become the Taiching Daozu, Niao Longhu's lineage's status in the Myriad Realms will likely soar even higher. The title of Dao Lord alone is already enough to use. Moreover, the combat power of the Taiching Daozu is feared to be far beyond that of ordinary ancestral realm beings. A chi cultivator who has survived so many tribulations and lived to this extent, the means at their disposal are simply unimaginable for ordinary people. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Yujing stepped through Heaven Pass and boarded a flying boat that spanned over 100 miles, according to the orders in the transmitted message. This object is called Starship, an immortal treasure used by the Immortal Alliance when crossing the Star Sea over long distances, mostly used on the battlefield. Immortal Path cultivators, regardless of high or low cultivation, rarely choose to rely on their own immortal power to travel through the universe, as there is no spiritual energy in the great universe. Even true immortals can only rely on their own grotto heaven and immortal jade for replenishing immortal power, which can be somewhat difficult. Moreover, in a battlefield, one could be attacked at any moment, needing to maintain the best condition at all times, as insufficiency of immortal power in combat could lead to missing the chance for victory or even the hope of escape. There were already many cultivators on the starship. In addition to true immortals, there were also many cultivators with cultivation at the immortal Tribulation realm or even the Tongxian realm. The number of evil demons is too vast, and even with many true immortals, it's impossible to cover the entire battlefield. Some strength is needed to fill the gaps in the battlefield. The atmosphere inside the starship is somewhat oppressive, dead silent, with no signs of movement, and even the fluctuations of divine sense transmission are rare. The regions governed by the Immortal Alliance are too vast, and those who have succeeded in cultivation have only a few close friends, if any. These cultivators mostly do not know each other, thus naturally will not engage in eager conversation, which also caused Yujing's intention to stealthily gather some news to fall through. Yujing activated his spiritual eye to look around, but did not obtain any useful information. He found a quiet spot to sit down and meditate. During this time, a few true immortals detected Yujing's identity as an inspector and came forward to greet him. However, after learning of Yujing's identity, their expressions all became somewhat peculiar. They exchanged pleasantries for a while and then left, without engaging in further conversation. Despite not understanding the full situation, Yujing could roughly guess the reasons behind this. Although he was young and had already stepped into the true immortal realm, he ultimately hailed from the Cangyun realm. Whether he could break free from his shackles and surpass the limits of a true immortal to become an immortal venerable was still a question mark. Furthermore, his relationship with Zhao Tingxian and Shang Cangyun was not very clear. During this sensitive period, where a great war could erupt at any moment, it was naturally not appropriate to form close ties. If the positions were reversed, Yujing would also not wish to associate with someone like himself. The unknown risks were too high and potential benefits uncertain. It was better to stay out of trouble. Amidst fluctuations of immortal power, the starship was gradually set into motion under the control of an immortal venerable, sliding into the vast star sea and vanishing without a trace. This interstellar journey was much quicker than Yujing had expected. In less than half a day, the starship gradually came to a stop, arriving at a strange star domain. The evil aura here was somewhat weaker than at the Heaven Pass they had just left, and it was close to the outer edges of the entire battlefield. Yet because of this, the battles here were even more brutal compared to other areas. There were living creatures from the vast universe who had penetrated through various means. These beings were the first to arrive at this place, and their goals were mostly very straightforward: to relentlessly and ferociously attack the successive barriers laid down by the Immortal Alliance, and to do everything in their power to tear open a breach. Their bodies were filled with the aura of the vast universe. Wherever they passed, they left traces. These traces served as a path for the supreme beings from behind them of the vast universe, and they could reach across billions of miles of the star sea in an instant. This was one of the reasons why the periphery of the battlefield was so dangerous. When Yujing stepped out of the starship, he received a set of coordinates, the location of the true immortal he was to replace. Since the distances between the stars and the star sea were so vast, the separation between two stars alone was like a heaven and earth that billions of living creatures couldn't fill. Therefore, a true immortal had to look after a vast area. Yujing's current position was still a certain distance from the coordinates. While on his way, Yujing saw blood light surging in the star sea, with glimpses of shattered star fragments and some unknown bones and fragments. After another half-day's journey, Yujing finally arrived at the coordinates. Before he had a chance to look for the true immortal he was to replace, a dazzling blood cloud suddenly exploded in the star sea. The surging bloody chi rose like beacon smoke, entwining with a streak of immortal light at one spot. Boom! A beam of immortal light pierced through the star sea, shattering 3 large stars in a row before finally coming to a slow stop. The immortal light dissipated, revealing a woman in her 30s with tattered clothes. Her left arm was completely torn off, exposing the stark white of her shoulder blade. Immortal blood was uncontrollably flowing, and the immortal armor she wore was entirely shattered, with fragments deeply embedded into her flesh. Her complexion was extremely pale, her expression as cold and sharp as a blade, her eyes fiercely fixed on the approaching bloody beacon smoke in the distance. She gritted her teeth, and 2 words squeezed out from between her clenched jaw: Martial Hall. Chapter 499-339, Provocation at the Martial Hall. Li Shuang, 8th Order Bone Age 7566, Cultivation at the initial stage of 4 tribulations. True Immortal, has lived through the 4 great tribulations of wood, fire, earth, and metal, former sect leader of Purple Lightning Valley in Heavenly Dust Realm, now deputy commander of the Breaking Kill Army's 5th camp, specializes in flowing light moon shadow technique. Nearly half of the grotto heaven origin in the body has depleted, celestial foundation and internal organs severely damaged. Blood chi greatly weakened, can be repaired, 0/130. Looking at the information relayed by the spiritual eye, Yujing was about to step forward when the tumult of blood chi fighting spirit had already approached from the distance, with 3 figures following closely behind, 2 men and 1 woman, all appearing very young, around their 20s. Zhu Xuaning, 8th Order Bone Age 727, Cultivation at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm, former true inheritor of Martial Hall, now Deputy General of the Demon Suppression Army under the jurisdiction of the Martial Hall's Execution Department, specializes in 9 stars Sun Penetration Sword Manual. Yang Hong, 8th Order Bone Age 2944, Cultivation at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm, Deputy General of the Demon Suppression Army under the jurisdiction of the Martial Hall's Execution Department, specializes in Heavenly Flame True Technique and Bone Tempering Technique. Gong Jun, 8th Order Bone Age 821, Cultivation at the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm, former true inheritor of Martial Hall, commander of the Demon Suppression Army under the jurisdiction of the Martial Hall's Execution Department, specializes in Heavenly Slaughter Demon Slaying Scripture and Spirit Dear Body Refining Technique, has cultivated heaven burning evil in the body. Blood chi contains sinister thunder light, harmful upon contact. After scanning the information on these 3 individuals, Yujing's mood sank slightly. All 3 were from Martial Hall, and 2 of them had held the title of true martial arts inheritor in the past, making them the elite of the elite. Being a true inheritor of Martial Hall, they were all extraordinary talents, with the Martial Saint Realm far from being their limit. In this life, there's hope for them to touch the threshold of Great Saint. These people, daring to brazenly attack Immortal Path cultivators without any intent to conceal, must have the tacit approval from the higher-ups of Martial Hall behind them. Is Martial Hall intending to start an open war with the Immortal Alliance? Yujing did not continue to watch from the sidelines. He stepped forward and released a strand of immortal light, stabilizing Li Shuang's condition, and faced the 3 approaching Martial Saints. Li Shuang's condition stabilized quite a bit, and seeing the jade token at Yujing's waist, her eyes lit up with joy. However, after sensing the cultivation energy of Yujing, the joy faded, and she stepped forward to protect him, sending a secret message: Inspector, these people have formidable combat strength. With just you alone, I fear it would be hard to fight against them all. It's better to retreat for now and avoid their sharp edges. Quickly call for reinforcements. I will cover your retreat. Her words were very polite, but in reality, against these 3 people from Martial Hall, the cultivation of a 3 calamities true immortal was far too weak, and even a 4 tribulations true immortal would struggle to hold out for a few minutes in their presence. She herself was the best example. From the moment they engaged in combat to her current severe injuries, she lasted only 3 exchanges, and the one who made the move was just a single person. Although part of it was due to insufficient immortal power, the combat prowess of these three was certainly not something ordinary martial cultivators could compare with. Looking at the monitoring Jade Order on Zheng's waist, the tension in Li Shuang's heart eased slightly. She had thought that she would meet her demise here today, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn, and a chance for survival emerged. The monitoring Jade Order could directly contact beings at the level of Immortal King, and even without a heavenly judge coming, another true immortal above the fifth tribulation would be enough to suppress these three. It turns out that quite a figure has arrived. Among the three, the one with the strongest cultivation, Cangyun, slowly stepped forward, glanced at Yujing, and his interest peaked when his gaze came to rest on the monitoring Jade Order on his waist. I've long heard that the Immortal Alliance Punishment Department and our Martial Hall's Execution Department are equally famed, said to be full of extraordinary talents rare in all the 8 extremes and 4 corners of the great universe. Due to the alliance agreements of the past, we could not fight against each other, which I deeply regretted. I didn't expect to have the opportunity so soon. Though his words carried a seemingly courteous tone, Yujing, with his sharp spiritual perception, had already sensed the murderous intent emanating from Cangyun underneath the calm words. Fierce blood chi was already boiling. Boom! Before his words even finished, the mighty tossing and turning blood chi had already torn through the nebula. The overwhelming thunder light almost took on the form of dragons and tigers, roaring through the starry skies, charging towards Yujing with bone-chilling killing intent. Li Shuang's expression changed slightly. As she was about to step forward to brace her heavily injured body, she was pushed back by a large hand. Yujing's eyes were slightly cold, showing no hint of disarray. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a spatial passageway and pushed Li Shuang inside. Without any hesitation, he activated the great divine power of law of heaven and earth. Bang! The next instant, a powerful impact hit his chest. Yujing's Dharma phase chest was instantly penetrated by the thunder light, with copious amounts of yuan qi pouring out, tearing a huge gap in his upper body. A Dharma phase is not a physical body, and it healed in a blink of an eye, with no impact whatsoever. Cangyun could be considered the strongest enemy Yujing had encountered in his cultivation journey to date, aside from the previously encountered Dongxing demon immortal. Although their realms were similar, their combat power was by no means comparable. As a true inheritor of Martial Hall, the current Cangyun's true combat power was hard to gauge. Without a handy immortal treasure, he probably no longer regarded ordinary 5 tribulation true immortals as a threat. Even though Yujing was currently using the law of heaven and earth, he was still more than dozens of times weaker than Cangyun. After the strike, Cangyun did not hasten to pursue. He sized up Yujing's Dharma phase with a trace of surprise in his eyes and became much more cautious in his heart. The cultivation of this inspector seemed to be a realm lower than his own. His all-out strike just now had surprisingly caused no impact on him, which was indeed strange. Under Cangyun's watchful eye, Yujing remained unperturbed. He sent out a distress message from the monitoring Jade Order, then drew the Tianqian mace straight out, with immortal power surging within him, pouring it into the mace. The 9-layered bursting spirit array on the mace lit up layer by layer, immortal radiance burst forth, illuminating a portion of the starry sky. In an instant, Yujing's Dharma phase suddenly disappeared into the starry sky, and in the next moment, he had already appeared behind Cangyun and the 2 others. Yujing had no interest in entangling with Cangyun alone. This was a battlefield. It was best to first deal with the 2 strong forces by his side, who were the easiest to squeeze, as quickly as possible. The Tianqian mace, trailing the solitary light of a waning moon, in harmony with the circuit of qi of the stars, smashed towards Yanghong, the oldest of the 3. Nearly 3,000 years old and only having entered the 3rd level of Martial Saint Realm, his talent was no longer considered strong among the short-lived martial cultivators. He should be the weakest of the 3. Cangyun's brow slightly furrowed, unable to lend assistance in time, he simply stopped in his tracks and began to observe attentively. Seeing the Tianqian mace coming down on his head, Yanghong's complexion changed instantly. Zhu Xuaning, who was next to him, had already reacted first, her movements as fast as thunder light, instantly distancing herself. Come! Seeing that there was no avoidance, a ferocity surged in Yang Hong's eyes. He neither dodged nor evaded, the blood and flesh of his limbs and body all lit up with blood chi, shining like jade. Clang! Flesh collided with the immortal treasure, emitting a piercing and resonant sound as if it was striking divine iron, causing Zheng's palms to feel slightly numb. Under the jade mace, martial arts true blood exploded into a wave of blood, a figure was sent flying horizontally, piercing through several meteors before finally coming to a slow stop. Yang Hong emerged from the blood mist, coughing up blood profusely, his clothes already turned to ashes, revealing a body riddled with cracks. A flicker of spiritual light shone in Zheng's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. Having endured such a hit, although Yang Hong had suffered a great loss of blood chi, with 7 or 8 out of 10 muscles and bones broken, he had ultimately survived. Just at the 4th level of Martial Saint Realm, he was actually able to withstand the Tianqian mace, a low-grade immortal treasure of the highest quality. Even though his body shattered, he had ultimately endured it, which was truly astonishing. Now being at 3rd Tribulation perfection, coupled with dual cultivation paths, and possessing the early stage cultivation of Heavenly Immortal, he could easily overpower ordinary creatures at the 8th order 4th layer when using the law of heaven and earth. The 8th order is different from the previous realms, even for martial cultivators, it is not easy to overcome by brute force. Apart from the rare martial arts geniuses, ordinary cultivators at the same realm cannot last more than 3 exchanges with Yujing. This mace strike, sudden and unexpected, was supposed to have been sufficient to slay 99% of life at 8th order 3rd layer, yet Yang Hong bore it with his physical body. Yujing had no time for careful consideration. Although Yang Hong had not died, he could no longer pose a threat to him, and the intended goal had been achieved. His gaze locked onto Zhu Xuaning, who was far away. His Dharma phase lightly moved, shattering the starry sky, and he charged straight towards her. Although he struck effectively, Zheng's eyes were devoid of any trace of joy at this moment. Some time had passed since he sent the distress message, but there was still no response. Even if the distance was great and it was impossible to come quickly, there should have been a reply to his message. But now, the monitoring jade order at his waist was still dead silent, without the slightest movement. The broken star ring slowly rotated in the vast and boundless universe, casting glaze-like starlight reflections, with the remnants of countless stars emitting a weird blood light, permeated with an ominous and deadly silence. On the far side of the starry vault, a surge of crimson blood waves was vaguely visible, reaching clearly to the gap in the boundary near heaven and earth, from where innumerable dark blue battleboats emerged, carrying an uncountable number of powerful living creatures. The moment the boundary shattered, it was destined that the peace the starry sky had enjoyed for millennia was to be broken, with little chance of returning to tranquility. The boundary was established back then by the Ancestral Tao together with the Ancestor of ancient immortals and the ancient martial Ancestor. At that time, both immortal martial arts and the Ancestral Tao were at their peak, rivaling each other. Along with the Ancestral Tao, nearly 9/10 of the heavenly fate of the great universe was gathered to forge the boundary, stabilizing the yin-yang frontier, and shielding the vast universe from disaster at the cosmic edge. With the current power structure of the great universe, it's simply impossible for anyone to repair the boundary. The difference in power is too vast, far from sufficient. Not far from the main battlefield, in the void shrouded by layer upon layer of arrays, a meteor was completely concealed. Atop the meteor, on a rugged mountain path, 2 figures sat opposite each other across a stone table. One draped in gold-plated immortal armor, with an upright posture, while the other was cloaked in black robes, with a clear and handsome face. On the table, the stove burned low, brewing a pot of spiritual tea. Suddenly, the figure clad in gold-plated battle armor took the lead in breaking the silence. Truly, you have some nerve. In the current state of affairs, you still dare to meet me, even taking the time to brew tea with me here. Looking at the man sitting across from him, Fan Long's mouth curled slightly. Cangyun, you really aren't afraid of death. I've already died once. Unconcerned, Cangyun gestured with his hand. This is spiritual tea from the vast universe, a delicacy that the great universe can't taste. Glancing at the cup brimming with sinister energy, Fan Long fell silent for a while before finally speaking. If you still have some regard for our past camaraderie, I want to hear the truth. Shang Tsongyun was non-committal, picked up the teacup, sipped a little spiritual tea, and nodded. Ask. Whom are you following? Can this path of the vast universe really lead anywhere? Fan Long's breath paused, his gaze intently fixed on Shang Tsongyun's face, not willing to miss any detail. Within the Immortal Alliance, there had always been someone secretly protecting Shang Tsongyun as well as Zhao Tingxian, and many high-ranking members of the Immortal Alliance were aware of this. The only ones capable of such feats were the Immortal Ancestor and the 3 leaders, 1 chief and 2 deputies. As I'm still on the path myself, how could I possibly tell you whether or not it can be traversed? After speaking, Shang Tsongyun set down his teacup and gestured toward the distant starry sky. Fan Long followed his gaze, and a vast silver moon came into view, its hazy light shimmering. I see. Fan Long's expression became enlightened, giving a cupped fist salute. Thank you for telling me. The true names of those in the ancestral realm are not to be mentioned, these hints were sufficient. I walk this path because I must, and you should focus on walking yours. Shang Tsongyun shook his head slightly, his expression somewhat forlorn. If it weren't for the ancestor of ancient immortals cutting off the eternally ancient immortal path near the immortal realm because of the ancestral Tao, personally ending this great realm, I wouldn't have to walk such a path. Fan Long, you've never tasted the bitterness of being a displaced dog. It's an unpleasant feeling. Fan Long was about to speak when the heavenly judgment order at his waist suddenly lit up. Seeing the heavenly judgment order on Fan Long's waist, Shang Tsongyun subconsciously rubbed the teacup, his eyes filled with a surge of thoughts. Fan Long glanced at the message emanating from the order and frowned slightly. Yujing seeking help? After the message for help appeared, the heavenly judgment order fell back into silence for a long time without a response. Fan Long was not surprised by this. All true immortals of the Punishment Authority were aware of who Yujing was. He was a Chi Cultivator. When a Chi Cultivator encounters danger, it is often a sign that they have triggered their own tribulations. To take on calamities and avoid disaster on behalf of a heavenly immortal whose cultivation is substantial, is not something even an average true immortal, let alone an immortal king, could necessarily withstand. To avert disaster for that mysterious immortal in the past, the Immortal Alliance lost 13 great thousand worlds, 2 immortal emperors died, and countless true immortals perished. With such a bloody lesson at hand, how could these true immortals of the Punishment Authority dare to rescue, or be willing to rescue? Moreover, it is currently the time of the vast universe's invasion, where a single misstep could lead to a cascade of consequences, potentially affecting the entire battle situation. The gravity of such an outcome, compared with the life and death of a 3 calamities true immortal, is unmistakably clear which is lighter and which is heavier. What has happened? Seeing that Fan Long remained silent for a long time, Shang Tsongyun was somewhat puzzled. Someone is asking for help. People from the martial hall are causing trouble outside, and upon a rough look, it seems they are trying to stir up some issues. At this point, Fan Long hesitated for a moment but still added, the one asking for help is Yujing. Yujing? Upon hearing this, Shang Tsongyun's eyebrows rose slightly and he stood up immediately. Where is he now? Think carefully about taking on calamities for a Chi Cultivator. Fan Long's brows furrowed slightly. You yourself are already embroiled in trouble, why cause unnecessary problems? The Immortal Ancestor has already acquiesced, their fates are their own. Now that the Ancestor of ancient immortals has died, with merely the cultivation of a heavenly immortal, how much could he help you in the future? Shang Tsongyun waved his hand, concise in his words, coordinates. The martial hall wouldn't merely send a few children at the Saint Realm. They are probably not truthful to their intentions, wanting to lure bigger fish into the net. Fan Long raised his hand and handed out coordinates, speaking gravely, I have said all there is to say, be careful on your own. Before the sound of his voice faded, Shang Tsongyun's figure had already vanished, leaving behind an echo that had not yet dispersed. I would actually like to see what kind of net these brutes of the martial path can weave to capture me, Shang Tsongyun. Fan Long remained silent, looking down at the teacup with an undercurrent of dark energy nearby. he picked it up and drank it all at once. Below the starry sky dome, the luminescence of the five-colored glaze scattered remnants of the stars in all directions. A Dharma phase surrounded by immortal light rolled across the sky, with its giant mace continuously slashing down, sweeping across space, and the luminous ripples dispersed turned a vast number of star remnants into ash. Bloodlight intertwined around Cangyun's body. He didn't take the initiative to strike, constantly maneuvering under the giant mace. Where blood fog met immortal light, a dazzling divine brilliance was sketched. There are more than just 3 of you from the martial hall. Yujing halted, his Dharma phase's pupils seemed to be burning with fierce fire, and the immortal power in his limbs and body was already boiling over. Cangyun's gaze lingered on the monitoring Jade Order far too many times, making it hard for Yujing to ignore. Attack where they must save, setting traps to annihilate reinforcements, an old trick used over the years. Blood clouds surrounded Cangyun, he did not deny it, and after circling and delaying with Yujing for so long, he too was losing patience, his tone growing heavy. Now it seems that you are of no importance to the Immortal Alliance, no longer able to serve as bait. Is that so? The green-faced and ferocious Dharma phase suddenly curled the corners of its mouth into a slight smile. The martial hall may not have interacted with a Chi cultivator before. I know my own fate, today my life should not end.